Guys. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Singleton.
Good morning, Commissioners. Before we get to the oral evidence, there's some documentary evidence to tender. I'll ask the operator to bring up the tender bundle headed statements for week 2. I tender the 9 documents on the bases indicated by the codes. I'll ask.
Yes, thank you. They'll be accepted on that basis then and allocated the next lot of numbers.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'll ask the operator to bring up the data tender bundle. Over this and the subsequent pages are 94 documents. I tender them on the bases indicated by the coding system.
Thank you. Similarly, then they'll be accepted into evidence and allocated the next lot of numbers on that basis.
Thirdly, I'll ask for the tender bundle called ADF Service Life to be displayed. There are 51 documents on that list, and I tender them on the bases indicated by the coding.
Thank you. They'll be accepted also into evidence and allocated the next lot of numbers on that basis.
Commissioner, the remainder of the first session for today is a panel discussion, which we're calling Panel of Ex-Service Organisations View on the Way Forward. We only have an hour, so we will progress with increasing pace as we run out of time. But we wish to address two issues: the broad views they have on the best way to advance the issues you've been examining once you are out of office, and secondly, the issue of a peak body for ESOs. We have a selection, not scientific selection, but we've just got a selection of representatives of ESOs. They're in the witness box, and I'll introduce them. From my left to right, we have Emma Whitehead, the CEO of Mates for Mates, spelt with the numeral 4 in the middle. Peter Kennedy, the President of Young Veterans. Isaac Olin, Head of Veterans Policy and Program Delivery with RSL New South Wales. Next, Louise O'Sullivan, an expert panel member with Women Veterans Australia. And on the far end from me, Garth Callender, the Chair of Bravery Trust. I thank them for coming. Might they be sworn or affirmed as required?
Do you, Emma Whitehead, solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Do you, Peter Kennedy, solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Do you, Isaac Olin, solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Do you, Louise O'Sullivan, solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Do you, Garth Callender, solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll ask the operator to bring up the tender bundle for this session, and while that's happening, I'll go the opposite way down the list, and I'll just ask each witness to identify him or herself by full name, and if I fluffed my lines regarding your organisation or position, say so. Mr. Callender.
Thank you. I'm Garth Callender, Chair of Bravery Trust. I think it's also important to note that I'm a current serving ADF member at Service Category 5, but I'm here in no way representing the ADF.
Ms. O'Sullivan.
I'm Louise O'Sullivan. I'm an expert panel member with Women Veterans Australia.
Mr. Olin.
My name's Isaac Olin. I'm the Head of Veterans Policy and Program Delivery at RSL New South Wales, and I've been helping to lead RSL National's response to the Royal Commission.
Mr. Kennedy.
Morning, Peter Kennedy, representing Young Veterans Australia.
And Ms. Whitehead.
Good morning, Emma Whitehead, CEO of Mates for Mates.
Thank you. Perhaps, Ms. O'Sullivan, I could begin with you with the broader question. The issues that this Royal Commission has been addressing are very complex and will endure. And on the other side, the problem or the challenges of reform in the defence and veterans sector are large. What, in your view and your organisation's view, most needs to be done to ensure that the issues continue to be addressed, both through implementation of any recommendations we might make and otherwise?
We believe that it's essential an entity is established to oversee the implementation and recommendations made by this Royal Commission. As both a clinical psychologist and a veteran, I have a distinct memory from 2006 where current serving death by suicide rose from 5 per year to 8. In 2021, that number was 69, and we know that the ex-serving community is much, much higher. If this occurred in my private practice, I would certainly be asked to account. Of course, war negatively impacts people, but it isn't the most telling factor in suicidal ideation. Rather, I offer that service itself presents a problem. My time responding to the wounding and death of ADF personnel has led me to understand the incredible toll that war takes on humans. When called to these situations, I often knew the wounded or deceased personally, and I cared about their welfare and that of their family. In my work supporting their friends and colleagues, I used all kinds of strategies to normalise communication with me as a mental health practitioner and reduce the stigma of mental health support. But I also knew that regularly, the same people who called and told me their struggles late at night after they'd consumed many drinks then lied to me in formal settings. They told me they were okay because they wanted to be okay. Seeking help would have precluded them from deploying again, and that thought was more threatening to their mental health than going back to war. They were trained to be there for their mates no matter what. It's the reason they're so highly decorated. They would rather die than let their mates die without them, whether that's at war or at home. I want to tell you that I did my best, and I need to tell you it wasn't enough. I feel morally obliged to say that AA Psych Core, as part of AA Psych Core, it's my belief we failed commanders and individuals by lacking innovation, failing in the fight to stop recurring waivers for deployments, and being unable to create an environment where rectifying wellbeing is important a training mechanism as clearing a weapons blockage. I find myself accountable for a lack of tenacity in the fight for mental health support for the people who've served our nation, and to them and their families, I'm sorry. I'm incredibly disappointed that I've not witnessed the same reflections from our ADF leaders, and I'm concerned they don't believe they're part of the problem. They aren't alone. The problem exists within the ADF, DVA, and it also exists within our ESO community. And this is why a body to oversee the implementation of these recommendations is the only clear way forward. I believe that the ADF, DVA and ESOs should all be accountable in their progress with the recommendations from this Royal Commission. The entity must have the power to look in, view documents, report to the public and ministers on progress. It must hold organisations to account, and there should be consequences for those who fail to do their job and implement the recommendations because lives depend on it. It must be fluid with how those recommendations are achieved so that they're working with best practice but also empowered to be innovative. If I, as a mental health practitioner, don't demonstrate my progress, then I don't receive further referrals, and I see that happening in the ADF right now as it experiences record low recruitment and retention. This is the Australian community saying it's not okay for our veterans to die by suicide. The Royal Commission recommendations are the pathway to rectifying that, and without an entity to ensure that path is followed, we will continue to see veterans die by the enemy of ignorance.
Thank you, Ms O'Sullivan. I'll just go down the table. I'll start with you, Mr Rowland. Do you want to add or amend or subtract from anything Ms O'Sullivan said? What do you see as the important features of the way forward? And in particular, do you agree with Ms O'Sullivan's call for a new body to oversee all this?
The RSL strongly supports a new independent implementation body headed by a new National Commissioner for Defence and Veteran Wellbeing to drive action on implementing the recommendations of the Royal Commission. And we see this continuing over the longer term to keep a permanent watch on veteran health and wellbeing. I think we can see from the evidence of previous inquiries where the recommendations haven't been implemented fully. I think something like 20%, that this action is notably absent previously. So while minor changes have been made, we haven't seen that sustained change that we know is required to address the issue of defence and veteran suicide. So I think that sort of shows us the evidence that there needs to be an implementation body to make sure the recommendations are fully seen through.
Mr Kennedy, do you want to add anything to the first two?
Yeah, just quickly, this body that, and we concur with exactly what the past two have said, the body needs to have some teeth. We need to be able to reach into other agencies. We need to be able to get the information when we need. We've seen how difficult it has been during this Royal Commission for the commissioners to get information that are required. That needs to stop, and it needs to stop right now. So this body that we've all spoken about, it just needs that power to be able to reach in and keep a watch, but it needs to be enduring. It's not just for the term of the implementation, it needs to be enduring to ensure the follow-on safety for our veterans, serving members and their families.
Ms Whitehead, do you want to add or subtract?
No, I have nothing to subtract from that. I guess the only addition I have is that late last year the Royal Commission undertook a consultation on the proposed new entity to promote the wellbeing of defence. And Mates for Mates made a formal submission to that in support of an independent body to ensure that this implementation is taken forward.
Thank you. And Mr Callender, the last word to you on the first question.
Thank you. No, I completely agree with my other four panel members. Maybe just adding that the veteran landscape is complex and dynamic, and this needs to be reflected in the implementation body. Overseeing defence, veteran and veteran families. I think in our submission late last year, we did talk about the fact that this needs to be broad. Rarely in isolation, rarely do we see at Bravery Trust any beneficiaries approach us with purely financial crisis issues. It's generally a broad range of issues from mental and physical illness and injuries, social issues, employment issues, housing issues, to name a few. So the scope needs to be broad. And also it needs to be enduring, and I say that because from the data we've collected, 64% of our beneficiaries have been on a downward financial trajectory for 5 years before they approach us. So it needs to have an enduring effect. It can't be just a snapshot in time.
Thank you. Ms Whitehead, I might turn to you for the next issue, which is what should the scope or the remit of the body that's just been mentioned by panellists be? I don't want to limit you in that, but I'll ask you to focus on two particular aspects if you wish. One is whether it should be tightly focused on suicide prevention, or whether it should have a wider, more proactive interest in promoting well-being for defence members and veterans. And the second component, if you're interested to answer it, is how wide it should be looking. Should it just look at the ADF and or the DVA, or should it look more widely at the issues?
As Garth just spoke to, we understand that the issues that contribute to risk factors for suicide and suicidality are multifactorial and highly complex. Garth just illustrated some of those points. The risk factors can be psychological around mental illness, drug and alcohol use. They can be with relation to social issues, for example, social isolation, relationship breakdowns, and multiple lifestyle issues, housing insecurity, financial stress, legal issues, health, chronic pain, disability. When we talk about a focus of suicide prevention, it's hard to see how that is a narrow focus. We're really talking about a broad range of human issues and human service issues. So I think any entity would need to be cognizant of the contributing risk factors and the multiple agencies and organisations that already exist to offer services and supports to veterans and their families. So with regard to the second part of your question around the reach of anybody, such as would it just be around reaching for the ADF and DVA, I think the answer to that is no. We know that there's lots of work, for example, that states and territory governments do to support veterans and family members too. So the breadth of any new entity will need to include not just the risk factors, but also the organisations that contribute to trying to resolve some of those issues for our clients.
Thank you. This time I'll go the other way. Mr. Kennedy, your views on this?
Yeah, completely agree with Emma there. But one thing we've got to understand is, unfortunately, suicide is the end result of inaction. So it needs to be far broader. We need to include veteran and family wellbeing as a whole and contribute to an ecosystem that's actively preventing deaths by suicide. And that's very, very important.
Mr. Olin.
Yeah, I'd agree with my fellow panellists. I think broadening the focus to include wellbeing as well as delivering a new entity as a permanent structure better positions the sector to respond to the needs of veterans and their families on a permanent basis. So some of the functions that might be part of a body could include support and advice about the implementation of the recommendations to all stakeholders, so government departments, the ADF, ex-service organisations. I think there's a really important role in terms of reporting publicly and to Parliament on progress of the implementation of the recommendations, monitoring and reporting of data and trends in regards to defence and veteran suicide, conducting and commissioning research about defence and veteran wellbeing. I think there's probably a role for analysing and recommending improvements to defence, DVA and other stakeholders' policies, systems and frameworks, particularly where it impacts on the health and wellbeing of veterans and their families. And I just agree with Emma as well that state and territory governments, I think there's a real need to define their role because they deliver so many services that support the wellbeing of veterans and their families, and working out how to better utilise them in the system would be really important as well.
Ms. O'Sullivan, have they missed out anything or just feel free
I just wholeheartedly agree with my colleagues.
All right. Mr. Callender, do you want to add some comments?
Just briefly, yes, I agree with the other four panel members. And I think when we look at this, we need to acknowledge that society is dynamic, war is dynamic, and therefore the veteran landscape is dynamic. And this body would need to be agile for those changing needs that can lead to veteran suicide. And I know this is outside the terms of reference for this Royal Commission, but I believe if we get this right, we'll have an opportunity to establish best practice for reducing suicide across Australian society. And, just hearing Louise's testimony there about that personal feeling of guilt, I think if we achieve that, it will have that broader social impact that all veterans can be proud of shining a light for a way forward for what is a terrible situation we have in broader Australian society with suicide.
Thanks. Mr. Rowland, I might come to the middle of the table now for the next question. Just picking up what Mr. Kennedy said a little earlier, he suggested it needed teeth to get documents and information. An alternative view is that it should just be confined to a cooperative, persuasive approach, doing research and so on, but not have power to require information and documents to be produced. Do you have a view on this issue?
I think we can see from past evidence and past inquiries that persuasive approach doesn't seem to be working. And I think that the powers given to this entity need to be strong, and I think, as Peter said, give them some teeth. There's probably an opportunity to use some existing bodies and their expertise, so the Australian National Audit Office, IGADF, Commonwealth Ombudsman, use those existing powers and frameworks to sort of supplement whatever the implementation body is doing. But I think it's also really important that for the independence and longevity of the entity, that it's established by an act of parliament as well. And I think those things combined will give it the teeth to really push forward the implementation of the recommendations.
Do you or does the RSL have any views on whether the new body, if established, should be able to hold hearings such as this one where witnesses are questioned?
Look, I don't think I'm quite qualified to speak to that. Whatever the powers are, though, the strongest they could possibly be.
Ms O'Sullivan, do you want to add? I'll go around the table in this direction now.
Just that without full transparency and the ability to question, the Australian public can't have confidence that anything is occurring.
Mr Callender?
Yes, I agree. I've got nothing further to add.
Ms Whitehead?
I do think it's important that we have a very transparent reporting process for any entity so that it's very clear what's working and what's not working, and we can adjust accordingly to that. So any kind of public, transparent reporting process to Parliament would be something I would advocate for.
And Mr Kennedy, do you want to add to this?
Yeah, this implementation recommendation is not the enemy. This is the friend. This is trying to fix a solution that we haven't been able to do for over 100 years. And it's taken this Royal Commission to independently identify, and anything short of an implementation, we're ripping off the system. That simple.
Mr Kennedy, I'll stick with you for a moment with the next topic, which is two questions, flip side of a coin, or the two sides of a coin. What signal would be sent to veterans, and what signal would the veterans hear if the government made a decision to set up such a new entity as we've been discussing? And equally, what signal would be sent if the government decided it would not do so?
I suppose the one word that comes to mind for me is trust. And it's the one thing that serving members, defence members, veterans and their families don't have in the system as we sit here today. To get that trust, we need change. The Royal Commission hasn't turned around and said, you know, your ESOs are not doing a good job. What they've said is we can do a better job. And I think collectively, the ex-service fraternity have actually left their egos at the door and have said, we want change. So to get the faith back in the veterans and in the veterans sector, anything short of change is not acceptable.
Mr Olden, do you have a view?
I agree wholeheartedly. I come back to that previous inquiry's point again, and I think that speaks to the lack of trust. And I think without setting up a new entity, there'd be continued cynicism from veterans and their families.
Ms O'Sullivan, nothing to add? Mr Callender, what signal, what message would the government be sending to veterans? A decision either way.
Yeah, look, there were some very public opposition to the Royal Commission in the first place. There were some very positive beliefs towards this when it was first announced. Regardless of that, I think generally across the veteran community, this Royal Commission, we're looking for really positive outcomes from this. Without an implementation body established, I think, I agree that would be a significant lack of trust, and it would go down as a dark day. That decision is made not to form an implementation body.
All right, Mr Kennedy, did you want to add anything, Ms Whitehead?
I might just add the 2019, I think it was, Productivity Commission report did call out a lack of trust between veterans and largely the two departments that are there to support veterans and their families, namely Defence and DVA. So I think this issue of trust is really significant. And we've invested a huge amount of resources into this Royal Commission. There's thousands of submissions that have been made and witnesses that have spoken, not to mention the hundreds of private hearings. And I believe we owe it to the community to invest in something, an implementation body, if you will, to take forward these recommendations and rebuild that trust. There's been so much that's been given by so many people to contribute to this issue.
Mr Kennedy, I might just start with you for a big new topic, and that is the possibility of a peak body for ex-service organisations. Do you see value for veterans, especially with respect to their well-being, in having a peak body to represent the veteran and ESO sector, especially when dealing with government or policy matters?
Yeah, most definitely. It's essential. Without a peak body, we continue to do what we've done for the last 100 years. We need change, and we need change now. The Royal Commission has made the ESO sector stand up and listen. We've had 3 national ESO forums now. For the first time ever, a majority of the ESO sector has finally got together in a collaborative approach and have all agreed that we need change. So, we currently have, under the National Consultative Framework, we currently hold, or the government holds, 6 separate forum groups. So we've got 6 different opinions from 6 different groups that are not even equally represented to all veterans throughout Australia or their families. And then we have the state forums that happen on top of that. So it's just a confusing network of messages. A national ESO forum will bring the sector together, we'll collaborate, but the key is communication. Getting that trust back throughout the sector for our veterans to be able to trust that the ESO community will look after them and their families. It's just that simple.
We'll go this way. Ms Whitehead, did you want to comment on this issue?
Yeah, sure. When Mates for Mates gave our original notice to give information to the Royal Commission, we actually supported a peak body for ex-service organisations. I think one of the many benefits of ex-service organisations is that traditionally organisations like ours have grown in grassroots organic responses to localised need, and we've been largely very successful in achieving support for veterans in local communities. But that said, it does mean that sector as a whole can be challenging to navigate, both for individuals and for government to consult with. So I think this is a really opportune time for us to put some support and rigour around this community to improve collaboration, both on a ESO to ESO level, to make it easier for people to navigate the system, but also to make it easier for government to communicate and connect with the sector more broadly.
Mr Callender, I'll come up your end.
Thanks. Having been involved in defence for nearly 3 decades and in the veteran space specifically for nearly 10 years now, I've never seen a time when there's been a greater appetite for collaboration and cooperation across the ESO sector. And in fact, from what I've seen from history, I don't know if there's ever been a time. Look, absolutely, I think it is the right time to do this. It's no surprise to anyone that whilst a lot of ESOs, in fact, all ESOs are there because their heart is in the right place. Often it can be a difficult space to navigate, and sometimes our services are a little disjointed. Not only that, and I think most importantly, there isn't currently an entity which captures the need or the unmet need against the services that are offered, or perhaps even the over-servicing of some areas of the veteran landscape. And I would see an entity like this peak body being involved in also government collaboration and consultation. Thanks.
So Sullivan.
Yes, we believe that this would really help to stop the overlap that exists so that resources are used for the most fundamental issues and targeted very specifically to what is at need for veterans and their families at the time.
Mr Rowland.
I think we've heard previously that ex-service organisations form a significant part of the veteran support system. They're really relied on by governments to provide services that governments may not provide themselves. But we also know that there's an estimate of between 5,000 and 7,000 ex-service organisations, and that's a really complex landscape for a veteran to try and access that group of services. So the idea for us, for the RSL, the attraction is that this ESO peak body should simplify that access to services for veterans and their families. It should grow some assurance around what they can expect in terms of the services they receive, and also better enable government to collaborate and consult with the sector.
I appreciate it may be a difficult challenge to set up a peak body, but does any of you see downsides from doing so if it can be achieved? Would veterans be disadvantaged by having one? Mr. Callender.
Look, I probably don't have a full answer for that, but what I would say is that, like I said, there is general appetite for collaboration across the ex-service space. The RSL has run numerous forums over the last couple of years where it's been full of a room full of friends all nodding, which is unusual, or has been in the past unusual. So look, I don't see any obvious shortfalls from veterans for the establishment of the peak industry body. It will need some work to get it right. I'm not sure we'll initially get it right. And I'd also sort of say, if you could find me an industry where every entity and player in that space all agrees 100%, if I had a hat here, I'd offer to eat it. It's just not the case. So we're not going to have 100% support. Not everyone is going to be 100% happy with the way it works, but it will be a much better space than what we're currently in.
Does anybody want to add to that little discussion about whether there are any downfalls or risks that may arise? Ms. O'Sullivan.
I think the only risk is doing. Sorry. I probably think the only risk is doing nothing. That's our risk. If we sit down as an Australian public and witness a Royal Commission for 3 years and we put tiny little changes that don't change the outcome, that's the risk. We continue to have nil faith in the system, and we need to change that. And as Garth said, we're going to ask why the ESO sector is here. It's here to provide the most appropriate and timely assistance to our veterans and their families when required.
Ms. O'Sullivan.
In a statement.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Kennedy. Ms. O'Sullivan.
Sometimes these type of bodies give power to people who already held power while they were serving, and they don't reflect the people who haven't had a voice, minority communities within the ADF, or other people who maybe haven't held rank. As long as everyone is heard and their agendas are considered, that's what's important.
All right. I may as well flag, we'll probably come back to the any downsides question at the end about the new entity we were discussing, the government body we were discussing earlier, just to let you think about that. But let me just stick with the ESO topic for a moment. Mr. Callender, I'll start with you. I think you've started on this description already, but so far as you can estimate, how likely is it that there will end up being an ESO body? And have you detected an actual change in that likelihood in recent times?
Yeah, absolutely. And I refer back to my previous statement. Yes, I think there has been a significant shift over the last few years, even this last 5 years from, I think, the Productivity Commission report some 5 years ago. Definitely a positive shift. I think it is more likely than not that this will go ahead. There are challenges, but to be honest, ex-service organisations, whether they started 100 years ago, like Legacy, War Widows and the RSL, or whether they started 3 years ago, they were all done because they're veterans wanting to own the problem and the solution. And I think having a framework around that should be attractive and is attractive to people who have been operating in the ex-service space.
Ms. Whitehead, I'll come down this end now. Have you detected in recent years a change of momentum on this issue? Do you think it's likely now that a peak body can be achieved?
I do believe it's likely, yes. There's a sense of maturity when you can have difficult conversations as a group of different entities. And through some of the forums that have been discussed earlier, we have had some conversations about how as a sector we can mature and ensure quality across the sector, how we can improve communications, how we can ensure that we're, strong in governance and so on. They're sometimes hard conversations, especially for small entities that potentially don't have a huge amount of resource behind them. And yet we've been able to really push through some of those challenging conversations as a sector and come up with some recommendations for how we would like an entity to look in the Australian context. We've also spoken to peak organisations from other countries, namely the UK. And I think that will to actually admit to areas for improvement and to look at solutions for driving that improvement shows a real level of maturity and willingness to resolve some of the issues.
Mr Kennedy, nothing to add? And Mr Olin?
I think we've got strong momentum at the moment. I think that was demonstrated at the third forum where the participants came together and agreed the initial scope of what they would like a peak body to look at. They agreed classifications for the services that ex-service organisations offer, and they agreed some initial membership and governance settings, and I think that would have been unheard of 5 years ago. We also made a formal report to the Royal Commission about these agreements, and that key recommendation that an ESO peak body was established. I think to add to that momentum piece, the next steps are really important. So we're looking to get buy-in from DVA, in the first instance. And I want to clarify here, the participants agree that the peak body should be independent of government and independent of any existing organisation, but the amount that we will work with DVA means that it's really important that they show some buy-in in this process as well. And we're also looking to build a business case to push forward what the blueprint of establishing this body could look like. And I think it's important to keep that momentum going forward through those steps, and that's what we're looking to do in the next 6 to 12 months.
Who would be the audience for the business case?
I think that the ESO sector themselves. I don't think we currently, and you can all correct me if you think differently, but I don't think we currently have the capability within the sector to build the right organisation ourselves, but we can certainly consult with these external experts to build something that is fit for purpose.
I'll give everyone a chance in a moment to just comment if they want on the DVA buy-in, and even though it's an independent body point just made. But Ms O'Sullivan, I'm just going along the table first, nothing to add. So does anybody want to disagree with Mr Rowland on those twin propositions of an independent body but it needs DVA buy-in? I'm not saying you should disagree, but this is your moment. Well, let's move on to another matter. Mr Callender, I'll probably begin with you if I may. How might any peak body that the ESO sector sets up for itself interact with a new entity set up by the government to monitor recommendations and otherwise advance the issues we've been looking at?
Look, I would be speaking hypothetically if I gave any firm answer there. But more so, I think if we had an implementation body and a peak industry body, there would be intersection points between the two. I spoke earlier about meeting the need and identifying the unmet need. So I would see that there would be interaction, particularly with the industry peak body, with individual ESOs to establish how they would operate against that need. But look, I'm probably not in a position to speak in any detail how that interaction would occur.
All right. Before I go down the table with that question, I'll add a second question, and then those of you who wish to can comment on either question as we go along. And I'll start with you, Mr Callender, with the second question as well. Do you see any downside in having a new government body, the new entity as it's sometimes called, monitoring recommendations and continuing research and inquiry into these issues? Do you see a downside?
Look, I don't see any obvious downside. Obviously, there is risk that comes along with this. I think it would be quite low, and it would be around inactivity, bureaucratic processes which might hamstring them. But we're in such a fantastic spot about being able to establish this, and if through consultation and the right policy, we could get the formation of this body right, we'd minimise that risk.
All right, so I'll come down the table and just give that opportunity to comment on either or neither or both of the two issues, whether there's a downside for the new government entity that we've discussed, and if it exists, how it might interact with the peak body. Ms O'Sullivan, do you have anything to add to what Mr Callender said? Mr Rowland?
I can't see any downside for the existence of that new entity. In terms of interacting with an ESO peak body, I think we've already heard that it can be hard to consult with our sector. I think that the new entity, if there was an ESO peak body, would have that single point of contact that would allow smaller voices to have input, but a single point of contact rather than 7,000.
Mr Kennedy.
Yeah, I think it's important to mention also that our recommendations of implementation body is not to continue the powers of the Royal Commission. It's about the implementation of the recommendations. And I think that's very, very important. So we shouldn't have departments running scared because we've enacted this body. You know, we're working together. We're not the enemy, we're the solution. And let's work together to get a better solution. If everything we were doing perfectly in the past, we wouldn't be here. And I think the ESO peak body, the important thing is there, as I testified earlier, we have up to 7, 8, 10, 12 consultative forums around the country, and sometimes with 12 different messages. The ESO peak body would be able to collaborate and seek advice from the individuals, keep them informed by active and honest and transparent communication, and then assist the implementation team with the correct advice, not just an opinion.
Ms Whitehead, do you want to add to that discussion?
With regard to a downside for any new entity, I think one of the challenges will be that there are other bodies with jurisdictions in some of these areas. So, for example, you have organisations like the National Office for Suicide Prevention, the National Mental Health Commission and so on. So I think part of the thinking through how these entities all work together, how expertise is shared and so on, it is an important thing, not necessarily a downside, just an area for attention, I guess. The other question that you asked was around the relationship between the ESO peak body and any potential entity if both arise, excuse me. I guess my response to that is that in the absence of either existing, I can't really give a specific answer, but what I would just look to is that this exists in other areas. So, for example, Mental Health Australia is a peak body representing many, many mental health organisations across Australia, and there are there's a National Mental Health Commission, there's mental health commissions in states and territories, and there are existing blueprints for how some of these relationships between various entities work. That will obviously change, depend on the nature of each specific organisation and how it's structured. But I think there's some really important learning that we can get from other organisations as to how these things can work effectively.
Thank you. I'll just give everybody a final opportunity just to comment on a point that Mr Kennedy just made, which, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong on this, Mr Kennedy, but I think you're urging that the new entity would not be an attack on the ADF or the DVA or the government, but a body that would help those agencies to achieve their own objectives through research, through report, through exposing and recommending solutions to problems. Firstly, Mr Kennedy, is that accurate enough?
It's definitely, and we'd be very arrogant to sit there to say that they don't need help.
Right. Now, I just want to give everyone a chance to comment on that point, which wasn't previously raised. I'll just go down the table. Mr Callender, do you agree or disagree with the...
Yeah, look, I agree, and it probably hasn't been It probably hasn't been clear throughout this Royal Commission because of the nature of what it is, but I think at the end of the day, most veterans, most military people leave their service standing and smiling. It's that smaller percentage, which is why this Royal Commission is in place. So I wouldn't see this body to be any sort of attack on the ADF or other government agencies.
So Sullivan, anything to add?
I think if we're all motivated toward that same cause, which is that we want a healthy ADF, then there's no point for conflict, is there?
Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Olin, is Mr. Kennedy right?
I think it's a support and improvement mechanism, and for ex-service organisations as much as government.
And Ms. Whitehead.
I thought you said it lovely. You said it beautifully.
I'll withdraw the question then. Commissioners, I thank the panel not only for coming, but for being very expeditious in getting through a lot of territory very quickly. But I yield to you for some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Singleton. Perhaps before we move to questions, if I could just make a couple of comments. It's been incredibly heartening, and we were grateful for the opportunity to be invited to the 3 forums that were held. I would hope that the Royal Commission has been helpful in some way in bringing together all the different groups and in helping you see perhaps a way forward. You'll be aware that our terms of reference required us to look at the 5 Eyes, and we did do a fairly good look at what other countries are doing. I'm really heartened that the sector as a whole has looked to other places and perhaps been inspired by the COPSIO model in the UK, which seems to work particularly well. But it's really a credit to the sector that they've picked up the ball and now they're going to run with it. And I'll just make this point. This Royal Commission and everybody else, in fact, cannot be the ones that tells you how it's going to look and how it's going to work. It's yours. You should have ownership of it, which you have. Embrace it, and you will work out what is going to work, and you may need to tweak it as you go along. But I think it's been a really significant and very positive step that you've embraced the concept of the peak body, and finally governance and collaboration and all the good things we want to see in the sector will become more commonplace and so on. In relation to the entity or the organisation that may succeed us, again, very grateful for your input, and you've said some things today that we'll also think about as we go along. You're aware there's been a whole lot of consultation and discussion, and there's a paper to be published shortly that will outline what we think may work, and then we'll see where we go from there. But thank you for your feedback today. Probably just a few questions from us, if I may. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions, if I could. One was in relation to the proposed new entity. You talked about the need to oversee recommendations, etc., role with departments, etc. I just wondered what your thoughts were in terms of its role with the ESO sector, and you did to some extent touch on that a little bit with Mr. Singleton's question, but just so that I'm really clear, you do see the new proposed new entity as having an equal role in oversighting how the ESO sector is performing as you do the government departments?
That's it, me?
Whoever wishes to answer.
We'd expect that the implementation body, or what we're calling the National Commissioner for Defence and Veteran Wellbeing, would be an expert in that space and would be able to advise us as such on best practice overseas, commissioning research, and providing that information to the sector, I think would be really important around best practice and how best to support the wellbeing of veterans and their families.
And I think the communication piece too, Commissioner, up and down. So from the implementation team down and from the ESO peak body back up again with those lived experiences and the sharing and collaborative information is the key to success for both bodies, is working together.
I might just add to that in that, our principle really is to say that any entity should hold us to account for recommendations that the Commission makes. And I think that principle stands to anybody who's affected by the recommendations.
Thank Thank you. My next question I might address to Ms O'Sullivan. You said in response to one of the questions that you saw the role of a peak body as potentially stopping the overlap. I think one of the other panel talked about some gaps. I'm just curious, in your own thinking about the peak body, how you saw it playing that role to potentially identify the gaps and stop the overlaps, and where you see the interface might be with DVA in terms of, I guess what I'm trying to tease out here is the responsibility around, it's a big sector, lots of players, there's no one controlling it as such, and that allows for ESOs to come and to go and for gaps to appear and for overlaps to appear. So I just wondered how you perhaps saw the ESO peak body potentially addressing that versus what DVA might do.
I think it's incredibly special that the ESO community has largely been established, 5,000 to 8,000 different organisations established because there are people who care enough about our veterans to take on that issue and do something about it. But I think then what has occurred is that they do that in their local area, and therefore someone else might be doing it somewhere else, and there hasn't previously been a mechanism for us to share that knowledge and leverage off it, as well as to track it and provide research around its efficacy. And so when questions are asked later on, we don't have anything to say, hey, we're doing this and it actually works. We just know that veterans like it and they seem to improve. We don't know for how long they improve. So I do see that there are both gaps and there is overlap, and we know that money is finite. So we want to give veterans the absolute best for the funds that are available. And I think that's where they need to be communicating with DVA, who often give grants to these smaller organisations without the capacity to know if they're spending their money wisely.
Yes, please.
If I can just add to that as well. I know at Bravery Trust we spend a lot of energy recording data and looking at that data. And, I just gave an example earlier about that 5-year downward trajectory of veterans. That data tells a story. And I would see some of the role of that peak industry body to collect data. We've had a few reports which have been snapshots in time. Aspen Medical had a report from some time ago which looked at veteran population overlaid with the services. I think we're much more mature now, and I know that work has been built on. That overlaid with the recent census data will provide a great opportunity for us to really understand the need, the unmet need, and I'd see this peak industry body playing a key part in advising ex-service organisations about how their energy and resources can be best committed to support their mission.
Okay.
Sorry, Commissioner. I mentioned before about the National Consultative Framework, where there's 6 national forums plus all the state forums. The way that I could see personally the ESO peak body is diluting that. There's no requirement to have that many consultative forums, because the ESO peak body would represent all veterans, all defence members and their families. They would have open and transparent communication, and that would rebuild the trust, because at the present moment in time, the forums that they currently have is not a fair representation of all veterans and their families. And that's why there's a lack of trust, because there is a large majority of veterans and their families who are not represented in those forums. So that would help DVA by having just that one organisation to contact.
Thank you. And just one last question, Mr. Holland. You mentioned a role in assurance of the ESO services. I just wondered, again, how you saw that working.
I think there's probably some work still to do in that space, but the way that participants organised themselves at the final forum was to categorise themselves by the types of service that they provide. And a lot of those types of service have existing standards and frameworks within their sector. So, for example, clinical services have their own service standards. I think the idea behind how a peak body could support its members with that is to get them engaged with those service standards, make sure that they are meeting their service standards in a particular sector. So I don't think it'd be a regulatory role. In fact, I'm almost certain it wouldn't, but it's more assisting them to get to the right guidelines, to get to the right support that they would need to meet those service standards.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas?
I'd like to ask a general question, but perhaps particularly of you, Mr. Olin, at the start. Do you think that the peak body could have a role in encouraging consolidation of individual bodies with shared interests so that the 5,000 to 8,000 landscape confronting the ex-digger gets a bit simpler?
I'm a bit loath to answer this question.
I focused on you because the RSL, as I'm sure you know, has some contribution to that figure of 5,000 to 8,000 because there are so many different branches. And when you have a body with so many different branches, you can get disputes internally as well. But if you can consolidate, perhaps there might be a simpler landscape.
And I think that maybe doing some of that mapping of services and understanding where the gaps are could naturally bring about some of that streamlining. And that's what we'd be hoping, that the existing ex-service organisations will become more effective. That would mean that we wouldn't have to have splintering groups or new groups created to fill those gaps. That's where the hope is, I think, for us.
So I'm thinking partly of history when the Vietnam veterans allegedly didn't feel they were being supported within the RSL, so they set up their own body. But then there became two of them. And one would think that if there were a peak body, there might be more of an inbuilt incentive for people to, at least if they're serving the same interest, work together or perhaps merge.
We'd agree pretty strongly with that. That really is the hope.
Anybody else wish to make a comment about that?
Yeah, Commissioner, I don't think you wake up in the morning and go, I'm going to start an ESO today because I could think of 1,000 other things I could be better at doing. The reason you do that, and you hinted on there, is that for whatever reason a group or a body of people feel disillusioned and they feel not supported. So they decide they're going to start the veteran basket weaving organisation. The difference is there could have already been 3 or 4 basket weaving organisations around the country. It's just that we haven't communicated that. So one would hope that by bringing the sector together, we would, and the sector within its own self would organically understand that we're doing the same thing. So there may be a collaboration of services, and you may be able to mix several of the organisations together to achieve the same thing in different locations.
Thanks. Anybody else wish to say something? Mr. Callender?
From a Bravery Trust perspective, I know as a board we look at what success is, and success for us is shutting the doors, turning the light off, having achieved our mission. So I would see the peak body playing a part in shaping what success looks like for organisations, whether they're consumed in other organisations or whether they more broadly, through legislation, through other government service, whatever it is, fix the gap that they were created to plug.
Thanks. Yes, Mr. Solomon?
Regarding your point about the Vietnam veterans creating different organisations, I do think it's key to understand that veterans of different conflicts have different experiences and different needs, and that's why the composition being representative, or the composition of entities and peak bodies being representative and turning over time to give other people opportunities to express their experiences and their ideas is absolutely essential.
Thanks. Ms. Whitehead, nothing to add? Thank you. That's my only question.
Thank you. More of a comment than a question, but I will ask you what your thoughts are. This is our final hearing block. We saw you, the ESOs, the whole sector, as being a crucial part, obviously, of the ecosystem. We're grateful for the opportunity to hear from you today. Are there any final thoughts that any of you want to add to what has been a very valuable discussion that we've had with you today? I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
We'd urge the Australian Government to comprehensively and promptly respond to the findings and recommendations of the Royal Commission.
Okay, thank you. Anybody want to add anything? Mr. Callender?
If I can just reiterate a previous point, if there is an aspect of this Royal Commission that can lead to broader Australian societal impact, I think that's something all veterans could be proud of.
Yep. Thank you. That's very significant. It's been really heartening to see how the sector has come together. I hope we've contributed to that in some very small way. But I'm much more optimistic and quite happy about the direction that the sector is taking, embracing collegiality and cooperation, collaboration, and all of that. I think things are looking quite good. I just want to thank you for your evidence today. I don't know whether Mr. Dayton has any questions. No? Okay.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your evidence today. Thank you for coming together at reasonably short notice, and thank you for all you do for the veterans. Thank you. Mr. Singleton, is there anything else you want to raise?
No further questions. However, in a case of more haste, less speed, I displayed but did not tender the documents on the tender list. I now do so. They are the consultation paper that this commission circulated, the Mates for Mates submission, the RSL submission, and the Bravery Trust submission. I tender those documents.
Thank you, Mr. Singleton. They'll be accepted on that basis and allocated the next lot of numbers.
Might the 5 witnesses be excused?
Thank you. You're excused from your summons to appear today. And again, we can't thank you enough. We wish you and the rest of the sector every success. Thank you. We'll adjourn for 1:15.
All rise. We will adjourn till 11:15. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now resumed. Please be seated.
Good morning, Ms. Rigid.
Good morning, Commissioner. May it please the Commission, our next witness is Senator Jackie Lambie. Commissioners, as a matter of housekeeping, the Commonwealth has not had an opportunity to provide their proposed redactions or make any confidentiality claims over the Senator's statement. For that reason, when I tender the statement, I will tender it on a wholly confidential basis until the Commonwealth has had that opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Rigid. Shall we take appearances?
May it please the Commission, Bradley Jones for Mr James Gaynor.
Thank you.
Please the Commission, Greg Isolani, seeking leave to appear on behalf of Senator Lambie.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Isolani, we need a microphone for you, but we'll get one shortly, I think. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I now call Senator Jackie Lambie. Senator Lambie is in the room.
Should we give leave to Mr Isolani to appear?
Apologies, Commissioner. I didn't
Should we give leave to Mr Isolani to appear? I understood him to be asking for leave to appear.
Yes, Commissioners, that's my view.
We'll give you leave to appear, Mr Isolani.
I now call Senator Jackie Lambie. Senator Lambie is in the room and can now be sworn in.
Do you, Jackie Lambie, swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you.
Senator, can you please tell the Commissioners your full name?
Jacqueline Louise Lambie.
Senator, you made a statement to the Commission signed and dated the 11th of March 2024, is that correct?
That is correct.
And your statement has two annexures, is that right?
That is correct.
And there are 21 pages to your statement, is that correct?
That is correct.
And would you like to make any corrections to your statement?
I would like to make some corrections to my statement, if I may, please.
And is that to paragraph 8H, Senator, on page 5?
That is correct. And I would like to remove the first two sentences, if I may, please.
And Senator, just for the record, they are the first two sentences of paragraph H after the words advocacy and assistance by my office, is that correct?
That is correct.
And would you like to make any other corrections?
I would like to also go down to the, it will be the fourth paragraph, where it mentions a copy of the spreadsheet containing veteran statistics for the last 2 years.
So Senator, just for the record, you're making a correction, and we won't repeat the name in the statement, where it says next to mark JL-1 is a copy of the statement of, and I won't say that name, and you're replacing that with is a copy of a spreadsheet containing statistics of the contact that you have had with veterans, and is it for a particular period?
It is for a particular period, thank you. It's a particular period of about 2 years.
Thank you, Senator. And
that being the last 2 years, up until about 2 months ago, I believe.
thank you, Senator. Are there any other corrections that you would like to make to your statement?
No, thank you.
And noting those corrections, Senator, are the contents of your statement true and correct?
They are true and correct.
Commissioners, I tender the statement of Senator Jackie Lambie, signed and dated 11th of March 2024, and the two annexures as a wholly confidential statement.
Thank you, Ms. Bridges. It will be accepted on that basis and allocated the next number.
Thank you, Commissioners. Senator, on the 5th of August 2022, you gave evidence to this Royal Commission in Hobart, Tasmania, of your lived experience as someone who had served in the Australian Defence Force in the Army for 10 years. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you gave evidence of the impact that that service and post-service had on you and your family. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And today you are giving evidence as the Senator for Tasmania. Is that right?
That is correct.
And Senator, in giving your evidence today as a Senator, I ask that you do not give any evidence that may offend parliamentary privilege.
I will do that.
And I also ask that you refrain from mentioning any names as being the procedure in this Royal Commission.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator. You were first elected to the Australian Senate in 2013 as a Senator for Tasmania, is that right?
That is correct.
And you were then re-elected in 2016?
Correct.
And then in 2019, you were again elected to the Senate for Tasmania.
That is correct.
And you are currently the chair of the Select Committee on Australia's Disaster Resilience.
That is correct.
And you give evidence in your statement at paragraph 5, which you have your statement there in front of you, and please feel free to refer to that. I'll just ask for that mobile phone to be switched off. If you give in your statement at paragraph 5 about your determination to enter the Australian Parliament, can you tell the Commissioners what your motivation was to join Parliament?
So my motivation to join Parliament was obviously to help out Tasmanians, but what I did realise when I went through my own journey, that many of my friends were going through the same thing. So I vowed to myself very early on, if I ever got a second chance in life, that the only way that I could come and help my mates and those others who were serving was to be inside the pie. Back then I wasn't sure whether, I didn't really understand Parliament, but towards the end there I certainly understood it was going to take a lot less numbers to be in the Senate than what it was the lower house, and that's where I was going to get most of the pull for veterans.
Thank you, Senator. And I'll ask you more about your role as a parliamentarian regarding defence member and veteran suicide and suicide behaviours in due course. But referring to the document that you annexed to your statement, which is a list of all the instances that you have been involved in with respect to defence-related inquiries at the Senate. To name a few of those inquiries, you've been involved as a Senator in 2005, weren't you, into the inquiry into accessibility and adequacy of the mechanisms and processes to provide support to victims of sexual and other abuse in defence?
That is correct. That was 2015. I think, did you say 2005 or 15? Sorry.
Well, I said 2014, but it might.
Oh, sorry, 14. Sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't hear.
And that was regarding DART. That
is correct.
Yes. And in 2016, you were involved in the inquiry into the mental health of ADF serving personnel. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that same year, you moved a motion in the Senate on the 1st of September 2016 for the Senate to inquire into veteran suicides. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you were then involved in the public hearings of that inquiry in November 2016 and February 2017. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in 2021, again in your role as a Senator, you participated in 3 Senate inquiries relating to defence, 2 of them related to totally and permanently incapacitated payments for veterans, and the second one on Defence Force retirement and death benefits. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the third inquiry was into Australia's involvement in Afghanistan. Is that right?
That's correct.
Would you say then that you are in a good position to give evidence today on the role that parliamentarians can or should play in making sure that the government, the Australian government, hold Defence and DVA to account for the issue of defence and veteran suicide?
I would say yes.
Before turning to that topic, Senator, is it the case that you or your office has direct contact with defence members and veterans in your role as a Senator?
Yes, we certainly do.
And is it correct that you or your office has direct contact with families, friends and carers?
Yes, we do.
And do they approach your office directly?
Yes, I will usually come to my office directly.
And how often would you say that this contact occurs?
To us, I think it's on average at least. That's 2, I'd say on average 2 a day, most days, that we will get a variety of concerns coming to our office. Sometimes it's not always the member themselves. It might be a family member or a friend. And usually about 99% of the time we can convince them to tell the veteran or the serving member to trust us and to come forward, because we actually can't go and act on their behalf until I can have a consent form done by that member.
And Commissioner, one of the annexures, one of the annexures that to your statement is a spreadsheet, as you alluded to a moment ago, and that spreadsheet outlines all the contact that your office or yourself has had with serving and ex-serving members and their families. Is that right?
That is correct. Sometimes there may be members just ringing up for just to ask a question about something. They will not be included. But if it goes any further, where they or we might be able to give them advice on the phone before they have to do a consent form. So there would be some of that not on there. Most of them will need a consent form, because usually we've got to go further for them.
And what's the consent form about?
Just a consent form is giving us authority to giving my office authority to go to the right people or the right parliamentarians and act on their behalf, because usually they're not well enough to do it themselves. Usually when a veteran comes to our office or a family member, it means that member, whether they're a member of Defence at the time or they're under Veterans Affairs, they are on their last legs. We are their last point of contact, because if we don't do something, we will probably lose them. That's where we're at. So we're like a full-on triage in my office, which that's what we do.
And are you particularly staffed for that?
Not really. I will be brutally honest here. It was not much fun when the coalition was in, and I mean this politely. It's not against any minister, but it was really difficult for them. I think that they put a brick wall up from the time I got in there. That was not helpful. I will give it to Minister Keogh. I'll pay credit where credit is due, and his office. I've been very lucky. They have given me people within the office so I can have direct contact. So we're not trying to get through the bureaucracy. And most of the time when we get to them and they look at what is going on, that they realise that this veteran or member of Defence at the time is in dire straits, they will take it into action, and things are usually cleared up fairly quickly. Worst case scenario is if there is a heap of claims going on, they will put them in the client liaison unit, or whatever it is called now, in that special unit within DVA, and move them around as quickly as possible. Most of these people that come to me have been on their books for years. They've been from one advocate to another. They've run out of money, they can't afford lawyers, and they are lost in the system, and they are on their last legs.
So would you say you're in a good position then to be able to tell the commissioners what are some of the main issues that serving and ex-serving members and their families come to you with?
Yes, I certainly am.
And what are some of those main issues?
Some of those main issues are obviously the claims times, the abuse, the physical and psychological abuse, and how it's dealt with in Defence. They're probably our biggest ones, but yeah, definitely the claims, or that or that they can't get in for mental health, so they can't get in to have mental health treatment straight away. They're waiting days or weeks to get in there, things like that.
And in the spreadsheet, you list how many of those contacts, and you given a list of the topics, if I can call it that, or issues that they present with you. In the last two years, you said it was for 2 years, is that correct?
Yep.
So in the last 2 years, and I'll just name a few here, you've had over 201 that relate to suicide or suicide behaviours, is that right?
That is correct.
You've had 434 related to claims.
That is correct.
You've had 62 on homelessness.
Yep.
And you've had 283 on access to appropriate mental health services.
That is correct.
And approval process for DVA 380. Is that right?
That is correct.
And on medical issues, you've had 361.
That is correct.
And financial 348.
That is correct.
And the last one I'll mention, and this is not all of them, mental health 333. Is that right?
That is correct.
Sorry, I will mention one more. Bastardisation while serving, 155. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Senator, why do you think you or your office is contacted rather than, say, a defence member or veteran or their family approaching Defence and DVA directly?
Because they've already gone to Defence and they've gone to DVA, and DVA's done. They're not either hearing back from DVA or DVA has done nothing, and Defence is usually ready to discharge them. So I think that, and they come to me because I'm out there and I've been a spokesman for them now for well over 10 years, and I think that trust, there's a lot of distrust in the veteran community. I've had to build that trust up over the years, and I think that is probably the biggest detriment to those who are serving or under Department of Veterans Affairs, because like I said, they're on their last legs and there's no trust left. Nobody's helped them. They've either been bastardised or DVA keeps going, no, with their claims. There's nothing wrong with you, move on with it. And so they come to us. I believe too, they talk, there's chatter out there. So, when they do know, they just go, you better go to Jackie Lambie's office. Yep. So like I said, that has been made easier slightly with the Labor Party being in there and having those open doors. It has not been helpful that we lost 2 advisors. I'll be brutally honest with you. I will say this though, and once again I'll pay credit where credit is due, that the PM was very kind to give me a junior advisor while the Royal Commission was going on. And even then we are still struggling with the amount of people that come through our door. So,
Senator, how important is it that defence members and veterans, and I'll start with Department of Veterans Affairs, DVA, how important is it that members and veterans trust DVA?
I think it's very important that they trust Department of Veterans Affairs, and reason being is that, you think when you've served your country that if you've been physically or psychologically injured, that you are going to get that help when you are removed from defence, and they're not getting that. So that is a problem. Quite frankly, if I had my way, I'd make Defence keep them until their claims are done, unless they're extremely complex. Most of those claims should be done before they leave Defence and make Defence keep paying them, and that is not making them come in morning and night to parade and putting that pressure on them. It should be put back on Defence. So if you want Defence to have responsibility, you can tell them to keep them on their goddamn manning list. They can keep them on their manning list, and that'll make Defence, that'll put it back on them to tell DVA to get moving with these claims. I don't see any other way around this.
Thank you, Senator. And how do you think, well, firstly, I'll ask you this, how would you describe the level of trust from what you're hearing, the level of trust that defence members and veterans currently have with DVA?
There is very little trust with the Department of Veterans Affairs, and hence that's why we're all out of Royal Commission. That was one of the big things, that you don't trust the department anymore. You can see your mates are being done over, your mates are taking their own lives around you. I think that says it all. So, it is a small community compared to many other militaries around the country, but they talk to each other. And they do talk to each other, and I'm very grateful, because when they're not talking to each other, that's when you know you're losing them.
What do you think DVA can do to build that trust?
I think the DVA needs to make sure that this new legislation that they're putting through, where they have one pathway, where instead of having 4 or 5 acts, and that including ComSuper out there, that they have one act that they're dealing with, because it's extremely complex. And I think, we've seen that they've obviously had a table, they've put that out there now, they've put that out there to the service organisations to have them look at how this new act, or what they believe what this new act should look like. So they've put this out to the service organisations. Problem with the service organisations, God bless them, most of them don't have lawyers. Okay, so that is a massive problem out there with those service organisations, and the National RSL just does nothing. It hasn't done anything since our Vietnam veterans returned home. So that in itself's been a real issue.
And in terms of your dealings with Defence members and veterans, how would you describe the level of trust that they have with Defence, including the Australian Defence Force?
Oh, there are plenty of people out there that have a great defence career. There's no denying that, and I would encourage people to join because the country needs you. It's just, but I just think there is some real horror stories out there. I think it's been made worse. I think it's been made worse because the way that we were dealt with in the Middle East. I mean, we nearly had 20 years there. There was a lot of sufferance come of that Middle East. There is people out there on war crimes, which has not been helpful. It has not been helpful when you senior commanders chuck you under the bus and nothing happens to them even though they are in command, and that is their lack of trust, yet won't take any responsibility for their actions during that battlefield. And that is the problem we have. That's your lack of trust.
And Senator, I'm going to ask you some questions around government accountability, but just a couple more questions on this issue of trust. DBA has given evidence to this Royal Commission on what they have done to change, but acknowledged that there is a trust deficit. Leanne Cameron, First Assistant Secretary for Policy and Programs for DBA, in her evidence on the 15th of March 2022, said DBA suffers, I think, from a trust deficit with some serving and ex-serving members. It's something we are working hard to overcome. In your role as a senator and giving evidence today, what do you think DBA could be doing to better engage with veterans and develop their trust, aside from the legislation issue, in terms of how DBA connect and relate to veterans? What do you think they could be doing better?
I certainly think instead of putting things in newspapers, since they have all our contact numbers and emails, they could be including us and giving us a lot more emails than what they do and keeping everybody involved. I think that saying, I think there's a trust deficit, I think, coming from a senior bureaucrat in DBA, I think, there is no think, there is. It's things like that, not admitting and coming out and saying, you know what, I'm at fault here. I'm one of those senior public servants sitting here, and we've taken lives over the years. And when they're trying to backtrack and sit on a fine line with that, you are never going to build trust back up. They are part of the problem, and they need to admit that. And they need to be very, very clear with veterans out there. You want to start building trust, then you put your hand up and you be honest with those veterans out there and tell them what you have done over the years that you should not have done and what led to this. So, until that starts to happen and they start taking responsibility for their actions or lack of, there is never going to be trust with the Department of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Senator. And is it your opinion that Defence play a crucial role in preventing Defence and veteran suicide and suicide behaviours?
There certainly is. Defence could do a lot more, I believe. I mean, that would take a whole day itself. But once again, let's go back to Defence being accountable for their physical and psychological injuries and making sure the majority of those claims are done before they leave, before they are either medically discharged or before they are discharged. Because I can tell you what, the worst thing is for a veteran is when they are in a situation where they cannot, their last bit of stance is they cannot no longer give financial assistance and keep their family afloat and put bread and milk on the table. Because once they get to that point, it's really, really difficult to pull them back up.
And similarly, do you think DBA play a crucial role in preventing Defence and member suicide?
I think that hopefully if they get this new act right and they listen to the people on the outside for any corrections that need to be done, and I would hope that they've come to the Royal Commission since this is out there for consultation, that they've come to the Royal Commission and at least have one of those people look at it and say, no, actually you're missing a few things out of here. That's what I would hope to see, because I would hope this act is not going to be completed before the Royal Commission is, before the recommendations come out. That's really worrying, unless they've actually come to see you in person.
Thank you, Senator. I'm now going to ask you some questions about the role of parliamentarians in holding the Australian government account for defence of veteran suicide, and some questions on the role of government in holding defence and DVA account. Do you agree that transparency is fundamental to accountability within government?
Yes, every parliamentarian should be extremely transparent.
Do you think the Australian government should be transparent with Parliament?
I think yes, I do.
And do you agree with this proposition that the government of the day, whichever party that may be at any given time, has a significant and important role in holding defence and DVA to account for defence member and veteran suicide?
Yes, I do.
And what role do you think the government plays in this respect?
Well, the government doesn't play any role in this respect because most parliamentarians will say, just go to Jackie Lambie's office. So I think for me, which is fine, because, you know, we've got the system set up, which most of the time now works. But to be honest with you, I think it's about time. If I can get a call into DVA and go straight to the person and get things fixed, why can't every other parliamentarian up there have that authority as well? Why isn't that set up for them? Why isn't it set up so they can make sure that, you know, when a veteran's got 10 claims and they've been waiting 2 or 3 years, that they cannot go in there and say, can you please look at this, pull this up on your computer because I actually believe this decision is wrong. Because I can tell you from experience, when I get that far, those decisions are wrong. So, you know, we've got a problem with it. You know, I give it to the government of the day. They are trying to put as many staff in there as possible. We have an unemployment rate that is right down. That is making it more difficult to build those numbers there. And I know that they're working through them as quickly as possible. But it also means that because they're moving them around as quickly as possible and trying to get them in there, they probably have not had that mentoring and training that they need because, like I said, they're very complex acts. I would hope that I do know that those numbers are rising and they're getting more people employed in there, but we've got to wait for those expertise to sit in, and that is not easy. And in the meantime, they're trying to learn all the acts, and now we're changing it over to one. So that is a problem. We've got old computer systems in where we've spent millions and millions of dollars on them since I've been in there. I think last count was about $780 million or something like that DVA in the last 10 years has spent on IT systems on trying to get this right, and still haven't got it. And once again, now we're going to a brand new act. So it's making sure all these people are trained efficiently, trained properly, because it only takes one delegate. Problem is with these veterans too, sometimes because they're on their last legs, they are difficult to deal with. They do get abusive because they've just had enough, and they don't deal with that very well either. I don't know why they have a problem with it, because I certainly don't. But, you know, so I just think it's making sure that they have the training that is necessary, first of all, to deal with the veterans and then deal with the claims.
So just to pick up on something that you said there, Senator, so you're saying that you don't have a problem dealing with a distressed or upset or angry defence member or veteran, and so you can't understand, well, why can't DVA deal with what you're dealing with? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think that's probably, I guess I've been in the game for a while. I'm also ex-defence, so I already have that connection. You know, we've got some really great advocates out there that are really struggling because we don't pay them near enough. Most of the time they've got to buy their own pens and pencils. I don't understand why we don't have some of them sitting in there and those helping with that last leg, that client liaison unit or whatever it's called, when they put those most difficult ones in. We don't have some of our own advocates in there actually assisting them because we talk the same lingo, right? So there's your trust. You can connect with them straight away. I don't mean this, and I don't mean to put this awful, but to veterans, they come and say, I'm not dealing with those civvies, okay? And I mean that politely, but it's just the way that we are trained in there to say that your defence, they're civilians. So that is a problem in itself. I don't understand why they've got such a resistance, and we've got some great advocates out there. What's left of them, those level 4s and those pension officers, that should not be in there helping DVA.
Thank you, Senator. And I'm just going. These questions are now about defence and thinking about the Australian government having to hold defence accountable. Do you agree that the Australian government, there is a need to hold defence accountable?
Yeah, there is a need to hold defence accountable. It's not just about accountability. It's about saying we're watching you. We're watching you. If you want change and you want culture change, you had better put everything you can on them, because otherwise it's never going to happen. It's making parliamentarians also aware that this stuff is still going on in defence. The stuff that everything's been said in the Royal Commission is still going on the inside, and it's still going on the inside of DVA. So we need to make sure that we're keeping them accountable. Parliamentarians need to keep them accountable. And I just don't see any other way of doing this apart from them being able to have those connections both in defence with the Minister and the Minister's office in DVA and defence, and being able to go to them if there's an issue, and making sure that information is being collected in a database. So if there is abuse going on, if there is abuse going on a base, you can start seeing those red spots. I can see them. I can see them from my office. I might have 4 or 5 diggers in a matter of 3 months contact me and go, okay, something's going on, whether it's in one of the regiments or whatever, but this is not good. I've just had a load of them come through the office in the last 3 or 4 months. Fine, I'll go and get my sand shoes on. I'll head up there. I'll go and meet them. So that's what I do.
So you're saying that parliamentarians, and you mentioned that Minister Matt Keogh has assisted you with this, but having parliamentarians have better access directly to, say, defence or defence leaders and DVA and people who can make decisions. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because this is how it works, right? This is how they work it. So sometimes if they can be bothered, the parliamentarian will write a letter to their minister or the opposition minister, and the minister will come back and say, no, the DVA, Defence Minister, say nothing to see here, and then the parliamentarian that originally sent that letter goes, okay, well, I'll send that letter back to the veteran. So that's just wasted more time. So it doesn't leave that parliamentarian in that electorate saying, nothing to do with me, I've sent a letter off for you, it's come back, here you go. That's how it's dealt with.
Thank you, Senator. And how do you think, specifically on the issue of defence and veteran suicide and suicide behaviours, how do you think the Australian government can hold defence to better account?
Once again, I think that they need a database going, and we need, that information. If a parliamentarian gets information or gets a phone call, that needs to be fed in. And that way we can see, you can start to see, like I said, hotspots either on bases, or you can start to see where there's issues going on within the Department of Veterans Affairs itself.
And in your view, sorry, before I ask that.
They could also get up, they could say a lot more like I do too. They could get up and do a speech. There's plenty of time to get up on that Senate floor. They can do a 2-minute or a 5-minute or a 10-minute. They can do that any time during the week. So, if they're having problems, they need to be honest, whether it's their government or not. If you want to hold them to account, they need to have the courage to stand up and speak about it if they're not getting any satisfaction out of the Minister's office.
And in your view, do you think the Minister for Defence, the Honourable Richard Marles, needs to better hold defence to account for defence and veteran suicide?
I think every defence minister I've known up there that I've advised to do that and given them advice on how they can do that, should do that. But for some reason, I don't know why, but they seem, when brass is standing in front of them, they either go all gooey or they feel intimidated, and they're just doing or believing whatever defence says. Much worse with defence side than what it is with the DVA side over that issue. But seriously, I need someone that's got some courage to be a defence minister up there, knows there's issues up there, and starts sorting it instead of worrying about submarines. That's what I need.
So, Senator, is it your view that the minister or the minister's office is not getting the information that it needs to get from Defence to hold it to account?
Oh no, it's getting the information. I've given it plenty, but they're not moving on it.
But the information from Defence, is Defence giving the government the information that it needs?
I doubt if the minister even goes and speaks to the Defence about it. So I'm not sure how that operates from there to there, but I doubt whether they're just sitting there doing this to me, and that's about it. So you know, there is a few problems, and I've been a little bit quieter through the Royal Commission, and I know the Royal Commission's just about finished, but you'll hear me back up on the floor over the next few months because there has been some issues out there, and I'll be holding them account once again. Because I actually do not see, I do see change coming from Department of Veterans Affairs. I do believe that they're trying. I do believe that Matt Keogh is doing everything that he possibly can and is picking all that up as quickly as possible. There's a lot to pick up. As for defence, I don't think so.
And on the Department of Veterans Affairs, a similar question that I asked about defence. Do you agree that the Australian government needs to hold DVA to account for defence and veteran suicide?
I think we all should be holding DVA or defence or both accountable, and that doesn't just come from the parliamentarians, that comes from the family and friends out there of those veterans, that comes from the service organisations, that comes from our peak body, the National RSL. And some people out there are not doing their job in representing us. And it comes from the public. It shouldn't take me to raise a couple of $100,000 to put ads in papers if I'm not getting my message out there through social media and other means through the service organisations and having to draw the public in, and me running a public campaign on the staffing that I've got with everything else and the people coming into my office. It should not take that.
So, Senator, if you weren't there raising the issues in Parliament, so how else is the government being held to account then?
Well, it's not really. It's not being held to account. You certainly won't have the Labor Party ripping into its own minister, and I think it's what's probably been a little bit more detrimental is I think that a lot of those parliamentarians say, well, that's your space, you know, and they don't mean that terribly, but I think it's a lot of, well, Jackie's sort of doing that, so we'll do that. We also have one of the Greens members, senators up there. He's had a massive impact. He's been helping a lot with that sort of stuff. He gets different information from different people out there in uniform than what I do. That'll be Senator Shoebridge, and I'm very grateful that he's picked up defence and DVA. I'm down one because I no longer have Senator Patrick out there. However, I do have Senator Patrick out in the sidelines, or the former senator, who helps me with a lot of work over on that defence side, especially with procurement and what is going on in that area. You know, so I'm relying heavily on those sort of people. But there isn't a lot of us up there that actually, I don't have an interest in it, but it is a difficult space to deal with because it is so large. You're dealing with procurement, you're dealing with claims, you're dealing with abuse in defence itself. It is very widespread, and this sort of thing just doesn't come overnight. And I think me having that life experience through serving and going through the Department of Veterans Affairs has probably been quite helpful for me. So I just think it's that people go in there and you can hear them in their first speeches and where they stand and where they'd like to make change and whatever else, and you don't hear a lot about the defence stuff.
Did you want to just briefly make a comment on the point of procurement? You mentioned that.
With procurement, yeah, so procurement is one good thing, I guess, because you have the primes out there. The primes decide what small businesses, what equipment they're going to take. You get some of our defence personnel who can move into those jobs, and not just officers either. We get quite a few diggers that are offered jobs within that space, which is really, really good. But it is the revolving door of ministers in defence. It is them taking advice from their secretary at all costs when those revolving doors change again. And I can tell you now, I think we've had 10 failed projects that have cost billions of dollars in the last 10 years.
Defence-related projects?
Defence-related.
Thank you, Commissioner. In your view, do you think that the government is failing in holding defence and DVA to account for veteran suicide and suicide behaviours?
I think that consecutive governments have failed for years. I think, we've certainly failed. I'll thank our Vietnam veterans who spent over 50 years fighting for all their entitlements. And I think they've finally got there, and majority of them have a gold card. But I think that they've learnt nothing, and we're doing the same. We're going over the same stuff again with my age group and those who have served in the Middle East. I really just don't think parliamentarians, they lack the understanding and the knowledge of what it's really like out there to serve and then be under a department that has been so difficult to deal with when you're physically and psychologically down.
Senator, do you think, is it your view that there is sufficient independent oversight of Defence and DVA to give you, as a senator, the assurance that you need about their performance, particularly in relation to defence and veteran suicide?
No, absolutely not.
And how could that oversight be improved, do you think?
I think that depending on what the recommendation is from the Royal Commission is that I did see quite a bit of benefit towards the end. It was very short. I think it was only went for a couple of years about having a National Commissioner and making sure that they were truly independent, but probably giving them a hell of a lot more powers than what we gave the last one. And I think with Defence will never ever change until it gets rid of the old guard. And whilst you continue to have a secretary in Defence that's been there for years, that has made mistake after mistake, not just on being in charge there with personnel, but on procurement, and you leave them in that job, we are never going to get change.
Senator, I'm going to ask you some questions now on the role of parliamentarians. You've touched on some of this, but I want to go into a little bit more detail with you about it. Do you think that parliamentarians have a responsibility to hold the government of the day to account for defence and veteran suicide and suicide behaviours?
Well, they are responsible. That's it. There is no, they are responsible. One side of them physically and psychologically damages them, and then the other side is supposed to look after them when they're finished. And neither of them are doing their job very well.
Do you agree that the government of the day is accountable to Parliament for how it conducts itself?
Yes.
In respect to
Yes,
that?
it is.
And in this way, one of the roles of the Senate is a house of review and a powerful check on the government of the day. Do you agree with that?
That's correct.
And in that respect, the Senate is a watchdog of the executive branch of government. Do you agree with that statement?
Well, yeah, that's how it's supposed to operate, yes.
And what role do you think Parliament should or could play in holding the government to account?
Well, I think that they could hold them to account by calling them out, and calling out your own people. That would be helpful, but you very rarely see that happen. And I also believe, once again, that parliamentarians at their office level should be able to call in and report what is going on to a veteran that goes to see them, whether they're serving or not, and that should go to a central database so we can see what is going on, and that the Defence Minister and the DVA can keep an eye on that so those people can be assisted.
Thank you, Senator. I'll take you to paragraph 8 of your statement. Paragraph 7, you speak about how you learnt in your position as a senator that you had a lot of responsibility, and you say, it gave me the opportunity to dig deeper into issues, not simply involving DVA, but also the Australian Defence Force. And you say to understand deeper workings of the bureaucracy and how you can influence the system. And then in paragraph 8, you give evidence about how you have done that as a parliamentarian. Can you tell the commissioners, and again, without offending parliamentary privilege, can you tell the commissioners how you have, as a parliamentarian, been able to hold the government account for defence and veteran suicide?
So for me, I go and ask questions without notice. So that's at question time. I'm not one of those parliamentarians that goes in there either and gives it to the minister and half an hour before I walk in there so they've got time to go and check out their answer. I'll just put them on the spot. I put questions on notice. We do this a lot. And from those questions on notice, we draw as much as we possibly can, and then we stack them up and we go to estimates. And then we crucify them in estimates. That's what we do. If I can see something wrong, I'll go and get the numbers and I'll work on the numbers to make sure that we've got a Senate committee so we can go in there and have a look at what is going on. I get up there and I'll tell people's life experiences, which has been very helpful, but actually I have a big social media platform out there. I think it's about 700,000 across my social media platforms. And I can tell you now that there is a heart out there for veterans in this country. That certainly hasn't been lost. And when people are hearing that and going, my goodness, she's been up there for that long, she's still going on about this and they still haven't fixed it. It really puts pressure on a government, especially when you're going into an election, and I have no problem in using that. And of course, then we can, because of what Minister Keogh has been able to do, to be able to go and do things behind closed doors, we can get them done a lot more effectively and get that veteran moving. It's all about early intervention, and if it's early you can get out before they really hit rock bottom, the better chance we have of lifting them up and maybe, just maybe, getting them back into the workplace, in the civilian workplace.
And you talk about direct action in your statement. Can you tell the commissioners, and maybe you'd like to give some examples on where you've had to take direct action and what that means?
That
is, Senator, just in paragraph H, 8H, and the second paragraph there where you talk about some direct action that you have had to take with respect to...
Oh, yes. So it's quite good most of the time, because the longer I'm up there, the more power I sort of get out there, whether I've got more people in the Senate or more senators under the network at all. But I have no problem is that I was not getting action out of Department of Veterans Affairs, especially when it comes to getting the veterans into mental health facilities. We don't have one in Tasmania. Is that I got to a point about 4 years ago where I said to one of the mental health units, and it's not the first time I've used this either, but this is usually how it goes. G'day, I've got a veteran here. Yep, sorry, can't get him in till Monday or Tuesday. Can you get him to go and see someone in Tasmania? Nope, this is what's going to happen now. I'm going to book and I'm coming over there and I'm ringing all the channels out there and I'll see you with a hoochie and both myself and the veteran will be outside. Yeah, that's okay, we can get him in today. How about that? They can't get him in until I use that threat of saying, okay, I'll just ring the media outlets. I'll see you outside, whether it's Ward 17 or any of the other wards out there, and that's how I was doing it. Mind you, once you do that 2 or 3 times, that circulates around the other wards, and I don't usually now have a problem in getting them into a ward.
Senator, should you be having to do that?
No, I should not be having to do that. It's also knowing the psychiatrists out there. And I'm very grateful. I do have some of the ex-military now who are psychiatrists as well, which has been helpful. It's a little bit funny, but it's the same with the ones that have been through a really hard time. Those veterans out there who had hit rock bottom are now up here, and now they've got their law degree. So it's nice to see them picking up the veterans' issues too. But no, it should not be me having to do that. But what I do know, and I certainly know today, is that we do not have enough beds out there for mental health when it comes to our veterans. There is not near enough, and they're not getting dealt with quick enough, and they're also up against the NDIS, which pays better. That's where a veteran is today.
So you agree it shouldn't be about who you know, the contact, that personal relationship. It should be about having the services in place, the systems in place, and the infrastructure to support that. Do you agree with that?
That is correct. I'd say, I haven't had to do it yet this year, but I think about 4 or 5 times last year where I've had to ring a psychiatrist's secretary and say, I'm really worried about this. Can you get them in? And that's without going through, who do they go through? Sorry, I can't think of the psychological group that we're supposed to use. Sometimes I have to go outside of that and actually have to ask favours. That's what I have to do. If I cannot get them into somewhere, or if I cannot get them somewhere that night. It's other than that, or it comes to a point where I've got to ring police and say, can you please go and do a police check on this veteran? There is nothing worse when I have to say to the police department and go, By the way, I just want you to know they do have weapons, because some of them do have them. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. They are not in a good way. Do you have a veteran who is a police officer? Because that would be a better connection. So that doesn't always happen, but there is times where they have had someone that served that's been able to go around and hold that veteran up. But that shouldn't come down to me.
Thank you, Senator. You've given evidence in your statement about how you attend Senate estimate hearings. I'm not going to ask you about what is said or done in those hearings, but on the issue of the expenditure on DVA's ICT, which Information Communications Technology Systems, their programs, their initiatives, DVA has been given funding by the Australian government to modernise and improve its systems. In your view, and from what you've heard from veterans, has this funding made any material difference to the lives of veterans?
No, and I think they've just given them millions in the last 6 months, yet we're going to one act. I don't understand that, and the act hasn't been ticked off yet. It's only going through a consultation process. Why are you spending money on IT systems to improve it when you are changing them?
And so is simply funding the DVA enough, or is more needed to turn things around?
It's not always about money. The problem is parliamentarians like to chuck money out there and then walk away. You've got to walk beside it. You see it happening a lot, and it's not just in the field of Veterans Affairs either. There are other portfolios out there where you just see them continually throwing out money and there's no results. And it's because nobody is watching them and nobody's checking up and nobody's walking beside that to make sure that system or the new thing that they've put in place is actually working. And if it's not working, why is it starting to go off the railway track so we can get it back on there? They don't do that. And because they don't do that, there's no pressure on them to do it because there's no punishment.
And so do you see that as an important function of government in terms of holding them to account?
Yeah, I think the trouble with the government, it doesn't matter what parliamentarians do, they're never held to account. They're never charged. They're never fined. They're just not held to account.
Who's they?
Parliamentarians.
Who are you saying isn't held account? Government isn't held
The government isn't held account. Senior public servants aren't held account. And that's the problem that you have. When you're in the military, you do something wrong, you don't get the job done, you get punished. That doesn't happen in the real world. So, well, it certainly doesn't happen in Parliament. If you're running your own business, you do something wrong, you lose money for the business, you're probably not going to have your job. That doesn't happen in Parliament. Neither does it happen with the senior public servants up there.
Thank you, Senator. On claims processing, in this Royal Commission's interim report, recommendation 2 states that DVA should eliminate the backlog of claims. While the backlog of claims appears to be going down, and I just say appears to be going down, the claims processing times remain relatively high. Do you have a view on how to improve the claims processing system?
Yeah, like I said, the unemployment rate's down low, which is making it quite difficult. And I understand that because all parliamentarians' offices are even trying to find staff, many of them to fill positions, even at the lower grade.
So when you say unemployment rate within DVAs?
No, the unemployment rate overall in Australia is down.
Right.
So that's making it even more difficult to get positions filled. And I think that's part of their problem. The other part of their problem, and they still have not learnt this, and they changed this, must have been in the early 2000s, but when we had a folder in Department of Veterans Affairs, it went to one delegate. Now some of you, depending on which claim you have, some of it might be in Western Australia, some of it might be in Queensland. It was the most stupidest system I ever seen them do. If you have a folder, it should be sitting with one delegate. And if claims are not getting up, it should go to the next. But the whole folder should be intact all the way through, not split in different directions.
And do you have a view about claims processing times?
I do have a view about claims processing times. It can be a bit, what's the word I could use? I'll just put it this way, that just because a delegate gets the folder and enters the folder into the computer doesn't mean that doesn't sit on that desk for months. Okay, puts those claims through as those claims sit there. But once again, I think the biggest problem in DVA right now is they just cannot get the staff in there quick enough and they cannot qualify them quick enough. And like I said, it takes a fair while to understand how the department works, how to deal with a veteran, how to deal with when they've got 10, 12 claims in there. So I just think it's the lack of experience. It's not helpful at the moment. And also they put it out. They obviously had a lot of consultants, the former government, going through this. They had a revolving door of delegates going through, at least with Minister Keogh. He took note of that when he came in. That was the biggest thing as he came in. He said, we need to have permanent staff in here because you cannot deal with these veterans with a revolving door of putting them on for 12 months a delegate and then bringing a new one in. Okay, that was never going to work when you're dealing with these sensitive issues. So I do know, and I do believe he's working on it, but I'm also very aware of the circumstances out there right now with the unemployment rate being right down.
Do you have a view that there should be time limits so that veterans...
Oh, yes, absolutely there should be time limits. But once again, the time limits should be done in the military and they shouldn't be able to be released until they're done. Put it back on the military and leave them on their manning list. I bet you the military will put their foot down on the on Department of Veterans Affairs then, because they'll want fit people to take that position, not somebody that's sick, that can't show up at work. They don't want that. That's not good for national security, and it is not good on looking on a commander's resume. So put it back on vet and put it back on defence and say they will have their claims done. They will have most of their claims done, at least so when they get up out of that day, that if they're sick and they can't move, that they know that they're going to get a payment the next fortnight. They're not just thrown outside the military door and said, see you later, thanks for your service.
So is your evidence that before somebody is discharged from the Australian Defence Force, their claim should be approved or dealt with before they're discharged?
That's correct. So in the late 90s, that's exactly what they did. They put DVA delegates onto bases, or they were trying to, and that's where they should be. And most of their claims, unless they're extremely complex or they're still going through, they're still waiting for a specialist report or something coming in, as many of those claims that they've put in can be ticked off before they're released.
And do you think that there should be a statutory enforcement on time limits and failure to comply with those time limits?
Yes, I do. Should there be punishment if you don't comply with those time limits? Certainly, because usually at times that punishment for the veteran is that they will take their own lives. Why shouldn't you be held accountable?
Thank you, Senator. And moving to a different topic, but still on government accountability, do you have a view on how the government can improve access to justice for veterans who may wish to apply to have a decision of the DVA or a delegate of the DVA reviewed?
I personally, if I was doing it, God bless the external service organisations out there, and they do everything they can, and we know that. But once again, they're underfunded, they're undertrained. I think it was just on 11 years ago, I thought I'd go and try one of those TIP courses. They were called back then, and for 2 days I sat in a room, so they taught me how to knock at a door and talk to a veteran. That is not effective time using them. So I think to encourage more advocacy up there, we need to pay them better. We need to make sure that there is welfare officers attached to them. So while they're doing the claims, the welfare officers, I do believe in the veteran hubs. I'm a big believer in the veterans hubs if they're done properly. And the best one to look at that I have seen is Mates for Mates in Brisbane. That was the first one that was ever put up. That is the best one. And if they follow that blueprint and make sure that they stay out of elections and not just putting these hubs as an election promise, because the veterans, there's not enough veterans in that area, and use that properly and use that veterans hub and make sure there is advocates in there. And what I'd also like to see is a trained lawyer in there as well, so they're mentored by that trained lawyer. We've got a real deficiency out there, and I feel sorry for these advocates out there they're overloaded, absolutely overloaded. They're pulling their hair out. They've usually got injuries themselves. It's not a good setup. And I would really like it. There's nothing worse when we are going, whether they're sitting in front of a welfare board before they get discharged, and they're sitting there, and you've got a digger who can't take a lawyer in there with them, and they've got 4 or 5 brass sitting in front of them. How intimidating. And then you have the other side, which is the VEA, where the government will stack their lawyers up to save a little bit of money, and yet a veteran cannot go in there and take a lawyer in. I mean, work it out. It must be even on both sides. It is so unfair, and they wonder why there's no trust. They wonder why there's no trust. For what? This. You know, to me, a life is priceless. It doesn't come down to this.
Thank you, Senator. Just on that point, do you hear veterans or serving members mention to you or complain about how DVA use big law firms, if I can call them that, to represent DVA in reviews against veterans?
Yeah, that's been a problem ever since I came into Parliament, and like I said, it is really unfair. Most of them have no money by the time they get to that point. They're financially strapped. Goodness me, just to get a specialist report can now cost anywhere between $3,500 to $5,500. What veteran has got that? So even when, even when legal representation, when we use lawyers out there, and even though that, there's some really good ones out there that keep theirs down, we still have to come up with that money to get those reports to keep it moving through DVA or our complaints or whatever else, and that's very, very difficult at times.
Do you think that impacts on a veteran's access to justice?
It does impact on it, because I tell you, there's actually many in there that you wouldn't have statistics on that have probably come through, no doubt here, that did give up and should be entitled to claims, but just said it's all too hard. It's all too hard. And some of them have been able to pick themselves back up, but there's still many that's sitting down here going, I'm never going to work, because it's the heaviness. It's like a brick or a rock's been thrown on top of you and you just can't breathe anymore.
Do you think the Australian government should be doing more to hold DVA to account for a lack of access to justice?
I think that DVA should be held account. I don't even mind whether they have they have a building in each state. And, they have advocates, but we also have a couple of trained lawyers in there. So we've got people on our side. That can assist us. But when you don't have any law training, when you are stuck sitting either while you are serving in front of the top brass and you are trying to explain why you want to stay in or whatever, you already know you're finished. They're just sitting there going through the motions. They're not giving you a fair go most of the time. I get a lot of complaints about those welfare boards. And then you come out and you've got to deal with it when you're under DVA, because you don't, diggers out there don't have a great deal of money. Legal costs these days are through the roof. Most normal Australian cannot afford to go through a court system, let alone a veteran.
Thank you, Senator.
As for me, I don't have to answer to anyone but Tasmanians and veterans. So they will judge on me and judge on my character and whatever I do, and therefore I have a lot more room to move. And when I say I'm going to do something, I will do everything I possibly can to do it, and even if I lose out the first time, I'll get back up and I'll go again and I'll keep going again until I get it. I just refuse to move, and I refuse to budge when it comes to those who have served our country. I just will not move.
So, Senator, is the pledge to hold you account?
And the pledge is making sure to me it was a pledge, but to me it was the promise I made. The pledge, you can use the pledge, but to me it was a promise, and I've always promised that when I got into Parliament I would look after Tasmanians and those who I served. I promised that, and that is the way I've been brought up. If you promise something to somebody, you must make sure that promise is delivered.
Thank you, Senator. And I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions around barriers or limitations as a parliamentarian to hold government to account. And paragraph 17 to 25 in your statement, you give evidence about some of those limitations and barriers. You speak about the final review following the review into allegations of sexual and other abuse in the ADF from 2011 to 2012. Can you tell the commissioners about that limitation and what happened, and again, without offending parliamentary privilege?
Yeah, sure. So Senator Xenophon at the time was very good to me. I'd been elected, and he made, what he did was ask before we actually did the inquiry was to wait for me to take my seat in July of that year, which I'm very grateful for. Sorry, what was your question? Sorry, what was the question?
About the barriers or the limitations. So just
Oh, yeah, so the limitations. So once the DART report was released, the volume 2, I wanted to see it. So we had to go through myself. So anybody on the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee that was involved in that had an option to go and view those. That volume 2, I believe it was only myself and Senator Xenophon. We fought for that. We got that. We went and sat down and went through those volumes. We were not allowed to speak about anything in those volumes when we come out. I was allowed to take a staff member in with me in the end just to help me out. I asked if I could take my own lawyer in there so they could explain it, because it was very early days for me. There was no way that was going to happen. And I guess because in my early days, I wasn't near effective as what I was today. I wouldn't be putting up with that rubbish today, I can tell you. But what really annoys me is this volume. This volume, the military's never even asked to look at this volume. It doesn't want to know who's been named in those 33 volumes of abuse. And they are filth. They are absolute filth. This is nothing I haven't said before. They are filth. They've never asked to look at those volumes. They never did back then. And what that showed me was they didn't want change because they didn't want to know and they didn't want to have to deal with this. And I find that so, so sad. And I believe that hardly any of those recommendations have been put into place. And that is the problem. They are sitting on a file somewhere collecting dust. And now they would be old anyway. But, you know, this is why we don't change, because the people that should be changing can't even see the files. They're not holding themselves accountable, let alone the commanders underneath them, and that's why we'll never get change.
Senator, you just on that point, you also give evidence about how some recommendations were not implemented or some recommendations did not go far enough. This Royal Commission is due to publish a final report that will have recommendations. What can you tell the commissioners to assist them in considering how this Royal Commission's recommendations are going to be implemented?
I think for the Royal Commissioners, once again, they'll need to look at a National Commissioner, preferably with more powers, but make sure that National Commissioner is not out there, that coroners out there that think that this is the problem we had last time. They thought the National Commissioner was also a coroner, and that is not the fact at all. I don't expect them to be a coroner, but I expect them to be watching that any recommendations come through from this inquiry, from the Royal Commission or any further inquiries, that those recommendations being ticked off are put into action as soon as possible, and making sure that those recommendations are actually working. That's the main thing. Because once again, I told you, parliamentarians are not very good at walking beside it and making sure that they're rolled out properly, they're not coming off the railway track, and they're actually effective and working. That's the problem that you have. It's like they start the job, but they don't seem to finish it, and I say that politely. But,
Senator, is your evidence that you can't leave it to government to implement these recommendations?
no, and I prefer it if you actually didn't leave it just to me either. I've only got so much pull up there. I'll need some backup. I'm happy. I'll be pushing it. I'll be standing up next year going for the Senate again, and I hope Tasmanians give me another 6 years. I don't expect your recommendations to take 6 years to get in. They had better not. I expect to see those recommendations put in within a couple of years, because if they are not, then the government is failing our veterans once again. But I just believe that for a couple of us like myself, like Senator Shoebridge that stands up there, that we have many other things that we've got to do. We actually need somebody that is truly independent out there, that is watching that your recommendations are put into place and that they are working.
Do you think the Australian government has a responsibility to hold Defence and DVA leaders account for what they do?
I certainly do believe that they should hold leaders account, and they're not doing that.
And what would you say would be some of the indicators or like performance indicators, like some people have in a workplace for the Chief of Defence or the Vice Chiefs, what would those indicators be that they would be doing their job well with respect to defence and veteran suicide and suicide behaviours?
Well, first of all, the reporting, they usually do the reporting on themselves at that level.
What do you mean the reporting?
The reporting. So what we usually get most people who are serving, they get a report done on them once a year, or an interim report to say how they're going, where they're failing, where they're not, where their leadership's failing, that sort of thing. Once you get up to this really high standard here, that is not done. So nobody's holding them accountable either. I just think if you are failing to do your job, and you are you are called out for it, year after year after year, and I'm not the only one calling out for it, and then I'll use a CDF for example, and then you extend his tenure, and you wonder why people in defence are getting angry, because most of them want him out, those diggers, and you go and extend him. One of the first thing you do as a new Defence Minister is you go and extend his tenure, then you haven't listened at all. You have not listened, and nor have you done your homework before you come in. So that is a problem in itself.
So those reporting, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, Senator, but they like workplace performance reviews.
Yes, that's exactly what they are, and they don't seem to be done. And it seems that, if there are double standards here. If you are a digger, they're happy to charge you and get rid of you, but if you're up this end, they go, oh, okay, nothing to see here. That's why there is no trust. There is no trust. If people are not doing their job, then get rid of them, because that's normal practice. And that's normal practice in the civilian world, and that should be normal practice no matter what rank you are in the military. If you are not doing your job, or if you're a high-paid public servant and you are not doing your job before you do any more damage, then get rid of them.
Thank you, Senator. Senator, do you think that Defence and its leadership, if I can say that, prioritises the mental health of its members?
No, I think that unfortunately, I think that the hierarchy of defence spends more time playing politics than what they do helping their own diggers, and that's really frightening. And I think they've lost that. They've seemed to become career defence politicians, and it's just not helpful. It would be nice to have that high end of defence coming out and fighting for their diggers, whether it's over pay rights, whether it's over more services that they need. The ask needs to come from the high echelon of defence, and they're not asking. They're not asking. And that's a real problem. I just think they're just so disconnected. I think they become terribly institutionalised too. So this in the politest manner, but I have some of those very high-ranking officers that come in and out of my office at times, and I feel like I'm speaking to a robot instead of a human being. And I just say that politely. And they're institutionalised for a reason. But seriously, and you know what bothers me more than anything? It's the payments that they get. I mean, the Prime Minister's only on $500,000. I've got the CDF on great super up there on over $1 million a year plus extras. And the same with the public servant. You can see from Robodebt, and yet that public servant, without mentioning any names, nothing is ever going to happen to her, even though lives were lost. No accountability, because there is no punishment. And still walking out with all their payments. There is no punishment.
And Senator, do you think there are robust governance structures and accountability mechanisms within Defence and DVA to ensure that the mental health of Defence members is prioritised? Do you think there are robust and governance structures and accountability mechanisms?
No, absolutely not. We've had inquiry after inquiry after inquiry, and now we're at a Royal Commission. So obviously not.
And so what do you think the Australian Parliament can do to hold government to account in relation to veteran suicide and support for their families?
I just think at every opportunity that they have, they need to be talking about, what is going on out there with veterans. Like I said, this is the negative side of them. A lot of them end up coming to me, which is fine, and I can get up there and tell their stories. But I think it's about time they started going to their own parliamentarians, and something was set up through their own parliamentarians just to put the pressure on them to get the job done, to make them aware and continue to make them aware, especially after the Royal Commission, what is working, or is this working, or are the recommendations working? And I think every parliamentarian has a place to play in this, and I think a lot of them do not.
Thank you, Senator. Commissioners, I note the time. I do have a few more questions, if I may seek that indulgence.
Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner. Senator, I'm going to move on to the issue about Commonwealth states and territories in terms of service delivery, and only if you have a view on this. The Royal Commission's heard evidence about how services are delivered to defence members by ADF, and then how services are delivered through the DBA system. There are some services that are offered by states and territories, and some, the majority, by the Commonwealth. Drawing on what veterans have shared with you as a senator, do you have any views on how services can be better delivered to ADF members, or serving members, if I can say, and then ex-serving members?
State Minister is just a title. They're called a Veterans Affairs Minister. They give out grants. Okay, that's all they do. And they show up and take pretty pictures. That's what they do at that level. I want to make sure that's quite clear. So no, they do not have enough involvement. I certainly don't have state ministers knocking down my door about what's going on with veterans. Okay, not even my own. So that's the level they're playing at. They're not playing down here. They're just playing at delivering some money, $5,000 here, $10,000 here. That's what they do, and they show up at ceremonial stuff and have pictures taken. That's that level. Okay, apart from maybe a couple of them in the past that have been ex-defence serving ministers who have absolutely, ex-state ministers of Veterans Affairs who have served in the past, who have got up and spoken about the issues and have really put it on their state counterparts, but also let it be known out there to their federal counterparts they're not putting it up, but we don't get that very often. We just don't. So I just don't believe that state Veterans Affairs ministers go down to this level. They're just there to give out grants, and so they've got a title, which is really, really frightening. Or they might go and fight for somebody, a big name out there that needs a medal, someone like Teddy Sheen or something like that. But that's about as far as it goes. So don't get into this stuff down here.
So is it your evidence then that state ministers and territories should have more responsibilities and accountability for the services provided?
Yeah, I'd like to hear a lot more coming out of you've got a title, you're getting paid extra for it. What I'd like to hear is just a little bit of stuff. Not talking about nice stuff on the floor, but talking about the really horrible stuff that's going on out there with veterans in your own state parliament. And they don't do that.
So in Parliament, you mentioned the state of mental health services and facilities in Tasmania. So is it the case, do you get any kind of accountability from state ministers or any information coming up the line into Parliament to tell you what's going on?
No, because the only position that they play in is giving out grants and going to ceremonial things. That's what they do, or doing openings. That's what they do at state level. That's it. There is no more.
Hospitals are funded by states, and veterans are going into state-based hospitals. Should there not then be more accountability for how that's being conducted and managed?
It should be. Some states may be better than ours. Right now, our public health system is not in a good way at all. So the veterans that I help there, I will usually get them into a mental health facility. I will usually get them into a mental health facility somewhere else in another state, which I don't particularly like doing, but in an emergency I need to do that until I can find them or get them as close as what I can. If I can't get them into Ward 17 in Melbourne, because it's also detrimental that they can't see their families. So that's a problem that we have. We have a private clinic, for example, in Tasmania, but it's a private clinic for everybody. And they like to be around their own people. So, they like to be around other veterans and that when they're suffering. I will say to some of those wards out there, and thank them just while you're mentioning that there's other mental health wards out there around the country, that they're also taking in other first responders, because usually between 20 and 30% of first responders, whether it's ambulance drivers, it's prison officers, it is policing. Usually they have been a serving member of our military. So I can see that, but is there enough of them out there? Absolutely not. And is there enough help out there? Absolutely not. And once again, they're going up against the NDIS and the payments that they're giving out, and the NDIS pays out more.
And you mentioned, I may have mentioned homelessness as one of the statistics in your spreadsheet. In terms of what you're hearing from veterans or even perhaps serving members about housing and homelessness, but particularly about homelessness, can states and territories be doing more to address homelessness for veterans?
I think they're doing, I do believe, what I see is they're doing a better job of this than what they're doing over their mental health care. What I can tell you from experience is that when my office makes a call to whatever state they're going to and mentions where they're from or whatever else, we can usually get them accommodation. We could. But because of housing and the way this country is at now even putting them in public housing or emergency housing, whoa, yeah, it's at dire straits. I used to just about to pick up the phone or someone from office, ring any state, ring up the housing minister over there and say, I've got a veteran, they're in a public housing here. I have an ice addict next to them that's playing music all night. They suffer PTSD and they go, you know what, we'll have them out of there in a week. It's really difficult because of the housing situation out there. We don't have that room to move now. There is organisations out there. They have their business cases done. They are ready to go. They are ready to build veterans housing and that sort of thing. And I do believe that, and what I'm seeing from, once again, Minister Keogh, is that he's moving on that as fast as possible to make sure that delivery is done. We also made sure when we did the last housing deal, or when Senator Tyrrell did the last housing deal, that there was 10,000 extra houses given to first responders, so to get them into the cities and housing, but also veterans. So there is money sitting there. There is money sitting there for veterans housing. So I advise those people out there in every state, if you already have your business case ticked off and you are waiting for money, and you can't get anywhere with that, then ring my damn office.
Thank you, Senator. Do you think there should be better communication between Commonwealth states and territories so that they can align around how services can be better delivered?
It depends on how I think it depends on how much you want your state people playing in the Veterans Affairs area, I guess. I do know, it depends on who the minister is federally. If they're a half-decent minister, they'll go out there and find this information out for themselves, or the department will, and they can say, hey, we have this great business case, there's 42 units to build here, everything's been ticked off, council's ticked it off, they just need the money. What I would like to see, though, is that deliverance of that money going a bit faster. It just seems to be a bit slow at this point in time, but if everything's already been ticked off, then for goodness sake, get the money to them so we can start building the houses.
Thank you, Senator. And do you consider a peak body for ESOs would provide benefits to ex-serving members?
What I think is that we have a peak body, and it's called the National RSL. And once again, it has failed to do its job for many, many years, and that's why we have all these splintered groups out there, and we have service organisations fighting over chicken feed. I think it is time for the Charity Commissioner, like I asked them to about 7 years ago, which they did, is to go through all those that say that they are a charity for veterans, if they are inactive, to get them off the books effective immediately. And anybody else that doesn't seem like they should be in that charity sector, get rid of them and reduce them. I think we need to do that because there are thousands of them out there.
And Senator, in terms of what happens after this Royal Commission, and these are my last few questions for you, in Commissioner Brown's ceremonial opening address on the 26th of November 2021, Commissioner Brown said this: "The Royal Commission has powers to put forward recommendations with a strong eye for accountability mechanisms that can ensure the recommendations are implemented and are achieving their intended goal. If the recommendations of this Royal Commission are accepted by the government, how can the Australian government ensure that the recommendations of this Royal Commission are implemented and evaluated in full by Defence, ADF and DVA?"
I just don't believe you have any other choice but to have an independent body to oversight that. Of course, I'll be there to oversight as well, but I've only got so many staff, and I think if you, you had an independent body out there, whether it's the National Commissioner or something similar to that again, I believe that would put more weight on them, so those recommendations done as quickly as possible. We don't have any more time left.
Thank you, Senator. Do you believe that Defence is ready and capable to deliver that change once this Royal Commission ends?
Absolutely not.
And do you believe that DVA is ready and capable to deliver that change once this Royal Commission ends?
I think that DVA is certainly looking at them as a lot more positive. I do believe that they are trying to move as quickly as they can to make change. I am worried about this next legislation that they're going to put in and the unintended consequences, but I do believe if we could just get those acts right so people can get their claims done quicker, that would be extremely helpful, but the consultation process needs to be done properly. And I'm not sure how it works with the Royal Commission, but you guys have gathered a lot of evidence out there, and that if they're going to do a consultation process, then you should be given that paper and you should be able to look at it and see whether or not they've missed anything during their consultation process that you believe does not look right with all the legal experts that you have. Within reason, I say that politely, to make sure that that new paper that's gone out there for consultation looks right in your eyes.
Senator, when I asked you if Defence is ready to make the change that it needs to after this Royal Commission, you said no. What insights can you offer the commissioners on what they need to know to ensure that Defence does make that change?
Because for me with Defence, I believe over the years our numbers with Defence Matters inside with accusations of abuse, welfare boards and things like that, it's not getting any better. And I do not believe it will get any better when you can't see, when you've still got a lot of those people back from that are still sitting up the top echelon there, and you go through that dart and you go through part through of the Defence Abuse Response Task Force and what they wrote, and they've never even asked to have a look at that or never did, and yet most of those people are either right at the top now or up near there. I do not have, actually I have no confidence that they're going to make any. I think to make change is simple. If you're going to make change, you have to get rid of the problems, and the problems are coming from the top. And until you have the guts to say, see you later, thanks for your service up that end, you're never going to see change. And until you see a Defence Minister that can work out, instead of offering to keep people in and keep them happy, to keep them in after 4 years, you're going to offer them 50 grand, half of that will go out in tax. But you sit there and you've got senior corporals and sergeants that have done 7 to 10 years service, offered nothing. They are now saying, stuff this, I've had enough, I'm leaving. So these ones down here, they're not getting mentored properly. You're going to have a big gap again, and they can't see this. This is a Defence Minister that's taking advice from Defence on how to do this, and we put in a brand new general, added another one to the list so they could take control of this, and this is the best option they come out with. You can't be serious. You can't be serious.
Thank you, Senator. My final question, is there anything else you would like to say to the commissioners before I hand to them for questions?
No, I don't think so. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Senator. We're going to try and be brief because of the time, obviously, but we've covered a lot of ground today, which is quite good. Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you, Senator. I just have one question. we've talked quite a bit about accountability and the need for people within Defence and DVA to be held accountable for what they do, ministers being accountable, government being accountable, the Parliament being accountable. I'm just wondering whether you have any thoughts about what more the Australian community can do.
I think it's just through parliamentarians up there telling stories, telling behaviours that are still going on whether it's under the department or DVA. They're very powerful. Like I said, I guess our diggers out there, they're not in the US. They don't have those numbers. They don't want to be let first on an airplane or anything like that. They just want to be looked after, and they are probably some of the worst to ask for help. So I just think if we can just, between parliamentarians out there, if they hear something that's going on, even if they're part of the government, then they should have the courage and respect for those who have served to get up and tell their stories. And that keeps them held accountable, especially if it's one of their own in the government. It really hurts. People like myself, like I said, Senator Shoebridge, we will continue to stand up there. We will continue to call them out. That's what we will continue to do. But that's not going to be enough.
So can I just take from what you said that in terms of the general public, if they have an issue or have heard of an issue, whatever, they should be taking it to their parliamentarian and asking their parliamentarian to speak up?
Yes, what I do know is that it hurts their votes at election time. So, I want to make sure that's quite clear, and I think they've noticed that with me as I'm getting bigger up there and more people I reach out to, it can hurt them during election time. So right now there's maybe only 3 or 4% between them, and that can make a difference. So I just think, and that's another thing for veterans, if they're not doing the right thing, then don't vote for the bloody things, because there is, between you and your families and those who have served, I've worked out there's about 1 million of us out there. Use your power, use it effectively.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas.
I only have one question too, Senator, but I'll have to sort of give you a bit of feedback or background. You were talking about the lack of money available for training advocates. There have been a couple of inquiries look at that in the past. Mr. Robert Cornwall did one, and the Productivity Commission discussed what he said and had a look at it as well and made recommendations which haven't been implemented yet. They referred to the Bureau of Pension Advocates in Canada, which provides appellate support for veterans seeking a review from their Veterans Review Boards. We've had what I think is an interesting proposal put to us by the National Legal Aid Body, that they, who have provided the lawyers who are assisting people coming before us, but what they suggest is a permanent body funded through the National Legal Aid System to provide not just pensions and entitlements-based advocacy services, but other veteran-focused legal aid, and perhaps similar to the National Disability Advocacy Program. Do you have any views about that?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Like I said, I wouldn't mind in each state is that you are bringing these advocates through, but they're actually under-trained lawyers and they're learning the job at the same time. And I believe New South Wales RSL had something going like that about 5 or 6 years ago, and I believe it was Glenn Colomitz that actually started that, or it might have been Norbert Keogh, one of them. And that was working quite effectively, and they were also taking young lawyers while they were doing their university studies and bringing them on for a couple of years, so they learnt more about veterans and their entitlements and things like that.
New South Wales Legal Aid Commission does have people who specialise in it in-house too.
Yeah. So, but something needs to be done because they've got no money. Once they get to that point, they want to fight. It's really it's against them, and that is part of the problem. I just believe if the system was working properly and the advocates were trained, that would lessen a lot of them having to go that far, but we're just not there.
Thanks.
Thank you. I've also just got one quick question, Senator. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm gathering from what you've said is that your view, which is probably shared widely, is that DVA has turned the corner. They're on the way to improving, and you're you feel somewhat positive and you feel that change is happening and it's heading in the right direction. You don't think that's the case with the ADF.
No.
What needs to change? What can this Royal Commission do in the remaining time that we exist to try and, I mean, I would hope that the Royal Commission has contributed to the DVA turning the corner. We don't have a sense that that's the case perhaps in the ADF. What would we need to do in the coming months that you think would help in that space?
I think for us it has to come from a willingness from the politicians, and when you can't even get both major parties to say, even for this Royal Commission, allow them to have the documents about defence that they need to do their inquiry, and they won't do that, your culture starts there. The only way you're going to change a culture is by getting rid of the people at the top, like I've already said, and replacing them. To us, they're like the National RSL. We call them the old guard, and it's time for the old guard to go to pasture. There's no other way to put it. I'm putting that politely properly, and it's time for my age group, us who have served and those who have had that experience in war, it is now time for them to be moving up through that higher echelon, and they're not doing that. The other thing, I want to bring this up before I finish, is ADFA. I'm terribly worried about the Australian Defence Force Academy. I have to ask, why do we have it? Because most of them are privileged kids that go there. They've had no life experience, let alone leadership. And I have a real problem with that. It should never have been done in the first place. My advice to this, if you want decent leaders in our military, is that you shut that down over the next 2 years. You shut that down. Everybody goes through Kapuka. They go through one RTB, and over the next 2 to 5 years, you will identify who your true leaders are. Sometimes you can pick them up from day one. Sometimes it takes them a couple of years to come out of their shell. They then go through RMC over a 12-month period. If you want to stop that culture, I don't see any way of doing it. But everyone starts on a level pegging. But get rid of that goddamn ADFA.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Bridget.
I have nothing arising from that, Commissioners, and unless the Commissioners have anything else, if the Senator can be released from her summons.
Mr Jones, do you have an application?
No application.
Thank you.
Thank you. In that case, if there's no other matters arising, is the witness to be excused from her summons?
Yes, please, Commissioner.
Okay. Senator, again, we just want to thank you for your evidence today and thank you for all you do for veterans. We certainly hear a great deal from people who said their last port of call was your office and they were assisted. But we're grateful for your evidence today, certainly grateful for your candour. It's been very helpful for us. Thank you. And you're excused from your summons to appear today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. I understand we'll have an adjournment now.
Yes, we'll adjourn for half an hour for lunch.
All rise. We will now, the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide will adjourn to 1:30. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now resumed. Please be seated.
Good afternoon, Ms Batten.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Commissioners, this afternoon the Commission will hear from members of the Sexual Misconduct Prevention and Response Office, which is referred to as SEMPRO. Given the nature of SEMPRO's work, I note that the evidence that will be given by the witnesses may be distressing or triggering for people who have experienced or been exposed to abuse. I mention this now for people's awareness. I also wish to say that if you find the evidence distressing, we encourage you to reach out to a counsellor who's present here at the hearing or call the Commission on 1800 329 095 or 1800 RESPECT to speak to a counsellor.
Thank you.
Commissioners, the witnesses today are Group Captain James, Head of SEMPRO, and Miss Katie Urquhart, Assistant Director Education Development at SEMPRO. I call those witnesses and ask that they be administered the affirmation, please.
Do you, Katie Urquhart, solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Do you, Fleur James, solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Ms Urquhart and Group Captain James, could I just ask you to make sure that you speak up? I'm not sure if you can move those microphones. But
They're quite mobile. If you just lift it up and move it closer to you, it'll make it easier. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Group Captain James, would you please state your full name
Fleur Louise James.
and your position?
I'm the head of the Sexual Misconduct Prevention and Response Office.
And how long have you been in that position?
I took up the position in January 2023, so 14 months.
Thank you. And Ms Urquhart, would you please state your full name
Kate Elizabeth Urquhart,
and your position?
Assistant Director, Education Development.
And that's at Sempro?
Yes, at Sempro.
And how long have you had that position?
I was promoted in this position in February 2023.
Thank you. Operator, would you please display the tender bundle list? Thank you. Commissioners, there are 41 documents on that list. I tender those documents as described on the list and the basis indicated.
Thank you. They'll be accepted on that basis then and allocated the next lot of numbers.
Thank you. The first topic I want to deal with is the reasons that Sempro was established. And in the first instance, I'll direct my questions to you, Group Captain James. So Sempro was established in response to recommendations 18 and 19 from the review into the treatment of women in the ADF Phase 2 report of 2012. That's correct?
Yes, it is.
And that review is referred to as the Broderick Review?
Yes.
I'm sorry, you're faint for me, and I'm just conscious of the transcriber and everyone else in the room. Sorry, thank you. And you assisted Miss Elizabeth Broderick, the Sex Discrimination Commissioner at the Australian Human Rights Commission, undertake that review, is that right?
Yes, I did.
So you're familiar with the findings
Yes.
in the Broderick Review. Operator, could we please display Exhibit 010104 at 0381? I can give the reference to if that assists. INQ 0000 0001 0349. Thank you. This is a copy of the Broderick Review Phase 2. We may need to zoom in, if we could please, on the principles to underpin success. The review identified 5 principles that underpin success in cultural change in the treatment of women in the ADF. Principle 5 was gender-based harassment and violence ruins lives, divides teams and damages operational effectiveness. You would agree with that principle?
Yes, I do.
Could we please turn to 0393, page 35 of the document? Thank you. And in the second last paragraph, the review states, to more fully address many of the issues raised above, the review recommends a new, more robust approach to responding to unacceptable sexual behaviours and attitudes. The new approach to be overseen by a dedicated Sexual Misconduct Prevention and Response Office, SEMPRO, is about making the system more responsive to the needs of complainants. So one of the outcomes of the review was that SEMPRO was to oversee a new, more robust approach to responding to unacceptable sexual behaviours and attitudes. That's right?
Yes.
And the approach was to more fully address the issues identified in the review.
Yes.
As we see it, the review identified 6 issues. If we could just go to the previous page of this document, please, 0329 at page 34. And in the second paragraph is the first issue, which was that some women had experienced sexual harassment, sex discrimination, and sexual abuse. That was the first issue? Sorry, you just need to speak rather than nod.
Yes, sorry.
Yes,
yep.
Okay. And this remains an issue in the ADF?
Yes, I believe so.
The second issue, which is the second sentence in that paragraph, was that the review found some ADF workplaces were highly sexualised environments which could be particularly degrading to women. This also remains an issue in the ADF?
I believe so, yes.
The third issue was that there were barriers to women reporting sexual harassment, sex discrimination, and sexual abuse. So that's just further down the page. With the paragraph beginning during the review's focus groups. The barriers identified by the review included some women believed it would have a detrimental impact on their careers. Some women feared being victimised by peers or supervisors. Some women did not trust the reporting system and did not believe their privacy or confidentiality would be upheld. And some women said they simply felt they would not be believed. Is it the case that there remain barriers to women reporting sexual harassment, sex discrimination, and sexual abuse?
I agree that there are perceived barriers to reporting.
Just perceived barriers?
There are barriers to reporting experienced not just within defence, and it's those fears that people face. So I agree that, yes, there is a barrier to reporting, or there are barriers to reporting. So.
Could we please go to page 35, 0394. This is back to the list of issues identified by the review. And the second paragraph was that the review was concerned about deficiencies in policy and defence instructions. And in the third paragraph, the review noted that while some strong policies exist to address sexual harassment, sex discrimination and sexual abuse, their implementation could be ad hoc and deficient. So that was another issue identified by the review. Mm-hmm. The Commission understands the current policies in relation to sexual misconduct are the Conflict and Resolution Manual, known as the CARM, that's right, and the Defence Respect at Work Framework.
Yes.
And there is a new sexual misconduct prevention and response strategy due in May.
Correct. It's due for approval or endorsement in May, but should be released in the June or July period.
Okay. And so they're the current policies in relation to sexual misconduct in defence?
Yes.
Okay. Could we go to the second paragraph of the document, which is the fifth issue? It's the second sentence of the second paragraph, which was inadequacies in data collection and the strategic use of the data in relation to incidents of sexual harassment, sexual discrimination and sexual abuse. So that was another issue identified by the review?
Yes.
Yes. And I'll just highlight there, the review observed an accurate picture of the extent of sexually based unacceptable behaviour cannot be ascertained. This means that offenders cannot be tracked, repeat offenders cannot be identified, outcomes cannot be measured for their appropriateness, and the level of risk to other ADF members cannot be determined and addressed. Do you agree that an accurate picture of the extent of sexually based unacceptable behaviour is essential for prevention efforts?
It's yes, it is essential for prevention efforts to understand the extent of the issue.
And the sixth and final issue is on the fourth paragraph at 0393. Thank you. Which was, the review also found that prevention and education measures designed to combat unacceptable sexual conduct do not go far enough. In many cases, they are not appropriate or effective tools to enhance healthy and respectful sexual attitudes and behaviours. Do you agree that prevention measures are essential to combat unacceptable sexual conduct?
Yes.
And do you also agree that education is essential to combat unacceptable sexual conduct.
Yes.
Then the review outlined how the new approach was to operate. So this is the final paragraph on that page. I'm sorry, it was the paragraph before, but I can just read it out unless we need to deal with it. The first aspect was that complainants were to be able to make confidential reports of sexual harassment, sex discrimination, and sexual abuse. At present, SEMPRO enables complainants to make confidential disclosures, is that right?
That's correct.
And then the second aspect of how the new approach was to work, which is the final paragraph, was a more effective prevention and education response. So the review stated, the new approach is also concerned with embedding a more effective prevention and education response grounded in sexual ethics and respectful and healthy relationships. It is about ensuring that all relevant data is accurately and consistently collected so that trends can be monitored and appropriate action put in place to respond to those trends. It is critical that the new approach is overseen by senior leadership and that there are links with external expert service providers. Only by elevating the status of sexual misconduct, harassment and abuse matters to the highest level will these issues be consistently and systematically treated with the seriousness they demand. Do you agree that the more effective prevention and education response depended on relevant data being accurately and consistently collected?
Yes.
And it also depended on the new approach being overseen by senior leadership?
Yes.
If we could turn to the next page, please, operator, which is 0394. This is recommendation 18 and then recommendation 19 is on the next page. But if we could please just stay on recommendation 18. The detail of SEMPRO's role was set out in recommendations 18 and 19. Sorry.
Yes, it was.
Yes, thank you. And the Chief of Services Committee agreed to fully implement recommendations 18 and 19.
Yes.
With that context, the Commission would just like to understand further SEMPRO's reporting structure and the resources that it has. It's apparent from recommendations 18 and 19 that the review intended SEMPRO to undertake significant functions. Could you first explain to the Commission where does SEMPRO sit within the Defence Organisation?
SEMPRO sits within Military Personnel Division within Defence People Group.
And so who do you, as the head of SEMPRO, report to?
I currently report to the head of the Military Personnel Division, which is a 2-star general.
You said currently, is there a change?
There is a change. In April, we'll be moving into the Joint Support Services Division, also under a 2-star.
Okay. And are you able to point us to where the accountabilities of the head of SEMPRO are documented?
I'm sorry, not off the top of my head, but I am accountable to the 2-star in my chain of command that then is responsible to the Chief of Personnel and to the Defence People Committee.
Okay, sorry, I probably framed that question quite badly. What we're interested in is what you have to do and what you're accountable for. Is that recorded in a document somewhere?
In my duty statement.
Duty statement?
Yes.
Okay. What levers, as in resources, does SEMPRO have to combat unacceptable sexual conduct?
So SEMPRO is a team of 16 full-time members, and we also have 5 reservist staff who man our after-hours response service. But within that team of 16, we're divided up into 4 areas, main areas. There's the client response team, so they're staffing our 24-hour, 7-day-a-week confidential support and advice line. We also have our education team responsible for the development and the delivery of education across Defence. And supporting those 2 main functions, we have both a research and evaluation team, and we have a business intelligence and communications capability as well.
And from your perspective, does SEMPRO have enough resources, both people and money, to discharge its functions?
I believe so with our current functions, yes.
Okay. On the 1st of November 2022, Defence informed the Commission that additional resources may be required in the future to support increased sexual misconduct design and delivery. I can bring that up if you need, but that's what we were told.
Yes.
Did SEMPRO require additional resources to support increased sexual misconduct education design and delivery?
There was a request made to grow the establishment of SEMPRO, and that was supported, and it has been completed as well. So SEMPRO, as I said, we're currently 16 full-time members. Prior to that, the team was quite a bit smaller, probably 4 or 5 people smaller. So we were able to grow the research and evaluation capability. We're able to grow the education development capability as well, and introduce the business intelligence function as well.
Okay, sorry. So just so I'm clear, you were 4 or 5, and now you've grown to 16. Is that right?
No, I can't tell you exactly. If I just quickly think about it, we added approximately 5 positions, so it's probably 10 to 11, and we're now 16.
So you asked for more resources. Is that what? Did you
Correct.
get what you asked for?
Yes.
Okay, and you got everything that you asked for.
Yes.
Okay. Do you, as the head of SEMPRO, sit on any enterprise level committees?
No, I do not.
Okay. And within the defence enterprise, is SEMPRO treated as the experts on sexual misconduct?
Yes, we are.
And does SEMPRO have a high profile in defence?
I believe we have a high and respected profile within defence.
And you said, I believe, is it evaluated in any way?
Not that I can say.
Okay. Yeah. So when you say you believe you have a high profile, can you explain to us what that's based on?
Anecdotally, we receive a great deal of support for the work that we do, acknowledgement of the work that we do. We are involved in a great deal of the cultural change initiatives. We're consulted in many initiatives across defence.
Operator, could we please display MHM 0001, 0001, 0001 at 0059 at paragraph 279. This is the statement of the Chief of Navy. And in the final paragraph, in the final sentence, there's a reference to Navy collaborating with the New Zealand Defence Force to progress a fleet-led trial of their sexual ethics and responsible relationship training package in a major fleet unit during Q1 of 2024. Was SEMPRO involved in this? Did Navy consult you in relation to this?
We are involved in it. In fact, it's happening next week, and we'll be attending to both support and assess the education products that are delivered, and also provide support to Navy members should the delivery of those products cause any discomfort. We do work closely with the Five Eyes nations to look at successes and other things that we can be incorporating. So we're quite happy to be collaborating with New Zealand Navy.
And in terms of affecting change across the organisation, what challenges does SEMPRO experience in implementing change across the ADF?
We have experienced some challenges in the past, just with the take-up of the education, but since the education has been made mandatory, we've really achieved some good ground in that respect. Another challenge that we have faced and we continue to address is a misunderstanding that we are a reporting organisation, which we are not. We really wanted to make it clear to people that SEMPRO is a safe organisation for members who are impacted by sexual misconduct to make that first contact and have, just talk about what has happened to them, to seek support that they may require in the knowledge that it's completely confidential and is not going to activate any form of defence response until they're ready to have that occur.
And so are they the only challenges that SEMPRO experience?
They're the main challenges that we've experienced, yes.
The Sexual Offences Response Team sought within the Joint Military Police Unit was established as a trial in 2019. Is there an interface between SORT and SEMPRO?
Yes, there is. We're aware of each other's work, and we would talk to an individual. If someone were to call SEMPRO and we've gone through the support that they require, because we always focus on the individual and what they need. If the conversation is now talking to the possibility of reporting what has occurred to them, then we'll talk to them about what the SORT is, what the SORT does. And equally, if someone is reporting to JMPU and the SORT is engaged, they will also inform them of the services of SEMPRO that are available to them.
Can I just try and get some more detail about the nature of SEMPRO's role? The Commission understands from SEMPRO's standard operating procedure that SEMPRO has two outward-facing work streams, the client response and education. Is that correct?
Yes.
There's those two streams. And then in SEMPRO's 21-22 annual report, that refers to a third stream, which is shaping defence policy to provide accessible resources that aid those impacted by sexual misconduct, their supporters and managers. That's another thing that SEMPRO does?
Yes, it is.
So are they essentially SEMPRO's three work streams, or
Yes.
are there any other work streams?
No, the other things are the internal to SEMPRO to ensure the quality of the work that we're doing. So, for example, the supporting effort of the research and evaluation team.
Operator, would you please display DEF 999900380001 at 0013, paragraph 39. This is the NTG DEF 60 response. And Defence has told the Commission longitudinal analysis has identified a shift from predominantly delivering services to people directly impacted by sexual misconduct, support clients, to those around them who are seeking advice on how to provide an impacted person with the best response possible, advice clients. The proportion of clients seeking support services after being subjected to sexual misconduct has been made up of less than half of the total number of SEMPRO clients each year since 2013-2014. The question for you is, has the increased demand from advice clients impacted SEMPRO's ability to service support clients?
No, it has not. So we have the capacity to answer both the support and advice calls, and often the advice calls we are enabling people to provide support to others. So it's part of the whole function.
And with the support clients, could you just briefly clarify exactly the nature of the support that you're providing?
Well, it depends on what the individual needs. So we offer a person-centric, trauma-informed support service. So depending if an impacted person calls SEMPRO, basically we respond to them in relation to where they're at within themselves. So they may be at very early stages in understanding what has happened to them and understanding what the options are available to them, or they may simply be calling us just to clarify what has happened to them, where it sits in the piece. So we meet them where they're at and work with them towards wherever it is they want to go, essentially.
And in relation to your previous answer about whether increased demand from advice clients has impacted SEMPRO's ability to service support clients, does SEMPRO collect any data on waiting times or unmet needs that could quantify whether or not there's been an impact? We collect data on the types of calls that we have and on the re-engagement with those individuals. So whether we engage with a person for one call, 35 calls, however many it requires. We don't have anything that would indicate any issues with wait time. We're adequately staffed to be supporting the calls as they come in. If we do miss a call, we endeavour to be back. There's a voicemail that says we will re-engage with you as quickly as possible, and normally that would be within an hour. But do you formally collect any data in relation to unmet need?
No.
An evaluation framework work for Sempro's 1800 Sempro service and the client response team response services was due to be in place by February 2023. Was collecting any data on waiting times or unmet need part of the evaluation framework?
No, I don't believe it was.
And I note that you say I don't believe, but I'm assuming that it wasn't. Do you know why it wasn't?
I don't think we've established our evaluation framework to any level of maturity that could address that. But in terms of wait times, it's not something that we have experienced any level of... No, I'm sorry, I don't have a clear answer on that one for you.
With the support clients, are support clients provided written advice about their options in relation to reporting a complaint?
Yes, they are. So again, as I said, we respond to them where they need. So when we're at that stage where we may be talking about options for reporting, submitting a complaint, reporting it, perhaps investigating, we'll follow through on those conversations with tailored written advice regarding that. So it's just to recount the conversation and the information provided to them in a written form.
Okay. So does that mean that there's not a standardised piece of advice, it's particular to each individual?
That's correct. It's all tailored to the individual.
Okay. And so are support clients provided information, written advice about the possible outcomes that might be available?
Yes.
And so is that to all support clients or...?
No, we're only providing the information that they're up to. What we don't want to be doing, because we want to ensure that we're providing a trauma-informed and person-centric service, we want to ensure that we're just having the conversation with where they're at. We don't want to front-load them or preload them with information about things in the future if they're not ready to be receiving that information. So when we get to that part, that's when we'll start talking about those possibilities.
And so who's making the assessment about where they're at?
The client response. So the client response team, as I think I've mentioned, is social workers and psychologists. So they're appreciating where the client is at and what is appropriate to be providing them with.
And is the information about what options are available in terms of reporting and what the possible outcomes are, is that available on the internet or somewhere else for them?
Yes, it is as well. So one of the things we might also, rather than just writing it down in a list or whatever, is we might refer them to what we call our interactive framework. And it's basically a framework of all of the systems and policies in defence that relate to sexual misconduct and the complaints process, the reporting process and everything like that. So it's quite user-friendly in that there's options to click on and those options will cover off on whether it's an impacted person or a commander and manager dealing with an incident or how do I prevent it in the workplace. And they click on it and it steps them through all of the various policies and options available to them so that they can, it's informative in that respect.
And so just to be clear, that interactive framework also includes the outcomes
yes.
that are possible if they choose to make a complaint.
Yes, it does step through the Joint Military Policing Unit process as well. So as I said, if they choose to make a report, they click on that, it will then show what happens through the reporting process. And
What happens if somebody makes contact with Sempro and they don't come back? Is that effectively a lost opportunity to tell them about their complaints process and possible outcomes?
What we do with each call is we offer the individual the opportunity for either us to follow up with them or for them to call us back. But we applying the trauma-informed principals, we want to ensure that they have a choice as to what happens next. So we do engage with them and offer, would you like us to give you a call back at some time? And we organise some time that is convenient to them when they want us to call them, or they may choose to say, no, I'll give you a call back. We leave them with that decision. So if they've chosen to call us back but don't, that's their choice. And that's what's really important about the trauma-informed model.
But in that circumstance, they may not have been provided with information about the complaints process.
That's correct, yes.
Can I ask you some questions about the experience of unacceptable behaviour since the Broderick Review? 10 years after the Broderick Review, in 2022, Defence published the review, Women in the Australian Defence Force 10 Years in Review. Are you familiar with that review?
Yes, I am.
Operator, would you please display DEF 116700060939 at 1007? In the first sentence, it says, experiences of unacceptable behaviour have remained consistent and consistently higher for women than men since 2013. Over the same period, men's experiences of unacceptable behaviour has declined. Over the last decade, women have consistently experienced a less safe work environment than men. It has been SEMPRO's experience that women have consistently experienced a less safe work environment than men.
Yes.
And the review also observed, in line with other defence data, this is on page 1008, the third paragraph. In line with other defence data, it is clear that women disproportionately experience and report sexual misconduct. This aligns with national data and trends. It has also been SEMPRO's experience that women disproportionately experience and report sexual misconduct?
Yeah, that's correct.
On that page, the 10 years in review observed the national trends. So in the fourth paragraph in the third line, thank you, if we just do the whole paragraph, thank you. The majority of sexual assaults occur for women aged 18 to 29, which the review observed had significantly increased from 2013 to 2021. In the fourth paragraph, second last sentence, over a third of sexual assaults were recorded as family and domestic violence related. And in the final sentence, sexual assaults mostly occurred at residential locations. In the next paragraph, the review stated, knowledge of national trends and risks can inform ADF responses, given that the risk factors that cluster for ADF women, age bracket, living at work, family and domestic violence. Do you agree that the ADF training and working environments can result in a higher level of risk that women may experience sexual misconduct compared to civilian universities and workplaces?
No, I don't.
Why do you say that?
I believe that women in defence don't experience any greater risk of sexual misconduct than the Australian community. And I'm sorry, could you ask the question again, please?
Yeah, sure. So the question was, looking at those trends and the statement of the review that knowledge trends can inform ADF responses, given that the risk factors cluster for ADF women. The question was, do you agree that ADF training and working environments can result in a higher level of risk that women may experience sexual misconduct compared to civilian universities and workplaces?
I believe that Defence has put quite an extensive range of protective factors in place, and that the training institutions to which we're referring have a very conscious endeavour to prevent incidents of sexual misconduct in those types of areas.
So you don't accept that those cluster of risk factors can result in a higher level of risk for women in the ADF compared to civilian universities and workplaces?
Not compared to civilian universities
and workplaces.
and workplaces.
Operator, would you please pull up the Defence Respect at Work framework, DEF 1356 0001 0796 at 0801, paragraph 1.8. The framework states sexual harassment is more prevalent in some workplaces than others, such as male-dominated industries, industries that involve a high level of contact with customers or clients, industries that are characterised by hierarchical workplaces, including law enforcement, defence organisations, and the medical and legal professions. Do you accept that sexual harassment is more prevalent in defence than some other workplaces?
Yes.
Operator, would you please display DEF 1343 0001 0002 at 0025? This is the draft sexual misconduct prevention and response strategy. Familiar with that strategy?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. The strategy includes SEMPRO support client data for 2013 to 2023, then includes a graph of recent versus historical incidents. That's a graph at the bottom of the page. And then if we could go to the next page, please. And the first paragraph. Thank you. The strategy states, the increase in the non-disclosure of the incident timeframe in the last 2 financial years and recent incidents in financial years 2021 to 2022 are assessed as being in line with the increase in assaults and domestic violence incidents being reported in the Australian community due to the pressures of COVID isolation and restrictions. The data could also suggest that people are less likely to disclose the timeframe when there has been a recent incident. This correlates with the increase in the number of SEMPRO clients seeking support in FY 2021 to 2022. Why is the increase in the number of workplace sexual misconduct incidents in defence compared to sexual assault and domestic violence incidents in the civilian community?
I'm sorry, could you ask that again?
The question is, looking at that paragraph, they're comparing what's happening in defence with civilian communities, and we're just trying to understand why is the increase in the number of workplace sexual misconducts in defence compared to sexual assault and domestic violence incidents in the civilian community?
And we're talking about the time frame in relation to the COVID incidents, and so the paragraph in front of me there, what we found, and I might ask Katie to give me some assistance with this one, was that this also corresponded with the national conversation on sexual misconduct. So people were becoming more aware of what sexual misconduct or sexual harassment, sexual assault is within the community, and in line with that, so was defence. So we saw that sort of correlation of increase in reporting, Australian community and in defence.
Sorry, just to clarify, people were becoming more aware of what sexual misconduct, sexual assault and sexual offences were in 2021 to 2022?
Yes, subsequent to the national conversation.
Did you want to add anything to that, Ms. Evans?
Yeah, the other thing I'd like to point out is with defence, it is sexual misconduct within defence can be related to domestic violence incidents within the family because of the work-life balance compared to other workplaces, which is why that correlation may be pulled.
Do you know whether other workplaces experienced an increase in sexual misconduct during COVID?
No, don't know.
And do you agree that that would be a more relevant and appropriate comparison?
Yes, I agree.
Are you concerned that victims are less likely to disclose shortly after sexual misconduct has occurred?
Yes, we would love for victims to be seeking the support that they require as soon as possible after an event, and that will encourage a greater chance of getting that support and a better recovery process.
And can you tell the Commission what you've done to try and encourage that early disclosure?
The education process that we go through and letting people in defence know that there is an organisation there to support them, and educating people to both the support and the options available to them. So I think that's very important, and I think I've lost my track. If you could just repeat that.
So what we're talking about is people disclosing early, so not being a long delay between the incident and the disclosure. And your evidence was that you would love people to disclose earlier, and I was just trying to understand that SEMPRO's position. What has SEMPRO tried to do to encourage people to disclose earlier, closer in time to the incident?
I think it's the education piece that informs people that there is an option available to them to report, and just being aware that that defence doesn't tolerate the behaviours, and that defence will do something if we know that the behaviours are occurring, and by reporting it, that's how we know that they're occurring.
You mentioned quite a few things there, and I just want to make sure that I'm clear with what you're saying. So with the education piece, from what you're saying, I understand you're referring to education in relation to the fact that SEMPRO exists and is a service?
Yes, all of the SEMPRO education, of course, informs people that SEMPRO exists and what service we provide, whilst also discussing the behaviours and the expectations of people in defence.
So is it both educating about the existence of SEMPRO and then educating about what unacceptable behaviour is?
Yes.
Prelims, yep. And then you also referred to reporting, and I just wanted to clarify what you meant by that, because as I understand it, there's no reporting to SEMPRO.
That is correct. But if people are talking to SEMPRO about what has occurred to them, that does not result in a report. So yes, I understand what I've done there. So we do want people to seek support as early as possible, because that's the first step on a path to recovery. SEMPRO supports people who choose to report. The organisation doesn't know what is occurring unless someone submits a complaint or report, because SEMPRO's engagement is completely confidential.
And so, sorry, just so that I'm on the right page, with the education, are you talking about the foundation of knowledge? That's the education you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. I will come back to the education. I just wanted to make sure I was clear on what you're referring to. Can I briefly ask you about a different topic, which is knowledge of and importance of the issues that the Royal Commission is examining on? SEMPRO has been in existence since July 2013, so over a decade.
Yes.
And SEMPRO is aware that sexually based unacceptable behaviour can have a negative impact on people's mental health and wellbeing.
Yes.
And SEMPRO is also aware that that negative impact can extend to suicidality and in some cases suicide.
Yes.
Do you agree that Defence should have a zero tolerance policy on sexually based unacceptable behaviour?
Yes.
And does Defence have such a policy in writing?
I can't cite the document, so I'm going to have to say I don't know.
Do you know, Ms. Urquhart?
No, sorry, I'm not sure.
Is that policy, a zero tolerance policy, is that something that would sit within SEMPRO's remit? I'm just still trying to understand SEMPRO's role. Is that a SEMPRO responsibility, or is that a different part of Defence's responsibility?
We have statements that indicate that Defence does not tolerate sexual misconduct in any form, which I would believe or I do believe implies, a zero tolerance policy, and that is stated in CALM Chapter 9, which is within SEMPRO's remit.
So a policy on zero tolerance, that is something within that SEMPRO has responsibility for?
Yes.
You mentioned before that SEMPRO's education role. I'd like to turn to that and understand the nature of the role. The first question is, does SEMPRO consider that there is a clear definition of what constitutes a sexual offence in ADF policies?
I'll defer to Katie on the education piece, please.
So SEMPRO and the Defence have a policy on what a sexual offence is as a whole. However, our jurisdictional law applies to all our members as well as ACT law. So it's very hard to narrow down a single definition when every law is individually based.
Okay. So from what you just said, I understood you to say that Defence does have a single definition of sexual offence?
It has a policy definition, however, law applies at the end of the day.
Okay. And so where do we find the policy definition?
Within CALM Chapter 9.
Okay. I might just display that, and operator, if we could please display this in private mode where, so that it doesn't cause distress. It's DEF 109600011136 at 1152. And at the bottom of the page at A7, there is a definition of sexual offence. Mm-hmm. Is that the definition that you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. When we look at the CALM 3, which we can also have brought up, that has a different definition of sexual offence?
We do not own CALM 3. SEMPRO own CALM 9, and that is the sexual misconduct response policy.
Okay. Who owns CALM 3?
Complaints and resolutions.
Okay. I can bring that up if you need me to, but if I say that there's a different definition in that policy, would you accept that Defence doesn't have a clear definition of what constitutes a sexual offence?
Defence does have that clear policy in CALM 9, and now that it's been brought to our attention, we'll be addressing the deficiency in CALM 3.
Okay. And just for completeness, there's also a statement on sexual misconduct in the ADF, which is DVS 001200100762. And sorry, I might also get this brought up in private mode. Which appears to have the same definition as the CALM 9, but is also, again, different from CALM 3. So I take it that you were not aware that there were different definitions of sexual offence in different policies?
No.
But to the extent that you are aware and accept that there are different definitions, you'll work to have one clear, consistent definition.
Definitely.
Very much so.
Okay. Ms. Urquhart, I understood that you referred to different offences being different in different jurisdictions. What does that mean for the policy in terms of clarifying exactly what a sexual offence is? From your perspective, does the policy have enough clarity as to what sexual offence is?
So, as I said, every jurisdiction has their own law which applies. The Defence Force Discipline Act, DFDA, applies ACT law as Commonwealth law. Through an education piece, our Consent Matters course, which was released earlier this year, actually breaks down jurisdictional law in a clickable jurisdictional map that everyone can participate in order to find out both their jurisdictional law, the ACT law, and DFDA policy in order to help with the confusion. We do have a very wide workforce that is across every jurisdiction of Australia, so we need to make sure we include everyone.
And so to the extent that it's not spelled out in the policy, an individual needs to go to the relevant state or territory legislation. Is that what you're saying?
It is the best way to keep it up to date because then every jurisdiction is current.
The CALM includes a detailed description of what constitutes intimate image abuse and stalking, even though their technicalities differ between jurisdictions. So what's the difficulty with including a detailed description of sexual offences?
They're prosecuted under jurisdictional law where the DFDA can apply a defence policy.
Okay. So because of the prosecution, it's not possible to have a detailed description of what a sexual offence is in the policy?
I believe that's the limitation there, yes.
Can I ask you some questions about the training? SEMPRO previously delivered the Healthy Relationships and Sexual Ethics program, which was an interactive program.
Yes.
That's right. And would you agree that that program included clear illustrative definitions of what constitutes rape and sexual assault, which were described as sexual violence?
Healthy Relationships and Sexual Ethics was individually delivered by the services, so every service was able to tailor it to their own unique environment and also to their own unique state. So each one was individually written, so it's hard to say which had a more definition to it.
Okay. I might bring up the facilitator's guide, and if we could please bring this up in private mode. This is DEF 1079-001-0043 at 0098. If we could please bring that up in private mode. So this is the facilitator's guide. You can see there that there's a fairly detailed definition, illustrative definition of what constitutes rape.
Yes.
And also you can see that there's a fairly detailed definition of what constitutes sexual assault.
Yes.
The Healthy Relationship and Sexual Ethics program and the General Awareness program have been replaced by the mandatory online Foundation of Knowledge and Application of Knowledge e-learning courses. Is that correct?
Yes, they're not all e-learning. We do deliver face-to-face in ab initio training establishments.
Okay. So that the ab initio training is face-to-face for Foundation of Knowledge?
Yes.
And do they also receive the application of knowledge, or that's once they've left the
The application of knowledge is once they've left training.
Okay. So there's face-to-face for Foundation of Knowledge in training, but otherwise they're all e-learning?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Operator, could you please display DEF 1079-0001-0043 at 0048? This is the facilitator's guide for the 3-hour Foundation Healthy Relationships and Sexual Ethics program. And in the second last paragraph, it states, the Healthy Relationship and Sexual Ethics Education program is designed to be taught in an education session of no less than 2 hours. If offered in a shorter time, again, this will prevent the use of participatory exercise, which are vital to generating change in attitudes and behaviours. Does the Foundation of Knowledge course involve a participatory exercise?
The Foundations of Knowledge course singularly does not. However, the combination of the Foundations of Knowledge and the Application of Knowledge modules allows for the application of the learning throughout.
But does it involve, I understood that guide for the Foundation Healthy Relationship, when it says participatory exercise, that's referring to face-to-face participation?
In this instance, yes, but the Healthy Relationships and Sexual Ethics course was only delivered in ab initio, not to the entirety of defence.
And so, just to be clear, the Foundation of Knowledge, does that have a face-to-face participatory exercise?
It is not participatory, no.
Okay. And is there a reason that it's not participatory?
The continuum of education that the Foundations of Knowledge and the application of knowledge comes from is designed to meet the learner throughout their career. So just to backtrack a little bit, the Foundation of Knowledge course is a baseline education piece. It explains what sexual misconduct is, what our expectations of people's behaviour are, and also where to access help. It is a very baseline course that is designed to meet the learner as they enter defence within their first year of service. It is then built on throughout the course of the continuum of education, including through the application of knowledge modules, which includes participatory exercises.
Thank you. Operator, could you please display in private mode DEF 1079-001-4152 at 4158? These are the Foundation of Knowledge screenshots. And if we could highlight the second one, that's sexual offences. That's the guidance that's given in relation to sexual offences. Does the Foundation of Knowledge course include any other guidance on what constitutes a sexual offence beyond the definition of sexual offence in the screenshot?
Not in the Foundation of Knowledge, no.
Do you agree that the previous course guidance, that is the Healthy Relationship and Sexual Ethics program, included much clearer information on the types of acts and behaviour that constitute a sexual offence, particularly rape and sexual assault?
Based on the guide you showed, yes. However, I believe that guide is an Air Force training establishment guide only. SEMPRO did not have oversight of every delivery.
Okay, so just to clarify that, each service designed their own course, is that what you're saying?
It was handed to the services for delivery, yes, so they modified as they wished.
Okay, and SEMPRO had no oversight of that?
We did not have oversight, which is why the continuum of education was designed.
Do you know why SEMPRO didn't have oversight?
I'm not sure, sorry, that's before my time in the defence.
Okay. Has SEMPRO sought to get oversight?
We do now through the continuum of education, yes.
Okay, so is this screenshot of the guidance, that's not current, is it?
Yes, it is current.
Okay.
We did not have oversight of healthy relationships and sexual ethics, no, which is what you were asking.
Okay, I understand. So what I was asking you is that former training seems to have a lot more detail and description of what constitutes rape and sexual assault and sexual offence than what you get now in terms of description of what's a sexual offence.
I believe that if the package was delivered through the version you've shown us on the screen, then yes. However, SEMPRO had no oversight and every service modified and delivered in their own unique way. Not all of them were 2 hours. So I cannot promise that everything had the amount of detail you're asking me about.
I understand. So just so I'm really clear, when you're saying the oversight, you're talking about the previous model?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Operator, would you please display DEF 1343-0001-0002 at 0006? This is the draft sexual misconduct prevention and response strategy. And the final paragraph refers to a range of cultural and systemic factors that contribute to the prevalence of sexual misconduct in the workplace. And the final sentence is, other factors that contribute to incidents of sexual misconduct in defence include a lack of understanding about what constitutes sexual misconduct. What mechanism does defence use to determine whether the education provided by SEMPRO improves participants' understanding of sexual misconduct?
So throughout the education packages, we do have built-in learning. So with the Foundation of Knowledge course we're talking about, we do have a pre and post-course knowledge check, for lack of a better term. It shows us that people are learning throughout the course and applying those along the way. The evaluation framework is still underway, and that will help build the understanding throughout the continuum of education and evaluation of it.
Okay, so the evaluation framework's still in development?
Yes, it is. It's currently being tested.
What expert advice that is external to Defence did Defence seek to inform the course content and the evaluation framework?
SEMPRO liaised with many partners, including the AHRC and their reports that are out there. We used our history of 10 years worth of research behind us, and we ensured that we're continuing best practice along the way.
And in terms of the evaluation, will that be conducted internally or externally?
Initially, it will be internal, and that's a framework that is currently being designed. As you'll be aware, that SEMPRO, Defence in General, and SEMPRO is subject to frequent reviews by various organisations. For example, in the past, the Defence Force Ombudsman has conducted a review, one of which did actually recommend a review of the Healthy Relationships and Sexual Ethics package that did result in the recommendation for the continuum that we now provide. IGADF have own motion inquiries, those sorts of things. So we expect that there will be a review of our education packages in the future as well.
Operator, would you please display DEF 999900380001 at 0026? This is NTG DEF 60. And if we could please bring up paragraph 93. Perhaps I can just ask it without taking you to it. Defence informed the Commission that the evaluation of these models will occur over a 5-year period, commencing at the end of 2023. Is that the plan?
Yes.
Okay. So has the evaluation started?
So we do have the framework that is undergoing testing at the moment, and one of the things that is being tested is the SEMPRO consent matters piece. So the first module of the application of knowledge.
Operator, would you please display DEF 104700024509 at 4576? This is the systems approach to defence learning. Are you familiar with the systems approach to defence learning?
Yes, I am.
Defence outlined the definition of evaluation, which is in that first box. If we could just highlight that, please. Does the evaluation framework for the foundations of knowledge and the applications of knowledge module comply with the systems approach to defence learning?
Yes, it will when it's completed.
Okay. And when it's completed, under which levels of the Kirkpatrick model will the modules be evaluated?
We're already working through level 1 and 2, and level 3 and 4 are being fleshed out.
Okay. So when the evaluation model is completed, it will do all 4 levels?
It should,
right?
yes.
Is there any reason you only say it should?
Because it's still in implementation and it's still in draft form, so it's still being created.
Okay.
I cannot speak to the future, unfortunately.
Can I ask about the data that you get to inform the education programs? Does SEMPRO receive data from JMPU on complaints of sexual misconduct?
Yes, we do.
And do you use that to inform your education programs?
Yes, we do use it.
And how do you use it?
We ensure that our education programs are fit for purpose and ensuring that it's addressing the needs of the organisation at the time. For example, at the moment, we're developing a technology piece for an application of knowledge because there has been a spike in technology-related offences.
And aside from JMPU, does SEMPRO receive data from any other parts of Defence on complaints of sexual misconduct?
We receive data through the Workplace Behaviour Survey as well.
So do you use that data to inform your education programs?
Within the same limitations, yes.
Does SEMPRO have an accurate picture of the extent and nature of sexually based unacceptable behaviour in defence?
Sexual misconduct is greatly underreported, so it's hard to capture a full picture.
Okay, but my understanding is that Defence doesn't have a comprehensive data set of incidents of sexually based unacceptable behaviour or people who have not reported an incident but who've experienced it.
That's correct. We don't have a clear data set.
So do you accept that you don't have an accurate picture of the extent and nature of sexually based unacceptable behaviour in defence?
Yes, I do accept that, and reiterating that sexual misconduct is underreported. So I don't believe it's something that we will ever be able to have an absolute data set on.
But as I understand it, you don't have any consolidated data set at all at the minute.
No, we don't. But there are challenges towards the consolidation of the various data sets that we do have, which I'm happy to explore further if you require.
I think we'll come to them in due course. The question for now is, how can the education programs effectively address sexual misconduct if SEMPRO does not have an accurate picture of the extent and nature of sexually based unacceptable behaviour in defence?
The education is presented to everyone in defence, so not just uniformed personnel, the public servants and contractors as well. I think the baseline level of understanding of expected behaviours conveyed across all members of defence is relevant regardless of the extent of the issue in defence. So we're educating everyone in an effort to reduce incidences. One incident is too many, and therefore we would act on, we would continue our prevention measures through education.
But as I understand it, the education at the moment is trying to do a baseline, but it sounds like that you don't have the data to be able to do targeted initiatives that are particularly relevant for the sexually based unacceptable behaviour in defence.
No, we don't.
Can I ask you some questions about the workshops? SEMPRO delivers 2 workshops for ADF members and leaders who are likely to receive a disclosure of sexual misconduct and or who are responsible for managing incidents. That's the Sexual Misconduct Incident Response and Wellbeing Workshop. That's the first one.
Yes.
And the second one is the Sexual Misconduct Incident Management Workshop. Beyond commanders and managers reading the CALM, are the workshops the most effective way to educate commanders and managers about how to provide a trauma-informed response to sexual misconduct?
We try to educate commanders and managers in a number of ways. So not only through our incident management workshop or our incident response workshop, we also provide a commanders and managers fact sheet, and our client response team and mental health professionals provide one-on-one assistance to commanders and managers for dealing with an incident.
So they have a fact sheet, and then they have the response when they ring the service.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And other than that, in terms of preventative measures, are the workshops the most effective way that SEMPRO has to educate commanders and managers?
At this stage, yes.
Operator, would you please display in private mode DEF 9999-0167-0001 at 0003. This is NTG DEF 259. There are 2 tables that I'd like to take you to. The first one is table 1.1 at the bottom of that page. And these are the percentage of personnel with responsibility who are current in the workshops by rank and service. The first table is in relation to incident response and wellbeing workshop. And then the second table, I don't know if we can please try and display both tables at the same time. Oh, thank you. The second table is incident management workshop. Do you agree that these percentages are incredibly low?
They are incredibly low. However, in order to provide the detail in the notice to give, SEMPRO had to assess what we're considering a person by rank who would have responsibility. For the incident response and wellbeing workshop, it is anyone that will be receiving a disclosure of sexual misconduct along the way. So while the number is low, that is counting everyone within the ADF that is corporal or above, because anyone in that role could receive that. However, we're addressing that through the peer response to a disclosure application of knowledge module that's coming out, which will be defence-wide understanding of a similar concept.
Sorry, can you just explain that a bit further? So the numbers are low because they're the proportion of everybody who could get a report?
Yeah, of anybody in defence, corporal or above, where not everyone in defence would have a management position that would have done the course.
Okay. And then could you just explain about the peer disclosure?
So we're releasing a peer response to a disclosure module shortly, which will allow every single member of ADF, APS and contractors to work through that incident response and wellbeing trauma-informed principles of application.
Okay. And so who are the peers?
Anyone in defence could receive a disclosure. We know statistically that people tell a friend or a colleague first before they tell a manager.
Okay. But so the peers are not the same necessarily as commanders or managers? No. And they have different responsibilities to commanders and managers? Okay. Can we go to the SEMPRO annual report, which is 2021-2022 at DVS 001200010636. Sorry, I should have said, operator, would you please display that document at 0658. The SEMPRO annual report reports workshop attendances as a percentage of the entire ADF workshop.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
I'll bring it up so it's a bit more straightforward, sorry. Perhaps I'll say the number again because I didn't do that very well. DVS 0012-0001-0636 at 0658. So this is the SEMPRO annual report, 21 to 22. And I'll just wait before it comes up on the screen because this includes figures of workshop attendance. So we've just been to the NTG response and then I just want to show you what's in the annual report. Thank you. So there was the SEMPRO annual report reports workshop attendance as a percentage of the entire ADF workforce. So for the sexual misconduct incident response and wellbeing workshop, 952 personnel proficient as at 30 June 2022, 1% of defence personnel, and sexual misconduct incident management workshop, 950 personnel proficient as at 30 June 2022, 1% of defence personnel. Not all ADF members are required to attend the workshops?
No, they are not.
Okay. Would you agree that presenting the data as a percentage of personnel is therefore not meaningful?
I guess so.
Why does the annual report only report workshop attendance as a percentage of the entire ADF workforce rather than the figures provided to the Royal Commission under notice?
I'm not sure. I was not part of that, sorry.
Okay. Are you involved in the SEMPRO annual reporting?
I was on mat leave in 2021-22, so I did not collate this one. I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's a great reason not to be involved. What efforts, if any, have been made to understand why attendance rates are so low?
SEMPRO Education is working with the services to ensure that our workshops are reaching the audience that they need to reach. We are on numerous promotions courses and we're continuing to operate through the services in order to effectively reach our audience. Sempro in the next financial year are also rolling out rotating workshops, so you don't have to be a member of a promotions course in order to attend, and we will be presenting them monthly that people can attend if they wish. Currently, the remit is not accessible at this stage.
Okay. So is participation in the workshops mandatory?
No.
Not at all?
No.
Okay. And so in terms of trying to increase attendance at the workshops, you're trying to make them more accessible?
Both accessibility is an issue, but also when working with our services in order to get them into the courses that they're required at.
Why isn't attendance at the workshops mandatory for members of a certain rank?
Until 2023, no Sempro education was mandatory in defence.
And do you know why it's not mandatory to attend the workshops now?
Because not everyone would be a commander or a manager that would be required to do that.
Sorry, I'll reframe the question. Why isn't it mandatory for commanders or managers?
That is not a question I can answer, unfortunately. As Sempro, I think all commanders and managers could take something from the workshop. However, it's up to the service to deliver their requirement for it to be on courses for us to deliver it to their people.
So Sempro doesn't have the power to dictate what is compulsory to the services, is that right?
For those 2 workshops, yes.
Okay.
If I might just add, so this is something that we would bring up with the Defence People Committee for the services to adopt into their various training continuums as well. So the professional military education and training continuum. So some of the services have incorporated our workshops into their courses. So for an example is the Air Force Commanders Seminar. Our incident management workshop is part of the Commanders Seminar, so everyone going into a command in Air Force does participate. We've got a similar uptake in Navy and different courses and the relevance to their professional military education training continuums. And we're still working with the services to demonstrate what is on offer and what is available and what can be incorporated. We're also considering tailoring some of our workshop modules. So, for example, with Army, they do a great deal of preparation for things like incident management, and to add a component to their training, which that specifically relates to sexual misconduct and the differences in dealing with an incident of sexual misconduct versus other incidents, would just require probably about a 20-minute addition to the training that they're already receiving. So we're investigating the opportunities to ensure that commanders and managers and other people are educated as to their the best ways to approach these incidences, and essentially the equivalent of the workshop.
Okay. I just want to understand Sempro's influence and how you go about investigating how these can be incorporated. You mentioned DPC, so is that your avenue? You speak to DPC, or do you speak to the services directly?
Via the DPC, the services each have a representative on the Defence People Committee. So it's the Deputy Chiefs of Service.
Okay, but so are you part of the Defence People Committee?
No, I present, my representative on the Defence People Committee is currently the head of military personnel, soon to be the head of, and soon will be the head of the Joint Support Services division. And they, so we propose and they present these papers to the DPC for decision.
So you have to propose it to the, I've forgotten that person's title, sorry, you propose it to them and they have to agree to take it forward?
Yes.
And do they always agree to take it forward, whatever issue you're raising? Or does it depend on
those issues such as that, yes. Yep.
Okay. And then they put it at the committee and then it's up to how do you get it implemented? Is it up to the services then to make the decision about whether they implement it?
So it's agreed at the Defence People Committee level. The services agree to support the initiatives.
And then they're rolled out at a service
yes.
level? Okay. So how is it that it's not consistent at the service level at the moment, that these workshops are required to be attended by all commanders and managers?
Because it hasn't been agreed that those workshops are mandatory, so they're an option available that is provided by SEMPRO, that the services have make their own decisions as to what the training requirements are of their personnel.
Okay. Does that mean SEMPRO has put it forward as something that's optional?
Yes, when we presented the education continuum, the mandatory aspects were the foundation of knowledge and the application of knowledge modules.
Is SEMPRO's preference that these workshops are mandatory?
We would like to see a greater take-up of the workshops, but as Katie has indicated, the incident response and wellbeing workshop, a great deal of the information conveyed in those workshops will be incorporated into the peer response module. In terms of the incident management workshop, a greater take-up at the appropriate level in the defence, training continuum is definitely something we'd be aiming for from SEMPRO.
Okay. Just to be clear though, are you expecting commanders and managers to do the peer support module?
Yes, because it's mandatory across defence.
Okay, so everyone will do that, and that will include the content, similar content from the workshops?
From the incident response and wellbeing workshop. So I'll get Katie to elaborate further, but the response aspect, this is about when someone discloses to an individual and ensuring that the first time that they've talked to someone goes well, that people understand how to respond to a disclosure of sexual misconduct, observing the trauma-informed processes. So, that everyone doing that ensures even commanders and managers understand that first disclosure. However, a disclosure to a commander or manager does equate to a report, and so they need the understanding of how to manage the incident.
And you may have already mentioned this, sorry if I missed it, but when will the peer support model be compulsory?
So the peer response to a disclosure module is in its final completion of build at the moment and will be released within the next 2 months. It is mandatory to be completed. One application of knowledge as a whole is 1 per year for 4 years. So people may complete it from 2 months now or up to 4 years from now. It's up to them to choose which module they'd like to do first.
Okay, but so it may be the case for a number of defence personnel, they don't do it for 4 years.
Potentially.
With these figures about the percentage of people attending the workshops, are these figures regularly reported to the Chiefs of Service Defence People Group or the Chief of Personnel?
No.
Is there any reason for that?
We're still in early days of offering those, and we have indicated that we are working with the services to encourage further uptake, and I would present it if I felt that we were getting significant pushback, but we're not receiving that at the moment. We're just still working with the services to figure out where it both best fits within their individual PMET continuums.
Can you just clarify what you mean by significant pushback? Because
if we were approaching them and essentially we weren't getting any response to our endeavours, so for example, for a very short period of time, we weren't appearing on the curriculum of one of the courses that we'd previously appeared on. So we approached them and said, you seem to have missed us and your curriculum. It was brought to their attention. They immediately reincorporated us into the curriculum. So sometimes an error will occur, which leads to the omission of a SEMPRO product. But we monitor that and we have addressed it. An example of pushback would be if they said, no, we don't want you anymore.
Okay, but isn't the low attendance rate effectively pushback that people aren't attending?
As I said, accessibility in the past has been an issue. The Incident Response and Wellbeing and Incident Management Workshop have only been in place since 2021. So we are still in early days of getting it out to the entire organisation.
Do you agree that it's better for managers and commanders to be well educated so they can provide a proactive trauma-informed response when someone discloses sexual misconduct, rather than calling SEMPRO for advice after a disclosure has been made?
As an educator, I always believe in education. However, I do believe the service 1800 SEMPRO provides is critical as well to ensure it's individually based recommendation as well.
I understand that. It was more so that commanders and managers are armed with the information when they get the disclosure, rather than having the disclosure and potentially not being armed with the information and responding and then needing to call SEMPRO after it.
Yes, we understand that the first response is critical to the person's next steps towards recovery or whether they access any help services. So that is why the peer response to disclosure module is so important for the application of knowledge, because we want everyone to be empowered, including our commanders and managers.
But given what you've just said, why isn't the commander and manager workshop mandatory? Isn't that equally essential?
I don't have an answer for that, sorry.
Do you agree that the high proportion of SEMPRO advice clients is related to the low numbers of managers and commanders who attend these workshops?
I don't believe they're directly correlated.
What has the evaluation of the workshop found in terms of their effectiveness?
At this stage, the evaluation of the workshop is still working through the framework, as we've explained. However, through anecdotal conversation and also feedback we receive about how useful the conversation is throughout the facilitated workshops and how helpful people find them, I can assure you that the messaging that people are receiving throughout it is very important and that it's actually being used. I often get emails.
And given that there's low attendance rates, how reliable do you consider the evaluation results to be?
Well, as I said, they're anecdotal at this point, so they're volunteered evaluation at this stage to me. However, the evaluation framework will address it further.
Can I ask you some questions about the CALM 9? That's the chapter dedicated to sexual misconduct?
Yes, it is.
And that's the chapter that SEMPRO is responsible for?
Yes.
Okay. Within the CALM, is it right that CALM 9 is likely to be the first port of call for commanders and managers when they receive a report of sexual misconduct?
Yes.
So if they get a report, that's the part of the CALM that they'd go to?
Yes, CALM 9.
Okay. There does not appear to be a clear and simple direction in CALM 9 that all commanders and managers receiving a report of sexual misconduct should contact JMPU in the first instance to determine whether the incident may be an offence.
I'm sorry, you're stating that there doesn't seem to be a clear direction?
Yeah.
JMPU is not the only point of call, so they can also call 1800 SEMPRO advice. The impacted person may wish to go through civilian police. It does not have to be through JMPU.
Sorry, I'll be a bit clearer. In terms of working out what's been disclosed, whether or not it's an offence, there doesn't seem to be, to the Commission in the CALM 9, a clear direction that the first thing a commander or a manager should do is contact the JMPU to establish whether or not what's been disclosed is an offence.
CALM 9 is about responding to an incident, and SEMPRO's stance is that the first point should be the safety of the impacted person, and so that should always be the first point of call for the commander or manager. However, we do recommend in all our training, on our website and in our interactive framework to call JMPU for clarification if it's required.
But how does a commanding officer know whether it's required? Isn't that the question, whether what's being disclosed to them is an offence?
I think if what's being disclosed can often be defined sexual harassment, sexual harassment, sexual discrimination. Then if there is doubt as to, if we are talking in the sexual offence side of things, then we'll contact JMPU for clarification. But there are, there are clear lines that would indicate complaints that don't fall into the realm of sexual offences. So there's not a requirement to call JMPU for every single report of sexual misconduct. But if it's not clear if it's a sexual offence, then contact JMPU for clarification.
Okay, so you're working on the basis that commanders and managers would have a clear understanding of what constitutes sexual harassment, sexual misconduct, and sexual offences.
I believe the foundation of knowledge training is very clear on that.
Okay, but I think as we've established, there's no evaluation as yet as to whether the foundation of knowledge actually results in people having a clear understanding of what those matters are.
The check questions along the way do address part of that, the understanding of what what constitutes sexual harassment, sexual discrimination, sexual offence, and other related offences. So that is quite clear in the foundation of knowledge, and it is one of the check questions along the way.
Okay. I might just take you to the two relevant parts of the CALM 9. Operator, if you could please display DEF 1096001136. Sorry, at 1142, beg your pardon. So in paragraph 5, the CALM 9 states, commanders and managers who receive a report about sexual misconduct will need to assess whether an incident is possibly a criminal offence, a sexual harassment incident, or sex discrimination based on the complainant's description, or by contacting JMPU for advice if there is uncertainty. And in paragraph...
Sorry, Ms Batten, could we just blow that up a bit for...
I'm sorry, I beg your pardon, Commissioner Caldas.
Thank you.
So I just read the first sentence of that, and I'll just leave it up there to give you a chance to read it. And then perhaps if we could also bring up at the same time the next paragraph, which is paragraph 6. In most cases, it is inappropriate to commence a fact-finding process to determine the nature of a sexual misconduct allegation without discussing that step with JMP first. So these paragraphs don't direct a commander or a manager to contact the JMPU in the first instance to establish whether or not it is an offence.
I object to that question. Paragraph 5 suggests somewhat the opposite. It's an option that someone can do if unsure.
Do you want to respond to that?
Yes. My question was, these paragraphs don't direct you to establish if it's an offence. What the paragraph says is to contact JMPU for advice if there's uncertainty. I don't think that's the same as saying in all instances contact JMPU to establish if it's an offence. I can rephrase the question.
Yes, that might help.
Thank you. This paragraph does not direct a commander or a manager to contact the JMPU in all circumstances?
That's correct.
Yeah. It only says to contact JMPU for advice if there's an uncertainty.
That is correct. But as I previously stated, it is quite clear the difference between sexual harassment, sexual discrimination, and a sexual offence. So if a commander or manager is able to identify that what has been disclosed to them or reported to them is sexual discrimination or sexual harassment, there's no requirement to contact JMPU. If they're unsure, however, contact JMPU and get it clarified.
Okay. So just to be clear, you're confident that all commanders and managers would be very clear as to what constitutes sexual harassment, sexual discrimination, and a sexual offence.
It's very clear in the Foundation of Knowledge education, and if they are unsure, they can contact JMPU. They don't have to contact JMPU with every complaint that is raised to them regarding sexual misconduct.
The question was a slightly different one. I understand what you say about the Foundation of Knowledge. My question was about your confidence that all commanders and managers would be clear about what constitutes sexual harassment, sexual discrimination and sexual offence. They would have those divisions clear.
We cannot speak for all managers, and that's why the second option to call JMPU for clarification is always available.
So you don't know whether there is clarity amongst defence, amongst the commanders and managers.
It's just taking us very far. I mean, it's pretty obvious they couldn't know that.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. I'll move on. Can you clarify for us why there's no direction in the CALM to consult JMPU in all instances?
JMPU look after criminal offences and sexual offences. Sexual harassment and sexual misconduct is managed at a unit level. So if the commander or manager is aware that it is at that level, there is no reason for JMPU to be contacted.
Are you concerned that the low rates of attendance at sexual misconduct response and management workshops and the no clear and simple direction to contact JMPU in the first instance results in a lack of clarity for commanders and managers?
I object to that because my learned friend has asked a number of questions that have elicited responses about the basic level of training and what is learned. And in those circumstances, that question is not fair.
I withdraw it. I'll ask a different question.
All right, but how far are we getting with this anyway?
Well, Your Honour, Commissioner, we're just concerned to understand the level of knowledge and understanding amongst commanders and managers because they are the front line of making these decisions.
I understand that, but we know that they've been told at a basic level and that these people at least think that they understand on the whole the differences between sexual discrimination, sexual harassment and sexual assault. A lot of people do know that.
Yes, Commissioner, I'll move on. Thank you. May I turn to the topic of the IGADF inquiry? Operator, would you please display DEF 1024-0001 4997 at 5010? Before I ask the questions, are you familiar with the IGADF own initiative inquiry implementation of military justice arrangements for dealing with sexual misconduct in the Australian Defence Force?
Yes.
Thank you. The IGADF inquiry made 2 recommendations in relation to the prevention and behavioural change. They were recommendation 6 towards the bottom of the page. Sexual misconduct management must provide for a greater focus on perpetrators and prevention. Defence data and research capability is well able to assist with this task. And recommendation 7, prevention should include a focus on behaviour change programs which are appropriately developed and targeted for perpetrators and based on defence research. You're familiar with those recommendations? Operator, would you please display DEF 999900700001 at 0031? This is Defence Response NTG DEF 121. And this is in response to recommendation 6 of the IGADF inquiry. Defence has stated recommendations 6 and 7 will be combined. Sexual misconduct management in defence provide for a greater focus on developing targeted prevention and behaviour change programs. And then it goes on to state the recommendations seek to address prevention, i.e. action taken before perpetration and the perpetrator. Both recommendations relate to focusing defence action on programs to enhance understanding and action on prevention and perpetrators. Consolidation into a simple implementation task avoids duplication and confusion. So this is how Defence decided to implement the IGADF recommendations. Is that right?
Yes.
Operator, would you please display DEF 9999-0162-0001 at 0016? This is the NTG DEF 213A consolidated response. And if we could go to page 0016. Thank you. And if we could blow up, please, paragraphs 48 and 49. The Commission asked Defence for information on programs targeted at perpetrators or potential perpetrators, and Defence stated that Defence does not provide and is not developing programs specifically targeted at perpetrators or potential perpetrators of sexual misconduct, i.e. individuals who've had an incident of sexual misconduct substantiated against them or who were involved in an investigation involving such conduct against them. In the event of alleged or substantiated sexual misconduct, individuals are referred back to the Foundation of Knowledge training. And if we could also please just blow up paragraph 47. Defence clarified that the Foundation of Knowledge course is not specifically aimed at perpetrators. So my question for you is, despite the IGADF inquiry recommending that prevention include a focus on behaviour change programs and Defence's response stating that sexual misconduct management will include a greater focus on targeted behaviour change programs, no action has occurred and none is planned.
I object to that. Well, learned friend stopped reading at the comma in that last sentence. There's a word in there specifically, and what this sentence sets out is what is being done across all of Defence to educate people, which I assume includes perpetrators.
I can reframe the question. So
Okay.
The Foundation of Knowledge course is not specifically aimed at perpetrators. Could you confirm to the Commission what action is taken in relation to prevention?
Sorry, can you reframe that question as well,
Sorry,
please?
it was a long question. So what we're trying to understand is that whether Defence is developing programs specifically targeted at perpetrators or potential perpetrators?
I'm sorry, there's two concepts in that question. A perpetrator is someone who's been reported on, found to have done something. A potential perpetrator is arguably any person undertaking the training. And so if one's instituting a training package designed to educate people about what is and what is not acceptable and appropriate, then by definition that has to capture what's being asked.
I can reframe it just to deal with perpetrators.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you clarify, is Defence developing any programs specifically targeted at perpetrators?
No, we are not. However, the education is the same. The values base is the same. They need to be redirected to that same education and provided with I guess, guidance and mentorship about the appropriate behaviours, and that is a command responsibility.
And can you explain how the education will include greater focus on targeted behaviour change programs?
I'm sorry, could you ask the question again?
Sure. Defence's response stated that sexual misconduct management will include a greater focus on targeted behaviour change programs, And I just wanted to understand what that greater focus is. What does that mean? Like, can you explain to us what the substance of that is, please?
No, I'm sorry, I can't answer that question.
So just to clarify, for people who have been found to commit an offence, is there anything specific in terms of education that Defence does in relation to those individuals?
Joint Military Policing Unit may be able to speak to that, but SEMPRO cannot.
And I think we're going to have to define offence. There is a range of potentials in these questions.
I can understand that. I would imagine that somebody who's been found guilty of the offence of rape might no longer be in the military to be further educated.
I understand that, Commissioner, and I understand the answer about the JMPU. In the response given at NTG DEF 213A, the answer was, in the event of an alleged or substantiated sexual misconduct, individuals are referred back to the Foundation of Knowledge training. Is that your understanding of what currently occurs?
That is what we recommend occurs, and when we, for example, when we present the incident management training, we refer commanders to revisit the Foundation of Knowledge to, again, as I said, to re-baseline the values that are and behaviours that are expected of members of the Defence Force.
Okay. And I think, as we've established, that course is not specifically aimed at perpetrators?
No.
No, it isn't.
Okay. And so by referring them back to the course that they've already taken, what is the intended effect of them redoing the course?
There are other, so a person found to have committed an act of sexual misconduct will be subject to some other disciplinary measure, administrative or DFDA. So there is a punishment element already in place, and there's a re-education element.
Sorry, so just to be clear, that punishment element or re-education element, that's separate to the work that SEMPRO does, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, understand. I'm going to turn to a new topic, which is SEMPRO's prevention role.
Ms. Batten, it might be, we're going to have a break after 2 hours for the purposes of the transcription, people. Is this a convenient time before you turn to a new topic?
Yes, it is, Commissioner, thank you.
Okay, it's just we can't go much longer than 2 hours.
That's certainly fine.
Okay, thank you. We'll just adjourn for 15 minutes. Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide will adjourn to 3:35. Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now resumed. Please be seated.
Ms Batten, I owe you an apology. I thought we had started at past, and I was concerned about the time for the, but we had started later, so you were right.
No apology needed at all. Thank you, Commissioner Caldas. I did just want to note again, though, that this evidence is dealing with the nature of SEMPRO's work, which may be distressing or triggering for people who have experienced or been exposed to abuse. I just wanted to mention that again after the break for people's awareness, and also to highlight, if you find the evidence distressing, we encourage you to reach out to a counsellor here present at the hearing, or call the Commission on 1800 329 095 or 1800 RESPECT to speak with a counsellor. Commissioners, just before I go on, I asked some questions earlier about CALM 3 and CALM 9. We've just been advised that there's an updated version of CALM 3, and that doesn't have a definition of sexual offence, and it refers the reader to the definitions of in CALM 9. So I just wanted to put that on the transcript so that that's clear. May I turn to the topic of SEMPRO's prevention role? And if I could ask the operator to please display DEF 99990162 0001 at 0016. This is NTG DEF 213. And if we could go, I'm sorry, I've given you the wrong page number. We need to go to paragraph 32, please. Thank you. The Commission asked SEMPRO about activities undertaken in the last 5 years that aim to prevent sexual misconduct, and SEMPRO listed 5 activities. There's one on the next page. The SEMPRO Continuum of Education, the SEMPRO Client Response Team, development of the SEMPRO Interactive Framework, the Sexual Misconduct Risk Assessment Trial, and there's also a reference to Defence's initiatives outlined in Defence's response to NTG DEF 60. I just want to clarify, are they SEMPRO's prevention activities? Is that the totality of the activities?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Operator, would you please display DEF 99990162, same document at 0013. Thank you. And at paragraph 37, Defence listed SEMPRO Clients Response Team as a prevention activity and gave the following example. CRT will recommend that all staff in the team or unit view the SEMPRO Foundation of Knowledge Found OK training, and that this is followed by a group discussion facilitated by command to address the unacceptable behaviour. Sorry, and I should have given you some context. This is after advising commanders and managers about generic approaches to take, where sexual misconduct is alleged to have occurred and where the impacted person has decided not to consent to an investigation. So in this example of the CRT recommending that all staff view the SEMPRO Foundation of Knowledge course, that course is already mandatory. Can you just clarify why you're recommending that the course be undertaken again?
So this is in the event that commanders or managers become aware of an incident of sexual misconduct within their unit, for which, as you read, the impacted person is elected not to proceed with any form of fact-finding or investigation or any other proceedings. So the commander is put in a position of, well, what can I now do? How do I address this if I don't have the permission of the impacted person? So the advice that we provide is to re-baseline everyone's understanding of the acceptable behaviours within the unit. It may sound limiting, but we have to refer back to that person-centric, trauma-informed approach. If the individual doesn't want more to occur, then that is what we respect.
I definitely understand about the trauma-informed approach and understanding doing what the complainant wishes to do. I think we're just trying to understand why you're directing them back. Why are you directing the unit back to a course that they've already completed?
It's an opportunity to reopen that conversation about the expected behaviours, because if everyone's already completed it but we're aware that something has occurred, then someone, because we don't necessarily know who the alleged perpetrator is, then someone is not acting in accordance with the expected behaviours of defence personnel.
I'd also like to point out the remainder of the sentence is it's followed by a group discussion facilitated by command. It's not just reviewing the training by itself.
And does a commander receive any training on how to facilitate the discussion?
That would be a one-on-one conversation with the commander and client response based on their individual needs.
However, commanders do also have access to other personnel within the units who might be the best person placed for facilitating the conversation. So it's the command responsibility to ensure that that occurs. They don't have to personally deliver it themselves.
Okay, but whoever's delivering it, do they get some guidance on the content of what to deliver?
Yes, they can get that guidance from 1800 SEMPRO, from the client response team, or they may be, through their own professional education or experience, be skilled that they don't require that additional guidance.
Okay.
We have some very, very excellent people in defence.
Okay. But the 1800 people will be able to guide them on what to, the content and what's appropriate in that discussion after there's been an incident.
Yes, they could, and they could also refer them to, for example, our education team for some advice as well.
Are there any other interventions available to ADF leaders?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure. So this is in a circumstances where they've received a disclosure and somebody doesn't want to take it further, and in the response to the notice, we've got recommending that the unit take the course again and there be a discussion. What I'm trying to understand is there anything else? Are there any other interventions available to the command leader?
These are the SEMPRO recommended interventions, and I can't speak to anything beyond that.
Do you agree that most people contact SEMPRO's client response team after sexual misconduct has occurred?
I agree that most do. However, we do have advice clients who are calling to learn, to discuss preventative measures. But yes, the majority are after an event has occurred.
And do you agree that the CALM Chapter 9 is focused on responding to sexual misconduct after it's occurred?
Yes.
Is it therefore accurate to classify SEMPRO's client response team and the content of CALM Chapter 9 as prevention activities?
Yes, it is. They do still form a preventative activity as well. So their primary responsibility, yes, is response. It does fall within the response aspect of prevention and response, but we can't discount the value that they add with what we call like a soft education approach.
Operator, would you please display 999900380001 at 0020? Paragraph 64, please. Sorry, it's the next page and the last sentence of paragraph 64. Thank you. This notice states proactive messaging about Sempro's role, Defence's internal and external reporting options, sexual misconduct policy and processes, and sexual misconduct education is now able to be a key focus for Sempro in support of Defence's prevention efforts. And I can take you to the other document, but also a response from Defence says Sempro's new dedicated health promotions function will provide improved focus on proactive strategies communication. My question is it right that there's no additional prevention activities being undertaken beyond promoting existing education and reporting options?
No, the list that was up prior did also discuss the interactive framework and the sexual misconduct risk assessment trial. They are other preventative activities.
Okay. But in terms of the, okay, I'll leave that. Is it fair to say that the Foundation of Knowledge course, which we understand is a 20-minute online module, is the only enterprise-wide activity Defence uses for all Defence staff to prevent sexual misconduct?
No, the Foundation of Knowledge course, which was released in 2023, has 85,000 completions last year. And the Application of Knowledge course that was released earlier this year, which is Defence-wide, has already had 34,000 completions along the way, along with the 3 other Application of Knowledge modules still to be released.
Sorry, my question is about Defence-wide prevention, and I'm trying to understand, is that Foundation of Knowledge course, is that the only enterprise-wide activity Defence uses to prevent sexual misconduct?
The education continuum is the Defence-wide. So as Katie said, it's not just the Foundation of Knowledge. There's the 4 Application of Knowledge modules that follow that as well. So they are mandatory for all members of Defence, so over 100,000 people. The expectation also with that is that whilst you're baselining the understanding of each individual, that people as they hold levels of responsibility and command, that they're applying their responsibilities for the ensuring the appropriate culture and behaviour within their respective units. But that is baselined against the Foundation of Knowledge.
So is it right that those education programs, they're the prevention activities for all of Defence?
Yes.
Okay. And is it just those education activities that are for all of Defence?
Yes.
Operator, would you please display the Sempro annual report again, which is DVS 0012-001-0636 at 0662. And could you highlight the final paragraph, please? We understand this paragraph is in relation to the risk assessment trial. Is that right? Yeah. So the paragraph says, pending final ethics approval, Sempro will trial using site-specific assessments to design actions, interventions and changes to prevent sexual misconduct. With ethics approval, the trial will use the knowledge of personnel in location to understand the unique risks, protective factors and opportunities for change that could reduce the potential for sexual misconduct taking place using the socio-ecological model of crime protection. Can you clarify for the Commission what types of actions, interventions or opportunities for change to prevent sexual misconduct have been identified in the trial sites to date?
Yes, so I'll just describe the sexual misconduct risk assessment trial because that doesn't really tell you a great deal. So what we're doing with that trial is we're visiting 4 different Defence sites. We've visited 2 thus far. The 3rd site we are in, we have commenced the data gathering, and then the fourth site will occur in the future. So what we do is we conduct. This risk assessment trial is being conducted by our research and evaluation team, and they conduct a series of interviews with subject matter experts. And these are people on the base that may have been involved by the nature of their duties and responsibilities in implementing protective measures or response measures. So they have experience about what is going on at that defence site. So we talk with them and gather data. We also visit the site, and we have a couple of purposes to doing that. One is to actually conduct focus groups with volunteers on those bases to understand their experiences on the base. And these are people that work and potentially live on the base as well. And so we are gathering information from those volunteers regarding, where they feel safe on the base, where they feel that there might be an element of risk, and just getting it at that ground level of what issues may need addressing or what they believe is being done well. We also do a physical walk around of the base, and we, understand the facilities that may provide a really great protective factor, or facilities where people feel that there could be something done to make them feel safer. We then analyse all of that information and data that the team has accrued, or they do. Sorry, they're the experts. So they go through an analysis process, and then they work with the leadership on the base to look at potential recommendations about what could be done to make people feel safer, but also acknowledging the protective factors that are already in place that appear to be working well and have been acknowledged by the people that are at that base. Those recommendations we put to them, and if there's anything that they could be changing, we sort of work with them to endeavour to implement those recommendations. Equally, that data gathering, when, as I said, if we identify protective factors that seem to be working well, we'll be looking at where they can be implemented in other defence sites to enhance the safety of our people across a range of defence sites. So, as I said, at the moment we are 2 sites in. They've received their recommendations. The 3rd site we're about to conduct the visit in April, and the 4th site we haven't commenced yet.
So can you just give us some examples of actions, interventions or opportunities for change you've identified from the 2 sites that you've done so far?
Yes, so during the course of one of the site visits, it was identified that a planned redevelopment of the site did not, had originally intended to create ablution facilities, so our showers and toilets, that were completely private, so floor-to-ceiling dividers, individual drainage systems and extraction systems and the like. So people get complete privacy when they're doing their ablutions. It was identified that there had been a decision to change that plan and to go to normal cubicles that we've experienced in the past and to segregate via gender. We proposed that that wasn't a real future-proof sort of solution, and recommended that they revert to the floor-to-ceiling arrangements. And that's for a number of reasons, not just the gender basis and the risks of sexual misconduct, but we're also trying to acknowledge cultural diversity and inclusion issues as well. So we re-educated some people in that thought process that if we just keep the males and females apart, that reduces the risk of sexual misconduct. And whilst it does serve to do that, we know sexual misconduct also does occur, male to male, for example. So providing that complete privacy and safe ablution facility was a recommendation, and that has been pursued.
Are there any other key opportunities that have been identified, opportunities for change?
Another one that we've seen is that we're aware that alcohol is a risk factor, And on one of the sites, they identified to us a social hub that did not involve alcohol, because on many of our bases, you've got the gym, that's a alcohol-free zone, but we've got the messes, the facilities there, that generally involves social consumption of alcohol. And there were people that identified that they really enjoyed what was offered at this social hub, which wasn't alcohol-based, because it was it presented a safe environment for them. So we have encouraged that sort of facility continue, and it will be a recommendation in the future.
Can I turn to the topic of SEMPRO's research role and ask the operator to display DEF 999900380001 at 0017. This is the NTG DEF 60 response dated 1 November 2022. And if we could please blow up paragraph 54. Thank you. Defence has provided the following information regarding SEMPRO's role in sexual misconduct research. SEMPRO's staffing increased by 20% in 2022, taking the team from 12 to 15 daytime staff. These additional personnel and reallocation of tasks within SEMPRO has increased the capability to conduct research and evaluation, and created a new business intelligence function and a dedicated health promotions function focused on proactive strategic communication. So as we understand it, in November 2022, SEMPRO had increased the capability to conduct research and evaluation. Is that right?
Yes.
And then if we could please display DEF 999901620001 at 0015 at paragraph 44 and 45. Sorry, if we could highlight both of those, thank you. Defence told the Commission, SEMPRO does not conduct research that aims to understand why sexual misconduct occurs. It is not SEMPRO's original remit to be a research organisation as per recommendations 18 and 19 of the review into the treatment of women in the ADF Phase 2 report 2012. I won't read 45, but if we could please leave it there. So just to clarify, does SEMPRO conduct research?
Not as per the information on the screen there. So we don't conduct research aiming to understand why sexual misconduct occurs. That's broader research, and we access that. So, for example, Dr. McKinlay's work, we access that sort of research.
Okay, so if we just step back a step, does SEMPRO undertake any research itself?
Well, the risk assessment trial is a form of research.
Okay. But SEMPRO, as I understand it, doesn't conduct research that aims to understand why sexual misconduct occurs?
No.
And can you explain why it doesn't undertake that research?
That isn't the remit of our research and evaluation team. So they're looking at and I must say that our research and evaluation team was limited to one or two individuals up until 2023. And whilst we did indicate that in 2022 the team grew, it wasn't fully staffed until a period in 2023. So I can talk to the past year or so. However, the research and evaluation conducted by our team is about the effectiveness of the SEMPRO initiatives, and that's what we're trying to sort of nut out at the moment.
Okay. But isn't understanding why sexual misconduct occurs a fundamental part of preventing sexual misconduct?
I would agree with that, yes.
And so you said in terms of the research that SEMPRO is conducting, that's directed to whether SEMPRO's programs are effective. Is that right?
That is correct. But sexual misconduct, as we know, doesn't only occur in defence, and we do access other research that is conducted into the reasons why it occurs.
And on the screen, we've got paragraph 45, which refers to the work of Dr. Amber McKinley. And I think you referred to accessing the work of other experts. So does SEMPRO access the work of Dr. Amber McKinley?
Yes, we do.
And are you able to briefly outline for the Commission what the key finding from Dr. McKinley's work are?
I'm afraid I can't.
And if you can't identify what they are you able? Do you know what they are, but without being able to articulate?
I have seen them, and I'm just not in a position right now to. It was not something that I prepared for.
That's fine. I'll ask you this, and if you're not in a position to answer it, that's fine. Do you know whether the key findings from Dr. McKinley's work have been actioned?
No, I can't answer that question.
And this is the final question on this, and again, if you can't answer it, I'll move on. Is Dr. McKinley's work is dealing with any issues or recommendation identified in that work? Is that something that sits within the responsibility of SEMPRO, or is that another part of Defence?
Dr. McKinley's work has been commissioned by JMPU, and so a lot of the findings will be things that JMPU are looking at.
Thank you. Can I turn to the topic of service members with convictions, and I will ensure that I use language carefully here. And I'd first like to have displayed DEF 999901650001 at table 36.1. First of all, have you seen this document before? This is a Defence response to notice dated 7 February 2024.
Yes, I have.
This was a first response to a question that the Commission asked, and Defence advised that there were 31 current serving members who had been convicted of a sexual offence against another ADF member under the Defence Force Discipline Act between January 2018 and October 2023. This has since been clarified, and if we could please display DEF 999901840001. This is a response provided on the 7th of March 2024. Are you familiar with this response?
I have seen this response, yes.
In paragraph 2, Defence advised that the figure referred to in the first document captured convictions for all offences that involved an element of a sexual misconduct as defined in Chapter 9, Part 1, Paragraph 9.1.1 of the CALM. This includes offences such as prejudicial conduct, assault, obscene conduct, or non-consensual distribution of intimate images. And then an updated figure of 14 current serving members convicted of a sexual offence against another ADF member between January 2018 and October 2023 was provided. So that's in table 36.2 on the next page. The Commission understands this to mean that there are 14 current serving members have been convicted of a sexual offence against an ADF member between January 2018 and October 2023. And 17 current serving members have been convicted of an offence involving conduct of a sexual nature against an ADF member. Is that also your understanding?
Yes, of this document. This is not a SEMPRO document, this is Joint Military Policing.
If we could go back to the first document that had table 36.1, which is DEF 999901650001. At paragraph 2, please, sorry. On the next page, sorry. Thank you. If we could, thank you very much, sorry. Unclear. Defence has also advised it does not have a complete and accurate record of serving members who have been convicted of a sexual offence under state or territory legislation. My question for you is, from a prevention and response perspective, do these figures and data gaps concern you?
The role of SEMPRO remains the same in terms of the prevention and response piece. So data gaps over which Defence really has no control don't limit the responsibilities of SEMPRO to address the prevention piece.
So just to clarify, are you not concerned about the gaps in the data in terms of directing your prevention efforts?
Our prevention efforts are across all of Defence.
And the gaps in the data don't affect the ability to initiate, to undertake targeted initiatives?
Well, the targeted initiatives would be, again, within that responsibility of the chain of command to be addressing individuals that are not according with Defence's expected behaviours.
So that's command, that's not SEMPRO?
Correct.
Okay. Do you think retaining members who have been convicted of sexual offences and other offences of a sexual nature reflects contemporary workplace standards?
No, I object to that. It's a very broad question involving many multiple concepts.
Do you want to make it a bit more precise? You're covering a fair bit of ground, covering both sexual offences and other offences. You might want to break it down into two questions.
Yes, certainly, Commissioner. We're just really interested in SEMPRO's perspective on whether having people who have been convicted of sexual offences, and so we've clarified what we understand Defence takes that to mean serving members who have been convicted of sexual offence against an ADF member. I won't ask about workplace standards, but we're interested in what SEMPRO's perspective in terms of a safe environment for Defence personnel. Do you have any concerns with that?
I believe that people's behaviours can be corrected. And when we're discussing sexual offences and convictions for sexual offences, we are including behaviours of a non-penetrative nature. An example may be that someone is touched on the private regions or given a kiss on the cheek that is unwanted and unwelcome, and that can constitute a sexual offence. So that sort of behaviour can be corrected. Defence does take those behaviours seriously, and your punishments can include time in our own corrections facility. So we do take those behaviours seriously. Is it an offence that should require that member to be separated from the Defence Force? I don't believe so, if it can be corrected. But an offence of a more extreme nature, then a punishment that includes dismissal from the Defence Force is appropriate.
Before you go on, can I just clarify something arising out of the previous question, which was premised upon the absence of information, for example, that there have been convictions under state legislation for serious criminal conduct, which you don't find out about. What if, for example, that information amounted to showing that there was a group of people within one unit who systematically raped other people? Wouldn't that be of great interest to you at Tempera?
Absolutely.
And you can't, as I understand it, at present necessarily get that information unless it happened under the Defence Force Discipline Act. Isn't that a great gap in your resources?
Yes, it would be a great gap in our resources. I think that question is best directed to the Provost Marshal of the ADF in terms of the relationship between the Joint Military Policing and the various state civil police organisations and the privacy and confidentiality restrictions that apply to them.
Thank you, Commissioner. Before the Commissioner's question, you were referring to whether people should separate, and you referred to behaviour being corrected. As I understood your evidence earlier, there's no behaviour change programs. So can you just clarify how you say that behaviour can be corrected?
An example would be whilst a member spends time in the Defence Force Correctional Facility, there is a re-education program that is tailored to the offence that they have been convicted of. So there is a responsibility there. And again, coming back to that command responsibility to ensure that people behave as expected of them in the Defence Force. So the command would take on the responsibility for that corrective action.
Can I turn to the topic of Dr. Nikki Coleman's evidence and systemic constraints? Could I ask the operator to please display DEF 999901620001 at 0039, paragraph 142. And if we could please expand that paragraph. As the Commission understands it, there's no specific process or policy to support victims of sexual misconduct to return to work. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I'm just confused about the document that is in front of me and the line of questioning, first of all.
Sorry. Yeah. What we understand is that there's a return to work policy, but there is no specific policy that's directed to support victims of sexual misconduct. So there's a generic policy, but not a specific policy. So this was in this response, sorry, and I didn't really give you context for this. This was put up because we asked the policies that were in place to support people who had been a victim of sexual misconduct, and from the response we understood that there was no specific policy. There is a general policy of returning to work.
Just before we get to that, can my friend identify on the tender list where this document is? Because we took the witnesses to the tender list in order for them to prepare. And if it's there, that would be helpful, because I think the witness is struggling with the context of the document.
I'll find that if it's on the tender list. But I can do it with, sorry, I'll start again to make it clear and perhaps take the document down, which might make it simpler. The question that we're really trying to make sure that we have accurate is that is it correct that there's no specific policy or process to support victims of sexual misconduct to return to work?
There isn't a policy specifically for people impacted by sexual misconduct. A return to work process is dependent on the individual's needs. So it is a person-centric process. If a person has been removed from or is not in the workplace due to the impacts of sexual misconduct on them, that would usually be related to a health or medical concern. And we conduct individual welfare boards, and those boards can comprise quite a range of support providers, and often a member will be assigned a rehab consultant, so a rehabilitation professional who works in conjunction with Joint Health Command, and in a case of a sexual misconduct would work in conjunction with the client response team in SEMPRO to look at the best ways to assist that person to be reintegrated into the workforce. But again, it's got to be person-centric, so what they're comfortable with and what works best for them.
Okay, so as I understand that, the approach is an individual tailored approach.
Yes.
There's not a policy to start from.
No.
That is specific to victims of sexual misconduct.
No. Overarching policies about safe workplaces, about bringing people back into the workplace. There will be some element of that sits within Joint Health Command, because we are talking about reintegration post some form of medical issue.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware of the evidence of Dr. Coleman in the Commission hearing block 11 in July 2023?
Yes.
Operator, could you please display the transcript, page 777462 at line 18. And while that's being brought up in response to my learned friend's question, the document I brought up earlier is item T on the tender list. So line 18, the counsel assisting asked Dr. Coleman to give a brief summary of her engagement with SEMPRO, and the evidence that I wanted to take you to is at line 28, where Dr. Coleman said, SEMPRO unfortunately don't have policies and processes in how to reintegrate a sexual harassment and a sexual assault complainant back into the workforce, which really surprised me because whether by accident or design, they appear to have been set up to fail because they don't have those processes to enable victims to go back to work. It seems that it's built into the system that victims are expected to just quietly leave rather than reintegrate back into teams. I think that significant oversight is a huge problem for SEMPRO's capability of what they do. At line 36, when counsel assisting asked Dr. Coleman whether the lack of policy or processes came up during her discussion with SEMPRO, Dr. Coleman responded, yes, they suggested I write it. My question for you is, what action did you take following Dr. Coleman's evidence in hearing block 11?
This occurred prior to my time as head SEMPRO. I have had a conversation with the client response team to understand the context of Dr. Coleman's evidence. I would like to add that I have a great deal of respect for Dr. Coleman. I regret that she was put in a position where someone may have suggested that she write the policy. But what I was not involved in that conversation, and we don't have records of the conversation.
Sorry, I sort of made the question a bit more directed. Has anything been done to create a policy?
No, because as I previously stated, this would be something that is done in consultation with Joint Health Command, rehab coordinators, and SEMPRO to look at what the individual needs, what their circumstances are, and we do that with the permission of the individual as well. So, you know, if the person is looking for support into reintegration into the workplace, and we have the permission of that person, SEMPRO can be talking with the workplace to look at what they can be putting in place to help that person reintegrate.
But isn't the point of a policy that it gives you an umbrella approach and then you can tailor the particulars to the individual case? So I'm just not quite following why you wouldn't have a policy as a framework for how to guide people who've been the victim of sexual misconduct to return to work, and then obviously tailor the particular elements of what exactly is done to the case before you.
I take on board what you're saying, and we're prepared.
I object to that. The evidence is slightly different in that what the witness has said is that there's an overarching policy about bringing people back to work, which does exist, and that within this particular subject matter, they then tailor responses.
We understand it, it's a general policy, and we're really interested in...
I was going to allow the question.
But if I could just clarify, the original question was, has anything been done to create a policy? You haven't actually answered the question.
Nothing has been done to create a policy.
Thank you.
Sorry. And in terms of returning to work, SEMPRO can obviously assist the people that contact SEMPRO and SEMPRO is involved with, but what happens for the people who don't contact SEMPRO, where they've been a victim of sexual assault? I think that's part of our concern. There's no policy to guide what happens. There's no policy that's available on the internet or whatever to guide how that person's return to work is facilitated. So my question for you is, if they don't contact you, the only policy is the policy that applies to all unacceptable behaviour return to work. Is that right?
With all reintegration into the workplace, yes.
Thank you. Operator, would you please display DEF 999901620001 at 0042 at paragraph 162. Information provided by Defence in response to NTG DEF 213A highlighted a range of systemic constraints that may jeopardise victims' safety. I'd like to there's about 5, I'd just like to go through each of them and see whether you're aware of the constraints in the first instance. So the first one is paragraph 162, the final sentence. Career Management Navy, CM, rely on commanders and managers to ensure that the respective career manager is notified when the co-location of victims and offenders is not to occur or is in the best interests of the individual and service. Are you aware that that's the practice?
Yes, I am.
And at paragraph 164, it says, it is important to note that the present human resources system, PM Keys, does not have the functionality to collect and manage sexual misconduct information. Are you also aware of that limitation?
Yes, I am.
In paragraph 64, the second sentence is, as a sensitive issue and to protect the identity of victims of sexual misconduct, records of incidents and offenders are not retained in career management records. Equitable management for the posting location of victims and offenders beyond the initial posting cycle is not supported by current record management systems. Are you aware of this constraint?
Yes, I am.
And the final one is paragraph 165. If we could please expand that paragraph. It says, similarly, Navy has no ability to inform Defence Housing Australia of such circumstances, and the circumstances referred to earlier are that the victims and offenders of sexual misconduct may come into contact with each other, and therefore has no control over where the victim and offender reside within the same posting locality. Are you aware of this constraint?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So for these constraints, what has SEMPRO done to raise concerns with the responsible leaders in the ADF?
The leadership is already aware of these concerns, and in terms of the HR information systems limitations or the career management record system limitations, they're working already to provide a solution to that in with the Enterprise Resource Plan ERP program. Sorry, can't remember exactly what it stands for, but that's what CASE is a part of as well, which we're aware of the CASE management system. So within ERP, there will be a career management capability, and in the build of that, they're looking at the solutions to the problems that you've identified.
And these constraints, just so we're clear, these are not matters that SEMPRO has the ability to affect change in relation to. These are
they've been highlighted, and constraints such as the awareness of victims and respondents and postings, that has been highlighted since the Broderick Review, and it's still something that they're working to solve.
Okay. But in terms of working to solve, as I understand it, SEMPRO can raise the issue, but SEMPRO doesn't have the capability or the people to affect change in relation to these issues.
No, that's correct.
Okay. Can I turn to the topic of data and ask the operator to please display INQ 0349 at 0394. And it's the final dot point, if that could please be expanded. These are the Broderick recommendations. And part of recommendation 18 of the Broderick Review was that SEMPRO was to be the single point of data collection, analysis and mapping of all sexual misconduct and abuse matters. Prevalence, trends and key issues should be regularly reported to Chief of Services Committee, and strategies to address any issues of concern arising from the data implemented as soon as possible. As the Commission understands it, SEMPRO no longer performs this role, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And when did it cease performing the role?
2019.
And after SEMPRO ceased performing the role, was there a significant increase in the number of support clients?
No.
Operator, could you please display DEF 1287 0012 0026 at 0036. Sorry, perhaps if I just show you the first page first, apologies. If we could first go to 0026. This was an audit undertaken in 2020. You familiar with this audit?
Yes.
Thank you. And if we could go back to 0036. In 2020, an audit was conducted to assess the appropriateness of the framework for managing the risk of sexual misconduct in defence. The audit concluded, among other things, finding 2, if we could just please highlight at the top of the page, finding 2. Expand, sorry, if we could please expand finding 2, thank you. Fragmented business information is impeding the evaluation of prevention, detection and response measures. And then further down is recommendation 2, if we could please expand recommendation 2. The first part of the recommendation was audit recommends that the Defence People Group design an evidence-based approach to monitor and evaluate the effectiveness of the sexual misconduct framework. This should be supported by the consolidation of incident-related data to facilitate the tracking and reporting of trends and intelligence at the enterprise level. SEMPRO was given the lead to implement this recommendation. Is that correct?
That would be the data sharing forum, yes.
And if I could just briefly outline the chronology of implementing this recommendation as the Commission understands it. In November 2021, Defence People Committee considered a proposal to progress this recommendation. That's the data sharing forum. Are you aware of that? Yeah. And one of the actions was the establishment of the quarterly Sexual Misconduct Data Sharing Forum trial to explore opportunities to better understand enterprise-level trends. That was one of the actions?
Yes.
And the data forum was to be co-chaired by the head of SEMPRO and Provost Marshal ADF.
Yes.
And on the 8th of December 2022, an initial scoping forum was held to discuss the background, forum attendees, future meeting dates, proposed terms of reference and next steps. Are you also aware of that?
Yes.
Why did it take over a year for an initial meeting to be held to discuss the forum's background and proposed terms of reference after the establishment of the forum was approved by the Defence People Committee?
I wasn't head SEMPRO at that time. I can't answer that question, sorry.
You don't have any knowledge of why it took over a year?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Operator, could you please display DEF 999901620001 at 0006? This is NTG DEF 213A. And if we could please expand paragraphs 7 and 8. Thank you. So the initial scoping forum was held on the 8th of December. And then the paragraph 8, the first meeting of the forum was held in April 2023. As I understand it, you were the head of SEMPRO at that time?
That's correct.
And at that time, the pilot was renamed the Sexual Misconduct Knowledge Sharing Forum to better reflect the intent of the forum.
That's what we believed we were trying to achieve, yes.
The final paragraph of that, final sentence of that paragraph, is the chairs commenced discussions with data division to identify barriers and supports to sharing data, resources, custodianship and forum management. You as chair were part of discussions with the data division, is that right?
Yes, it was.
And when you were in those discussions, did the data division propose solutions for the barriers that were identified?
No.
So what were the discussions? Were there barriers identified in the discussions?
There were barriers. There were barriers identified or challenges identified to the sharing of knowledge amongst the various agencies, but data division at that stage weren't able to assist us in identifying how we were to overcome those.
Okay. But were you trying to seek the assistance from the data division?
Yes, we were.
Yeah. So you were asking them for help, and at that point they didn't have a solution.
That's correct.
Okay. Could we please highlight paragraph 9, which is the next paragraph? In August 2023, SEMPRO updated the Defence People Committee advising of the following issues were outside the authority of the forum. The strategic purpose of the forum needed clarification. The work of holding and merging multiple data sources was beyond the resources of individual delegates, including SEMPRO. And the third point, if we could also please expand, was there were technical, ethical and legal issues that needed to be resolved. Sorry, if we could please expand, then there's some more subpoints. So if we could try and do all of paragraph 9 at the same time, if possible, please. Thank you very much. There were technical, ethical and legal issues that needed to be resolved, and the above issues were outside the authority of the forum. So dealing first with the second point being beyond the resources of SEMPRO, did SEMPRO ask for more resources?
Not at that stage, no.
Did it ask for more resources at a later stage?
No, we presented, as it's stated there, we presented to the DPC the conundrum that we were facing in endeavouring to get the knowledge sharing forum underway, and at that stage the DPC agreed to pause it while solutions were sought. And I understand now that the People and Culture branch of Defence, so another area within Defence People Group, have taken on this challenge themselves. They have a working group underway, and there is a meeting to which SEMPRO has been invited in April. So the work hasn't stopped, but at SEMPRO we found that we couldn't solve the problem. So it has been referred to another area.
And in relation to the technical, ethical and legal barriers, what were the data sets that were considered to pose those barriers?
Sure. So within the data, we really have three categories of data that we were trying to integrate. So we've got the incident management data, and that's the complaints data, defence incident reports, the Army incident management system reports, the reports to JMPU, the prosecution reports from the Office of the Director of Military Prosecution. So that incident management data, that is something that is easy to be sort of compiled, and that is actually being incorporated into the case system. The other types of data that we were looking at and trying to nut out how we can integrate that into this forum, one was survey data. And survey data is across a broad range of areas. It also includes individuals who have not been subject to sexual misconduct, so we'll get responses there. Survey data is anonymous and not necessarily location specific, and it's not something that you can relate directly to that incident management data that has already been collected. So how we're trying to bring those pieces of information together presented a challenge. And the third part of the data is the health and wellbeing data. And that's the type of data that is, or information, I'd prefer to call it, that is held by health professionals, the psychological psych support, chaplaincy, and SEMPRO. So again, it's anonymous information and doesn't necessarily relate back specifically to the incident management data that has been compiled. So trying to put that together, all we were really creating, I guess, was a collage. We weren't getting a clear picture, and that's the problem that we couldn't solve. So that's the technical issue we're talking about. And then I mentioned, I think I also covered off there really on the legal and ethical, is that information that is provided in the health and wellbeing space, it's not something that can or should be shared without the permission of the individuals.
Just in relation to the legal barriers, do you know if, and I'm not asking about the content of the advice, but do you know whether legal advice was sought to try and navigate those barriers?
We did have representation in the forum regarding those barriers, but the whole piece was just presenting a really significant challenge that we needed to just take it back to the Defence People Committee and ask for some additional support and guidance. And as I've mentioned, that's now been referred to another part of the organisation.
In relation to the first point that the strategic purpose of the forum needed clarification, the 2020 audit stated that a consolidated data set was required to support an evidence-based approach to monitor and evaluate the effectiveness of sexual misconduct framework. So how did the strategic purpose of the forum need clarification?
I think, to put it in layman's terms, we were trying to figure out what exactly it was we were trying to achieve with this effort to bring all of the data together.
But isn't what you were trying to achieve an evidence-based approach to monitor and evaluate the effectiveness of the sexual misconduct framework?
Yes, I agree, yes. But compounding, I just want to reflect that the compounding with all of the other issues we were facing, we were presenting that whole problem back to the DPC, not just why are we doing this, but here's all the other issues that we're facing. So
No,
it was
I
an
understand.
element of it.
Sorry, let me just speak over you. I understand that. I'm just unclear about the first issue that you brought to the DPC, that the strategic purpose of the forum needed clarification. Are you able to expand on that? In what way it was unclear?
No, I'm just saying we were presented with a problem where we didn't know how to solve it.
Do you agree that without reliable and integrated data sets, the ADF cannot effectively understand the extent of sexual misconduct?
Yes.
And without reliable and integrated data sets, Defence can't measure the effectiveness of policies aimed at responding to and preventing sexual misconduct?
Yes.
I think you referred to this work being taken over by a group within DPC.
Yes, I believe People and Culture Branch.
Okay.
That's within DPG.
DPG, sorry, thank you. I might just bring up another document. If the operator could please display DEF 999901620001 at 007 at paragraphs 11 and 12. We're just having technical difficulties, so I might, in the interest of time, I'll ask questions. I don't think we need the document, so I'll just try and do it, and it might enable us to get through it. The question really is, the new group that's taking it over, will that group have a dedicated focus on sexual misconduct?
They're looking at all sorts of behavioural data, so which includes the data from the sexual misconduct.
Okay, but will it have a dedicated focus on sexual misconduct, or it's much broader than that?
It's broader than that.
So in terms of the audit report, is it fair to say that after 4 years, the only action that's been taken to respond to the audit recommendation is that 2 internal meetings have been held, problems have been identified with no solutions, and the work has now been transferred to a different working group which will not have a dedicated focus on sexual misconduct?
Yes.
And won't this new working group just experience the same issues that your forum identified?
They may.
Is SEMPRO part of the new working group?
Yes.
Do you know whether any of the issues have been resolved? Any of the issues identified by SEMPRO, do you know whether they've been resolved?
No, I don't.
So the Commission's just trying to understand how is transferring it to this new group, how is this considered to be a practical solution?
I don't have an answer for you. The problem still exists, and I acknowledge that.
Are you aware of sorry, I'll withdraw that. But I think you've already accepted that you need a robust data set. Sorry, I'll just start the question again. How can SEMPRO effectively prevent sexual misconduct if you don't have a robust data set that tells you the extent of the problem?
I think I'll go back to a previous answer that indicates that sexual misconduct, whether it's one incident, one incident is unacceptable. So our prevention measures are aimed at preventing any incidents of sexual misconduct. So that work will continue. We understand that there are incidents of sexual misconduct across the broad spectrum of behaviours, and so we're aiming to prevent those behaviours. So I think just an awareness that there's a problem out there is enough for us to get our work underway or continue our work that we're doing.
And I think, as we've established, though, the prevention measures are not a targeted approach to specific incidents or experiences in defence.
That's correct.
So can you clarify Sempro's role in the new working group?
We're a stakeholder within that working group to provide advice and information and ideas as to how this product is going to be delivered.
Okay. We understand that the product will involve a dashboard, one dashboard interface that will bring together all unacceptable behaviours. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding, yes.
And has Sempro provided input into the dashboard design?
No, we haven't as yet.
Is the work up to that, or it's not?
There is, yeah. I've seen some proposed models, and I haven't had the opportunity to readily absorb all of the information as yet. I would do that in preparation for the working group in April.
Okay. But do you expect Sempro to be consulted on the dashboard before it's formally released?
Yes.
Are you confident that the dashboard will enable all forms of sexual misconduct to be disaggregated at the service level?
I can't say at this stage.
Okay. Would it be Sempro's preference that the dashboard is able to do that?
No, I don't know at this stage. I need time to absorb what they're proposing.
I think we're working with the documents again. Thank you. Operator, could we please display DEF 999901620001 at 009? So just take a moment. I'll read out the passage, and we can, while we're waiting, and if we need to have it, just there we go. I'll just find you the right paragraph reference, because the bit that I wanted to take you to is that there is currently no available or feasible mechanism to centralise relevant data, as there are multiple data sources, and there is a challenge regarding the consistency of definitions of sexual misconduct used across disparate business areas. Are you able to assist the Commissioner under...
It's paragraph 22 on the document on the screen.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. If we could please expand paragraph 22. Thank you. So I was reading the second part of the second sentence, and the aspect that the Commission would like to understand is what are the inconsistent definitions of sexual misconduct referred to in the response to the notice?
For example, workplace health and safety use a definition from the workplace health and safety legislation about what is sexual harassment in the workplace. As you'll be aware, sexual misconduct is a terminology specific to defence that describes the broad spectrum of behaviours, and sexual harassment is an element of that behaviour. So some areas talk about sexual harassment from the perspective of what we would call sexual misconduct. So I believe that would be an example of one of the discrepancies in the definitions.
So do we understand from that there's not a uniform definition of sexual misconduct used across defence?
Yes.
So just to be clear, 12 years after the Broderick Review, Defence still has no mechanism in place to identify prevalence, trends or key issues in relation to sexual misconduct across the defence enterprise. Is that right?
Yes.
And similarly, Defence has no mechanism to address prevalence, trends and key issues in relation to sexual misconduct. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
You'd agree for the organisation to effectively manage sexual assault in the workplace, we need to understand the prevalence of the behaviour in the population?
Yes.
And you'd also agree that key pieces of data which are currently missing, for example, the rank of perpetrators, would help to initiate targeted solutions?
I'm sorry, could you ask that one again?
It's a convoluted question. There's key pieces of data which are currently missing. An example of that is rank of perpetrators. And the key pieces of data that are missing, if you had that data, that would help to initiate targeted solutions.
I would agree with that, yes.
The final topic that I wanted to ask you about.
Before you go on, could I ask a question which relates to some of this?
Certainly, Commissioner.
Do some of the problems relating to integration stem from privacy legislation, either at the Commonwealth or the states?
Yes, they do relate to privacy legislation and the confidentiality that is provided.
And do you know whether any steps have been suggested to seek to amend that legislation?
I don't know, Commissioner.
Thanks.
Just to clarify, Commission, was that question in relation to the in relation to Defence integrating its data, or more broadly?
I was thinking of it in relation to integrating data, but it reverts back to my previous question about not knowing about, for example, state charges or convictions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can I turn to the topic of the US catch program? And if the operator could please display DEF 1024 001 at 5010. What we're waiting for is the IDADF inquiry, and I was aiming to bring up recommendation 5, which was the ADF should consider adopting the US program CATCH or adopt the US SAPRO's greater use of restricted reports to encourage official reporting. And perhaps if that's enough
I'm happy
context,
to speak to that.
I'll continue with the questions. Defence told the Commission, no, I wasn't proposing to bring it up, but the reference is NTG DEF 213B, paragraph 62 to 67, that SEMPRO and JMPU staff have considered the principle of the US Catch a Serial Offender program. Do you agree with that, that you have considered it? And did SEMPRO consult with SAPRO when assessing the applicability of the CATCH program to the ADF?
We didn't consult directly with SAPRO. We're familiar with what the CATCH program is. We have the information on that.
Okay. Why didn't you consult directly with SAPRO?
Look, SAPRO and SEMPRO, while SEMPRO was based on the concept of the SAPRO in the United States, what SEMPRO is different because for a number of reasons, the Australian Defence Force is different to the US Defence Force. And I think probably the obvious difference is that they talk about sexual assault prevention response, and we're all about all behaviours across the spectrum of behaviours of sexual misconduct. So the SAPRO catch scheme, to put simply, is a scheme whereby people can make an anonymous an anonymous disclosure of sexual misconduct, sexual assault, and basically identify the alleged perpetrator and have it confirmed to them whether that person may have been a perpetrator in the past or other allegations. And that might inform that individual's decision whether they make a report. We operate from a completely different perspective. We want to make sure that the person receives the support that they need to address their concerns. And what we don't want is people to feel that they should be making a report because it's happened before, that it's alleged to have happened before. So that's one of the perspectives that we're coming from. We don't want people to feel forced down a path of making a report. We want to ensure that they're receiving the support that they need in respect of their particular circumstances first. When they feel ready to make a report, if they feel ready to make a report, then they can go down that path. The other concern, of course, is those issues of privacy. So an alleged perpetrator, has this person done something before, is not a question that should be asked. So they're the main reasons that we're not pursuing the SAPRO Catch program.
But wouldn't it have been helpful to consult with SAPRO to understand the details of how the program worked in order to make the assessment of whether it was suitable for the ADF?
Well, we gathered information on the program. But as I said, the services are different, and we made an assessment that it wasn't appropriate for ADF purposes.
And you didn't, as I understand it, you didn't see any need.
I did not speak directly to SAPRO, no.
But the question slightly different is whether that would have helped. You didn't think that would have helped based on what you knew about the program. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know how SAPRO addresses concerns about perpetrator privacy and due process?
No, I don't.
And in terms of why a similar approach to the SAPRO can't be implemented in the ADF, as I understand it, the reasons are that you don't want victims to feel pressured into making a report, and you're concerned about privacy of the perpetrator.
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other reasons why a similar approach to the SAPRO can't be implemented in the ADF?
Those are the two prevailing reasons.
Okay. Do you know how SAPRO deals with the first issue of ensuring a trauma-informed and victim-centric approach and ensuring that victims don't feel pressured in relation to making a report?
No, I do not.
In the response to the notice, and perhaps we will bring this up, DEF 999901510038 at 0058. And if we could please expand paragraphs 62 to 67. Are you familiar with this response, or would you like a moment to consider this? Basically, the point is, in response to the question about...
Yep, I'm familiar with the response.
Okay, thank you. We read the answer as focusing on the risk to perpetrators, What we're interested in is what are some of the benefits of the US approach to victims and reducing safety and wellbeing risks for the broader workforce.
I can't speak to that. I can speak to what we have indicated in our response and is on screen there in paragraph 67. We do have processes in place at the JMPU and SORT level that should a name of an alleged perpetrator come up more than once, then if I'll take it back to the start. So if a member chooses to make a complaint or report, but they don't wish for it to be investigated further, then that's where it stands. That is the choice of the impacted person. If, however, in that process, JMPU are able to identify a name that comes up 3 times, then accessing the support of the SORT team will approach the impacted individuals to indicate to them that the name has come up before, that there are potential other victims, and would they be prepared to pursue a report, in that knowledge. That's done in that safe, trauma-informed space that the SORT also employs. So we do have it's not the same as Catch, but we do still have a mechanism to look at an alleged perpetrator's name coming up more than once.
Just so that I'm clear on that, so that applies where someone has made a report that's gone to the JMPU, and then they've decided not to take it further. Is that when they get told? Yes. And so it's JMPU has the information about all the reports, so it's only the people who've made a report. It's not other people who have chosen not to report.
Correct.
And then JMPU contacts the victim and invites them to reconsider whether they want to pursue it?
Yes.
Okay. And that's able to be done in a trauma-informed way?
Yes, utilising the SORT, which is a social worker and an investigator.
So just so that the Commission's clear, is it correct that the ADF will not be adopting the US model of greater use of restricted reports?
That is correct. So I just want to clarify the language there. So, and this does stem back to the Broderick Review as well, the terminology of the restricted report. What we found was very important was to in order to ensure that people did not, what we're trying to convey was SEMPRO was not a reporting agency, that we weren't the people to call to submit a complaint. We were there to support the individuals. That's always our priority. And the use of the word report was being, I guess, conflated with an actual submission of a report. So we refer to restricted disclosures. And that's where a person can call SEMPRO and discuss what's occurred to them without any form of, mechanism activating that go, alongside the mandatory reporting obligations. So they can talk to someone, they can get support, they can understand what's happened to them, they can get the help that they need without, the fear of the defence mechanisms coming into play. So that's the restricted disclosure. So that's why we changed the language away from a report, so that people didn't think that they were, in order to get that help, had to actually report what had happened to them. They can just talk to us.
Okay. And based on what you said, we understand that the ADF will not be adopting the Catch program.
That's correct, yes.
Could I perhaps ask, at that point, so if someone makes a restricted disclosure to SEMPRO and provides a name of an alleged perpetrator, I'm assuming that is not then passed on to JMPU or SORT.
That's correct. All information that is conveyed to SEMPRO is confidential.
So what does SEMPRO do if they receive multiple reports, multiple restricted disclosures that name the same individual?
So when we are talking to an impacted person who is called SEMPRO, we don't, because we're taking that person-centric trauma-informed approach to things, we don't ask a bunch of questions. We just talk with the individual and they disclose the information that they are prepared to disclose. So it's very unlikely that they, talk about who the perpetrator is. At that stage, they're talking about what has happened to them. If the likelihood of that occurring is very low that would happen. We pass on information only ever with the permission of the individual. So it hasn't happened that we have had a name that comes up because we're not seeking that kind of information.
Thank you. Can you just clarify for us where is the information for victims about the JMPU reporting option? Because we haven't been able to see that in any of the fact sheets. Do you know if that's available for victims?
So it is available. It's available via the interactive framework. It's also available via the conversations that we have with the individuals as to what their options are. And then, as I said, we follow up with a tailored, written sort of reflection on what the conversation was and information that they may, other information that we can pass on to them.
And I understand what you've said about JMPU, but that's a bit separate to SEMPRO. Were any alternative models explored that may have addressed Defence's concern about perpetrator privacy?
No, that I'm aware of.
Are you familiar with the New South Wales sexual assault reporting option?
No, I'm not.
Okay. That option has a number of elements, and just very briefly, it basically enables a person to inform the police they've been sexually assaulted where they don't want to speak directly with the police. It's not a formal complaint and doesn't initiate a complaint investigation. The information is treated with the utmost confidentiality and is recorded on a secure and restricted New South Wales Police Force database. And the person has the option of remaining anonymous, providing their details but requesting no engagement or asking police to contact them. It has some other elements, but the question for you is, would it be worth considering whether that model or other such programs might be feasible or useful in an ADF context?
It may be worth considering.
I'm conscious of the time, Commissioners. I just had two final questions, if I may. This is on the topic of training. The question is, does the annual mandatory awareness training incorporate the disciplinary and administrative sanction outcomes of substantiated sexual misconduct complaints?
No, it does not.
And the final question is the victim or survivor made aware of the outcomes?
Yes, the CALM 4 has recently been released that provides policy on what information is conveyed to complainants.
Can you tell us what that is?
I have read it, but it's dependent on the form of complaint.
Are complainants told of the outcome?
Sorry?
Yes. People who have complained told of the outcome?
Yes.
And the results of their complaint?
Yes, there's...
Including adverse findings against someone?
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioners. They were the questions for these witnesses.
Thank you. Just to change things, I'm going to go first. I just have a couple of questions, Group Captain. I understand you said earlier you were involved in the Broderick Review. You assisted with that.
That's correct.
12 years ago, and you've been involved in the field on and off perhaps since then?
Yes, I was posted to SEMPRO in 2015 in the education delivery space, and then subsequently held both a full command and an administrative command, where I'm responsible for the health and wellbeing and safe workplace of the people within my unit. So ensuring that I provide a safe workplace.
So you've got a pretty good understanding. So
yes.
When were you appointed to your current position?
January 23.
Okay, thank you. I just want to go back to the issue of Dr. Coleman, and you mentioned that you're aware of the case.
Yes.
You'd agree it was a high-profile case and egregious, really. Some of the stuff that came out from her evidence is very disappointing.
Yes, indeed it was.
Are you aware, or did you or anybody else at Sempro go back and revisit the case to look at what happened, to see if there's any lessons learned and what policies or procedures need to be fixed?
No, not specifically.
Thank you. One of the things that happened with Dr. Coleman is that she was told she couldn't be told the outcome of her complaints, even though the person that was alleged to have committed them had been found to have committed something like 10 or 12 issues. You're telling us today that that's changed or is changing?
There is guidance provided in CALM Chapter 4, which does indicate the types of information that can be provided to complainants and other witnesses as to the outcomes of that complaint process.
And that type of information is in fact the outcome of the investigation?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, thank you. Look, you've told us about many positive steps today. Thank you both for that. But can you see that it's difficult for us to accept that the system is working when Dr. Coleman's case is not ancient history, culminated in September last year under your watch, and yet nobody went back to see what went wrong here? Can't we fix things before we wait for the final report of the Royal Commission?
Yes, we can most certainly review.
I'm not asking if you can. I'm just asking, what I'm telling you is you have told us that many positive steps have been taken, and that's great. But it's difficult for us to have confidence that the system has been fixed. If this case is so recent, in fact, it happened more or less on your watch, certainly the culmination of it September last year, and yet nothing has been done. I appreciate it can be done, but nothing has been done, has it? To go back and revisit the case to see what can be changed.
That's correct.
Thank you. I think there's been a little bit of confusion about in the question of having a centralised sexual misconduct data system across the ADF, leaving aside information from law enforcement or state and territory agencies. There is no reason in terms of privacy why information gathered within the ADF, by the ADF, reports generated within the ADF being centralised.
No, there isn't. That is being addressed by the case system.
You think so that is coming or?
Yes, that's being implemented. I believe the case is scheduled to be implemented in May based on the success of the user trials. But
Thank you. Yeah. You mentioned the client response teams. It consisted of social workers and psychologists. Are there other people involved apart from those two categories? Who sits down with the victims and actually takes a statement and prepares a case or brief of evidence?
That would be a question for Joint Military Policing Unit Commissioner, but there is from my understanding, there is a defence investigator and a civilian social worker.
Okay, thank you. Just one other issue. In relation to the inconsistent definitions of sex misconduct across defence, again, this is an issue that's come up again and again. You were able to tell us, and thank you for being candid, that it doesn't exist at the moment. There are inconsistencies. What's proposed in relation to fixing that?
I don't know what is proposed at the moment, but most certainly being aware of the issue, it will be something that Sempro will pursue.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you. I might just follow up on that. We were talking earlier about the foundations of knowledge training, and you, I think, suggested that many commanders and managers would understand the distinction between sexual harassment, sexual discrimination and sexual offences because they've done that training. But we also heard that the offence varies, the definition of the offence varies depending on the jurisdiction they're in. So can I suggest to you that perhaps commanders and managers may not necessarily fully understand the distinctions, even if they've done the foundations of knowledge training? And if you accept that, I just wonder why you wouldn't routinely suggest to them to contact JMPU to clarify with the particular incident that they're dealing with exactly, where it fits within the definition in the jurisdiction and the location where they are. Is there any particular reason why you wouldn't suggest that as a safety measure?
Sorry, Commissioner, I'll take that one. So we do regularly recommend to all commanders and managers through training, but also through the client response team, that to reach out to JMPU to clarify it. However, the line of questioning was whether it was the first point, should always be the first point, which was what we were responding to. But we do recommend it.
Is that what's written in the CARM? Sorry, I may have misunderstood, but I didn't. We can check that, but I didn't understand this was written in the CARM. So then I just want to go to the issue then of the sexual misconduct incident response workshop and the incident management workshops, which are for the commanders and managers. And what I understood from what seems to be quite a dense space is that this is up to each of the services to determine what they require of their commanders and managers. Did I understand that correctly?
At this stage, yes, Commissioner.
Again, can I just express to you my almost disbelief that 10, 12 years after the Broderick Review, after all of the incidents of abuse, many of them of a sexual nature that were revealed at DART, and I think if my memory serves me correctly, Defence has paid out something in the order of 120 million plus to people in reparation payments after the DART and the process that followed that. That tells me, this Commission has heard numerous accounts, and yet after more than a decade, it's not clear that this training is mandated for people in a management response. Now, I hear what you're saying, you're bringing in peer review training soon, 10, 12 years down the track. But I sit here and I think, the other thing, I've heard today is that you don't have data, the consolidated data set we know, and we heard some of the challenges. You don't have data about the unmet need, so that's really a clear unknown. You only have limited span of control about what you can mandate in terms of training. We don't have an evaluation framework. You do have a high and increasing level of people seeking advice, but the training's not mandated. I have to sit here and ask the question, how serious is Defence in actually tackling this issue that has been incredibly impactful? And I'm sorry to, I'm good at asking the questions you can't answer, and I appreciate that. But I know there are so many people who will be listening to this session saying, are they serious about tackling this? And if I can kind of go a bit further, when I was listening to you saying, well, the issues around you don't want the impacted person to feel pressured to report, there's a concern about the perpetrator's privacy. Even when you said it's unlikely that impacted persons will disclose names to you because SEMPRO is not seeking that information, I'm sitting here asking myself, is it because Defence doesn't really want to know? Because I can't imagine being in the situation where I've been a victim of a sexual offence and I'm telling someone about it and I know who it was and I know what rank they were and I'm not going to say that. There has to be a reason in my head why someone would not want to tell you that. I wonder why. I mean, I appreciate the person-centred approach, but it just begs the question, is there some invisible barrier to Defence actually wanting to know more and truly address this issue head-on?
Commissioner, I think we can only speak for SEMPRO, who we look after the wellbeing of the impacted person. While SEMPRO itself looks after the impacted person, the client response team do support the impacted person if they choose to report it in reporting fully to JMPU or civilian police or whoever they choose, which would include divulging that information. When the impacted person does call our client response team, who is staffed by mental health professionals, their first job is their wellbeing. So it's not about posing questions about the incident if they're not ready for it yet.
Again, I appreciate the response, but it's boxes, and there's a box here and a box there and a box there. And at the end of the day, the person who's been a victim, I think, I could just imagine, and I can tell you I've heard many accounts, far more than I would like to have heard in the time we've been here at the Royal Commission, and I'm sure we've heard only a fraction of them. They get to the point where they are just worn down, I think, and the sense of betrayal and the lack of trust in a system that was set up, well, they believed was there to protect them and yet has failed to protect them, I think is a factor that leads to, not pursuing actions further. And the system as it's set up, and I don't know what the solution is, but I guess I just want to point out the challenge, is that I'm not sure that the system is really grappling with what the person themselves is experiencing and trying to deal with the different boxes and whatever else. And I'm sorry, that's, again, just a rambling comment. But can I just ask on the policy about reintegration? If I appreciate there's a generic policy about reintegration into the workplace after an absence for whatever reason. There's not one specific to reintegration after sexual assault. If there were, I mean, what would be the major issues or that would need to be taken into account in a return to work, a reintegration after a sexual assault, that might be different to a generic or a general reintegration?
I think I have to revert back to the position that each incident and the impact on each individual is different. And so we still just need to consider the needs of the individual and the workplace that we're endeavouring to reintegrate them into, and the considerations in relation to that. So one of the reasons when we discussed the suggestion of a reintegration policy specific to SEMPROs, what we want to avoid is having some form of checklist system, because we really need to make sure that we're addressing the needs of the individual. That's what we're trying to avoid, and we just always refer back to the needs of the individual as what is paramount.
And look, I appreciate that, but is there not a potential kind of hybrid in the sense of there's a generic kind of approach that says you must consider A, B, C, D, and then you work with the individual having that in mind, but it's really clear what's important to actually consider, and that's why I'm asking the question about how might it be different to a reintegration in the generic sense, because it seems to me there are some things that would be quite specific to victims of sexual assault reintegrating. And I, again, appreciate the need to tailor it to the individual, but there's a range of people need to understand what's important, and if there's a generic policy, perhaps they can be informed by that and then assisted by, if there's a policy that talks about sexual assaults particularly, they could be assisted by that and then informed by the more, person-centred approach.
Yes, they potentially could. Yeah. I think I'll leave my questions there. Thank you.
If I could just ask a follow-up question on that, would you accept from me that in other worlds, not the military world, law enforcement, emergency services, the private sector, there is usually a return to work policy for people who have made some sort of complaint, and it does include a checklist of things that must be carried out. I don't understand why you said we're trying to avoid having a checklist. It's simply making sure that certain things are carried out. It's not a hurdle, is it, to establishing a policy?
No, it isn't.
Because while there's a vacuum, you have cases like Dr. Nikki Coleman, and obviously that, I mean, I'm still very surprised, let alone disappointed, that after all that time, nobody's actually gone back to check what went wrong and what ought to be done, but I won't go over that again. Thank you. Commissioner Douglas.
I have no further questions, thanks. I've asked mine.
We've exhausted the questions. Mr. Fordham, are there any matters you wish to raise?
No, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Batten, any issues?
Nothing further from me. Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay. Is witnesses to be excused from their
Yes, summons? please. Sorry.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for your evidence today. We know it's probably not an enjoyable experience, but we've covered some very important ground, and I think you've been candid on a few issues that we appreciate. I think it's clear to us that Defence has a long way to go in terms of actually addressing these issues as effectively and adequately as they ought to be. And we don't see ourselves as being adversaries in any way. We're going to make recommendations and hopefully work closely with the ADF in terms of finding solutions to fix the problems. But the problems are there, and obviously the first step to solving any problem is admitting that there is a problem. I'm not sure that we've reached that first stage yet, but anyway. So you're excused from your summons to appear today, and thank you for your evidence today. If there are no other issues from anyone, we'll adjourn till 9 a.m. tomorrow, as I understand. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide will adjourn to tomorrow, 9 a.m, Wednesday the 13th of March.